Harry Potter and the Ticket Backwards. Chapter 1, Prologue. You have permitted your friends to die for you rather than face me yourself. I shall wait for 1 hour in the Forbidden Forest. 1 hour. Harry struggled invisibly down the stone steps of Hogwarts, lost in a kind of daze. The last few hours haunted him like a nightmare. Vivid flashes of memory swirled in his mind, seeming more real than the quiet reality surrounding him. The flashes of spell light and the hoarse shouts of the Hogwarts defenders echoed in his thoughts, as if they were still present. In contrast, the morbid silence of Voldemort's grace period felt insubstantial. The castle hallways were eerily silent. Portraits hung still and empty, their inhabitants having abandoned their frames for more pressing matters. Shrapnel littered the floor, bent pieces of armor destroyed in Hogwarts' defense, along with shards of stone, remnants of deadly spell work. All the warmth and life of the castle seemed to be gathered in the great hall behind him. Harry's mind shied away from the image of Ginny's face, red and splotchy from crying, Hermione wrapped tightly in her own arms, and Ron, pale and shocked, leaning against Percy as if his brother's presence could shield him from the harsh truth. Mrs. Weasley's once cheerful face appeared drawn and haggard. Fred. Remus. Tonks. Others he had not had time to recognize. Pale and peaceful, they lay still, as if claimed by the grave. Harry recoiled from the thought. Wasn't he destined to join them soon? Wasn't it right, after all his mistakes, his naivety, and his foolishness, that he would pay with his life? The visions he had experienced in Dumbledore's office no longer frightened him, they held the weight of undeniable truth. Of course, Dumbledore had a plan. Dumbledore's goodness, his enmity with Voldemort, and everything that had led them to this moment. Harry stood there, grappling with the weight of his thoughts. It was clear that Snape's love for his mother had shaped the man he had become, embittered, twisted, and tragic. But the idea that Dumbledore would ask Snape to take the life of his own mentor felt like a bitter pill to swallow. In the end, Snape had even lost his purpose, as planning the death of Lily's son must have been a torment for him. Many had made great sacrifices for Dumbledore's plan to succeed, but what was Harry's life worth if it could save hundreds of others? If Dumbledore could lay down his life for this cause, how could Harry turn away from the greater good? If Snape could betray his childhood love, how could Harry not offer his life as a sacrifice for the cause? It seemed so neat, so elegant, not to waste any more lives but to assign a dangerous task to the boy who had already been marked for slaughter. Harry's death would not be a tragedy, it would be another blow against Voldemort. Dumbledore had known that Harry would not shy away, that he would press on to the very end, even if it meant his own end. After all, Dumbledore had taken the time to understand him, hadn't he? Dumbledore knew, just as Voldemort did, that Harry would not allow anyone else to die for him now that he realized he had the power to stop it. The haunting images of Fred, Lupin, and Tonks lying lifeless in the great hall surged back into his mind, and for a moment, Harry could hardly breathe. Death was impatient. His mind began to detach from the present, cloaking itself in numbness as it prepared for his sacrifice. Yet his body was not cooperating. His blood flowed strongly, his heart raced, and his hands trembled slightly, whether from tension, anticipation, or fear. How strange it was that his body fought so fiercely for life when his death felt like the only certainty he could cling to. His mind drifted away, distancing itself from the physical, but the thunder of his heartbeat echoed in his ears. The sounds of the world around him were sharp and clear. Unlike the muffled echoes of the castle hallways, he could hear the distant thumps and whispers of life now that he was outside. Shadows danced in the pre-dawn gloom, moving about with heavy loads that Harry didn't want to contemplate too deeply. He caught sight of a figure he thought he recognized. It was good to see that Neville had grown stronger, maturing from the nervous boy he once was. Harry knew Neville would ensure the others continued on without him. A sudden thought struck Harry, prompting him to pull off his cloak with urgency. Neville! Blimey, Harry! You nearly gave me heart failure. Harry might have once smiled at the startled look on Neville's face, but those days felt distant now. Humor and strength were for the living, he only needed determination at this moment. The weight of his thoughts must have shown on his face. Where are you going, alone? Neville asked, his voice laced with suspicion. It's all part of the plan, Harry replied, feeling his mind snap back to reality for this crucial conversation. There's something I have to do. Listen, Neville. Harry. Neville's expression shifted to one of sudden fear. Harry, you're not thinking of handing yourself over? No, Harry said, trying to sound calm. The words slipped from his lips with an ease he had never felt while lying. Of course not, this is something else. But I might be out of sight for a while. You know Voldemort's snake, right? He has a massive snake he calls Nagini. I've heard, yeah, what about it? It has to be killed. Ron and Hermione know that, but just in case they... The protective fog in his mind wavered, and the thought, too terrible to complete, faded into a haze of horror. He steeled himself. This was crucial. He needed to be like Dumbledore, keeping a cool head and ensuring there were backups, others who could carry on. Dumbledore had died knowing that 3 people were aware of the Horcruxes. Now, Neville would be able to take Harry's place. He couldn't fail in this. Just in case they... Busy, and you get the chance. Kill the snake? Kill the snake, Harry repeated. All right, Harry. You're okay, are you? I'm fine. Thanks, Neville. But Neville seized his wrist as Harry tried to move on. We're all going to keep fighting, Harry. You know that? Yeah, the suffocating feeling cut off his sentence. He couldn't continue. Neville didn't seem to find it strange. Perhaps he, too, was moving through a fog. But Neville was strong, he would recover. He patted Harry on the shoulder, then released him and walked away to look for more bodies to carry inside. Once Neville's back was turned, Harry swung the cloak back over his body and made his way toward the forest. He passed Ginny, who had somehow left the hall and was whispering words of encouragement to someone on the ground. She was a good girl, she'd be all right. As he walked past Hagrid's hut, silent and dark in the night, he faltered briefly at the sight of the swarm of Dementors gliding among the shallower trees of the forest. He no longer had the strength to cast his Patronus. Hope and joy had abandoned him. Harry wrapped the cloak tighter around himself, drawing in his determination. Thoughts of closure and ending sparked in his mind, and even as his body rebelled and his heart thundered with life, his nerveless fingers found the snitch. He whispered softly to it, "I am about to die." Soft whispers surrounded him. As Harry raised Draco's wand and murmured, "Lumos," it felt fitting to be enveloped by the shades of his deceased loved ones. They murmured soft words of encouragement and love, words that Harry's mind, still protected by a gentle fog, didn't always catch but understood nonetheless. His body, the living miracle that it was, fought bravely, longing with every cell and muscle fiber to keep living, but Harry's determination was unyielding. Surely this would work. Dumbledore had spent years ensuring this outcome, so there was no need to worry. But there was one small thing. Does it hurt? The question slipped out before he could stop himself. A little warmth crept back into his body as he saw the sorrow and love reflected in his mother's face. Dying? Not at all, said Sirius, his familiar smile shining in his eyes. Quicker and easier than falling asleep. Figures surrounded him, loving and kind. His father stood silent and proud. Harry stammered an apology to Lupin. His son, his wife. Lupin reassured him, just as he always had. Making the world a better place, wasn't that what Harry was doing? Even if it was bitter and hard? His living friends behind him in the castle felt less real now than his ghostly companions. They were an ideal, a dream for someone else. Harry and his companions passed by the Dementors like shadows in the night, which, in the truest sense, they were, neither fully living nor fully dead. The forest grew darker, and his companions lit his way with a soft silver glow that only he could see. He could see well enough to step over gnarly roots and duck under hanging branches, traveling deeper into the forest with a grace and silence that seemed to belong only to those who planned to embrace death. He spotted 2 Death Eaters and decided to follow them into the darkness. His mother smiled at him, and his father nodded encouragement. They had traveled for only a few minutes when Harry saw light ahead. Yaxley and Dolohov stepped into a clearing that Harry recognized as the place where the monstrous Aragog had once lived. The remnants of his vast web still lingered, but the swarm of descendants he had spawned had been driven out by the Death Eaters to fight for their cause. The clearing appeared unearthly, illuminated by flickering firelight that fell over a crowd of completely silent, watchful Death Eaters. Some of them still wore masks, and hooded figures surrounded him, while some revealed their faces. Two giants loomed on the outskirts of the group, casting enormous shadows over the scene, their features cruel and rough, like carved stone. Harry noticed Fenrir lurking and gnawing on his long nails, while the imposing blonde roll dabbed at his bleeding lip. Lucius Malfoy appeared defeated and terrified, and Narcissa's sunken eyes were filled with apprehension. Harry idly wondered if his death would help or hurt them as well. Every eye was fixed on Voldemort, who stood with his head bowed, his pale hands folded over the Elder Wand in front of him. He might have been praying or silently counting in his mind. Absurdly, Harry thought of a child counting in a game of hide-and-seek. Why not acknowledge the absurdity now, before his death? Fear belonged to the living. So, Harry took in the sight and felt nothing. His mind was merely making intellectual connections out of habit, nothing more. Behind Voldemort, the great snake Nagini floated in her glittering, charmed cage, swirling and coiling in deadly loops, like a monstrous halo. When Dolohov and Yaxley rejoined the circle, Voldemort looked up and spoke. Harry caught his breath. It was time. Invisible at the edge of the scene, Harry pulled off his invisibility cloak and tucked it beneath his robes, along with his wand. He didn't want them sullied, yet he also didn't want to be tempted to fight. He paused for just a moment longer, but there was nothing left to do and every reason to step forward. It was the easiest and hardest thing in the world to announce himself. As he stepped into the light, chaos erupted. Cries, gasps, and even laughter erupted from the circle surrounding Voldemort. Voldemort froze, but his red eyes locked onto Harry as he moved toward him, filled with nothing but resolve. A fire flickered between them as they stood in a halo of silence. In the background, a deep bellowing sound echoed. Hagrid was bound and trussed, tied to a tree, but he struggled as Harry continued to step forward. Harry locked eyes with Voldemort, and the tension in the circle eased for a moment. Voldemort tilted his head to one side, like a curious child, pondering what would happen next. Harry stared back into those red eyes, yearning for it to happen quickly, before he lost control, before fear could betray him. Then he saw Voldemort's mouth move, followed by a flash of green light, and suddenly, everything vanished. Harry found himself face down, enveloped in silence. He was perfectly alone. Nobody was watching, nobody was there. He wasn't entirely sure he existed either. After a while, he realized he must exist. He had to be more than just a disembodied thought because he could feel himself lying on a surface. Therefore, the surface he lay upon had to exist as well. Almost as soon as he came to this conclusion, Harry became aware that he was naked. Despite his total solitude, this fact intrigued him rather than concerned him. He wondered if, since he could feel, he would also be able to see. When he opened his eyes, he discovered he had them. He lay in a bright mist, though it wasn't like any mist he had experienced before. His surroundings weren't obscured by cloudy vapor, rather, the mist had yet to form any recognizable space. The surface beneath him appeared white, neither warm nor cold, just a flat, blank expanse. He sat up, finding his body unscathed. He touched his face and realized he wasn't wearing glasses anymore. Then, a sound reached him through the formless nothingness that surrounded him, the soft, pitiful thumping of something that flapped, flailed, and struggled. It was a sad sound, yet slightly indecent, giving him an uncomfortable feeling as if he were eavesdropping on something he shouldn't be. The feeling was furtive and shameful. For the first time, Harry wished he were clothed. Barely had the thought crossed his mind when robes suddenly appeared a short distance away. He grabbed them and pulled them on. They were soft, clean, and warm. It was extraordinary how they materialized just at the moment he desired them. He stood up and began to look around. Was he in some vast room of requirement? The longer he observed, the more he noticed. Above him, a great, domed glass ceiling sparkled in the sunlight. Perhaps he was in a palace. Everything was hushed and still, except for those strange thumping and whimpering noises coming from somewhere close by in the mist. Harry turned slowly in place, and his surroundings seemed to create themselves before his eyes. It was a wide open space, bright and clean, a hall much larger than the Great Hall, with that clear, domed glass ceiling. It was nearly empty. He was the only person there, except for... He recoiled. He had spotted the source of the noises. It took the form of a small, naked child, curled on the ground, its skin raw and rough, as if flayed. It lay shuddering under a seat, abandoned and hidden, struggling for breath. He felt a wave of fear wash over him. Small, fragile, and wounded though it was, he didn't want to approach it. Yet, despite his apprehension, he drew closer, ready to jump back at any moment. Soon, he was close enough to touch it, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. He felt like a coward. He ought to comfort it, yet it repulsed him. "You cannot help." He spun around. Albus Dumbledore was walking toward him, sprightly and upright, dressed in sweeping robes of midnight blue. "Harry," Dumbledore said, spreading his arms wide, revealing hands that were whole, white, and undamaged. "You wonderful boy. You brave, brave man. Let us walk." Stunned, Harry followed as Dumbledore moved away from where the flayed child lay whimpering, leading him to two seats that Harry had not noticed before. Harry noticed Dumbledore sitting in one of the chairs set some distance away beneath the high, sparkling ceiling. He fell into the other chair, staring at his old headmaster's face. Dumbledore's long silver hair and beard, the piercing blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles, and the crooked nose were all exactly as he remembered. "And yet—" "But you are dead," Harry said. "Oh, yes," Dumbledore replied matter-of-factly. "Then, I'm dead too." "Ah," Dumbledore said, smiling even more broadly. "That is the question, isn't it?" "On the whole, dear boy, I think not." They looked at each other, the old man still beaming. "Not?" Harry repeated. "Not," Dumbledore confirmed. "But—" Harry instinctively raised his hand towards the lightning scar, but it didn't seem to be there. "But I should have died. I didn't defend myself. I meant to let him kill me. And that," Dumbledore said, "will, I think, have made all the difference." Happiness radiated from Dumbledore like light, like fire. Harry had never seen him so utterly, so palpably content. "Explain," Harry urged. "But you already know," Dumbledore replied, twiddling his thumbs together. "I let him kill me," Harry said. "Didn't I?" "You did," Dumbledore nodded. "Go on." "So the part of his soul that was in me." Dumbledore nodded even more enthusiastically, urging Harry onward with a broad smile of encouragement on his face. "Has it gone?" "Oh, yes!" Dumbledore exclaimed. "Yes, he destroyed it. Your soul is whole and completely your own, Harry. But then—" Harry glanced over his shoulder at the small, maimed creature trembling under the chair. "What is that, Professor?" "Something that is beyond either of our help," Dumbledore said gently. "But if Voldemort used the killing curse," Harry began again, "and nobody died for me this time, how can I be alive?" "Think you know?" Dumbledore said. "Think back. Remember what he did, in his ignorance, his greed, and his cruelty." Harry took a moment to reflect, letting his gaze wander over his surroundings. If this was indeed a palace, it was an unusual one, with chairs arranged in little rows and bits of railing scattered about. Yet, he and Dumbledore were the only beings there. Then, the answer came to him effortlessly. "He took my blood," Harry said. "Precisely," Dumbledore replied. "He took your blood and rebuilt his living body with it. Your blood in his veins, Harry, with Lily's protection inside both of you. He tethered you to life while he lives." Harry watched, bemused, as Dumbledore explained it all. "And you knew this?" "You knew all along." "I guessed. But my guesses have usually been good," Dumbledore said with a hint of cheer. They sat in silence for what felt like a long time, while the creature behind them continued to whimper and tremble. Their conversation flowed naturally, and Harry listened, captivated, as Dumbledore unfolded the past. After a while, Harry found himself lost in thought, though it was difficult to gauge time in this place. "He killed me with your wand." "He failed to kill you with my wand," Dumbledore corrected him. "I think we can agree that you are not dead, though, of course," he added, as if worried he had been rude. "I do not minimize your sufferings, which I am sure were severe." "I feel great at the moment, though," Harry said, glancing down at his clean, unblemished hands. He felt more present than he had back in the forest, where he had presumably inhabited his real body in the real world. "Where are we, exactly?" "Well, I was going to ask you that," Dumbledore replied, looking around. "Where would you say we are?" Until Dumbledore posed the question, Harry hadn't known. But now, he found he had an answer ready to give. "It looks," he began. Slowly, Harry said, "it feels like King's Cross Station. Except it's a lot cleaner, and empty, and we're just in between trains." "King's Cross Station?" Dumbledore chuckled heartily. "Good gracious, really? Well, where do you think we are?" Harry asked, feeling a bit defensive. "My dear boy, I have no idea. This is, as they say, your party." Harry was baffled by Dumbledore's response. He found it infuriating. He glared at him for a moment, but then a more pressing question surfaced in his mind. "The Deathly Hallows," he said, pleased to see that the mention of them wiped the smile from Dumbledore's face. "Ah, yes," Dumbledore replied, his expression shifting to one of concern. "Well." For the first time since Harry had met him, Dumbledore appeared less like an old man and more like a small boy caught in a moment of wrongdoing. Harry listened in silence as Dumbledore began to explain and then apologize. While he tried to focus on what Dumbledore was saying, his thoughts kept turning over something else. "So, you planned your death with Snape. You meant for him to end up with the Elder Wand, didn't you?" "I admit that was my intention," Dumbledore said, "but it did not unfold as I had hoped, did it?" "No," Harry replied. "That part didn't work out." As comprehension dawned on him, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Dumbledore's plan hadn't been perfect. The creature behind them jerked and moaned, and a heavy silence settled over Harry and Dumbledore for what felt like an eternity. The realization of what would come next enveloped Harry slowly, like softly falling snow. "I've got to go back, haven't I?" "That is up to you." "I have a choice." "Oh yes," Dumbledore said with a smile. "We are in King's Cross, you say? I think that if you decide not to go back, you would be able to, let's say, board a train." "And where would it take me?" "On," Dumbledore said simply. A silence fell between them. "Voldemort has the Elder Wand," Harry replied. "True. Voldemort has the Elder Wand," Dumbledore acknowledged. "But you want me to go back?" Harry asked, confusion evident in his voice. "I think," Dumbledore continued, "that if you choose to return, there is a chance he may be finished for good. I cannot promise that. But I know this, Harry, you have less to fear from returning than he does." Harry glanced once more at the raw-looking figure trembling in the shadows beneath the distant chair. Dumbledore began to speak again, but Harry stood up and wandered slightly away to the edge of the nearest platform. He stood still, lost in thought about Hogwarts. He thought about the defenders, like Ginny and Neville, who had already begun to put their lives back together just by getting up and moving forward. He remembered Tonks, Fred, and Remus, who never had that chance. And Hedwig, poor, innocent Hedwig, whose only mistake had been to love him. He thought about his clothes. Somehow, he mused, as he felt the warm, dry robes that clothed him, they had appeared just as he wished. They were simple, perhaps, in the grand scheme of things, familiar and easy to wish for. He thought about King's Cross Station, about trains. Cocking his head, he concentrated hard and deep. Dumbledore's voice murmured kindly behind him. Then, distantly, in a way that reminded him of the Room of Requirement, he heard the sound of an approaching engine. Harry pondered for just a moment longer. This place, like the room of requirement, somehow answered his wishes. Here he stood on one platform, and a distant train would soon arrive to take him onward. The logical progression of that thought meant something important. Without giving himself time to think, he jumped down onto the tracks and scrambled across. His heart pounded loudly in his chest as he hoisted himself up onto the opposite platform and shook himself off. Harry crouched down, blood roaring in his ears and his pulse pounding. His mind was fixed firmly on what he wanted, and his hands fluttered nervously between his pockets, his heart alight with hope. Small things. Familiar things that were easy to wish for. His fingers trembled until they withdrew a train ticket, clearly marked with his destination, just as they had done many times before. He looked up to see Dumbledore standing across from him on the opposite platform. "My dear boy," Dumbledore called over the swelling noise of the approaching train. "Harry, are you sure? Is this what you want?" Harry swallowed hard. He wasn't entirely sure, but still. "I know now," he replied. "If I can go back to make a difference." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "Knowing this, if I can go back, then this is the only choice I can make." Dumbledore fell silent as the sound of the train grew louder. Once more, he opened his mouth. "My dear boy, you would be alone." A slight sense of pride washed over Harry as he managed a crooked smile. It conveyed everything he needed to say. "I would never. Do you realize?" Dumbledore looked flustered, momentarily lost for words. "No one would ask you to do this." "I'm sure, Professor." A complicated expression crossed Dumbledore's face. He asked again, his tone more plaintive this time, "Are you sure you're sure, Harry?" They locked eyes across the tracks, and for a moment, silence enveloped them. Everything that needed to be explained and understood passed between them in that shared gaze. Harry opened his mouth to speak, but Dumbledore's voice filled the air once more. "We are all lucky, brave man, that we have you." With a sudden rumble, the promised train came into view, hissing steam and squealing brakes. The billowing haze obscured Dumbledore's figure, smoke and mist curling thickly around the stationary train. Shaking off the moment, Harry hurried forward and stepped aboard, glancing out the window as the world outside began to blur. Harry gazed at the solitary figure of his headmaster. Dumbledore's expression was no longer incomprehensible, it was filled with regret and sorrow, along with something else that Harry couldn't quite place. He wondered if Dumbledore was looking at him in awe, but quickly dismissed the thought as silly. Dumbledore called out once more, his voice faintly reaching Harry through the glass. "Good luck, my child." "Tell me one last thing," Harry said suddenly, standing and leaning out of the window. "Is this real? Or has this all been happening inside my head?" Dumbledore beamed at him, straightening joyfully in the mist. His laughter rang out clearly over the sounds of the engine. "Of course it is happening inside your head, Harry, but why on earth should that mean it is not real?" With a hiss of steam and smoke, the white mist swirled around the window, obscuring everything from view. Suddenly, the carriage jolted and began to move. Harry held his gaze on Dumbledore for as long as he could, then turned slowly to sit down on the seat. With the ticket clutched tightly in his lap, he fixed his destination vividly in his mind and closed his eyes. Chapter 2. Back in the cupboard. Harry woke with a start. After days of drifting aimlessly in darkness, he finally felt a connection to his body again. His aunt rapped on the door once more. "All right," she snapped. "Vernon has thought seriously about this. We've decided to give you one more chance. Hurry it up." Harry blinked his sleep-filled eyes and forced himself to sit up. Suddenly, there was a bang as he promptly smashed his forehead into the ceiling of a familiar room. He was back in his cupboard. "Don't make a fuss," Aunt Petunia spat. "Or we'll change our minds." Crouching in the cramped space, Harry nursed his throbbing head. Dudley had turned 11, but Harry had ruined his birthday party and then caught the wrong train home. Wait, that didn't sound right. He had been talking to the professor, who had looked sad because everyone had been killed. And now Harry was locked in the cupboard for upsetting his cousin. Was there a snake involved? Conflicting memories swirled in his mind. Harry stifled a groan, his head was pounding. He squeezed his eyes open and peered through the crack in the door. The light was jarring, not helping his headache at all. But if Harry wanted food, he knew he had to get moving before Aunt Petunia returned. Fumbling around in the cramped room, he found some clothes that felt like they might fit and clambered out the door, stumbling towards the kitchen. A familiar sight greeted him, a cast iron pan heating on the stovetop. His body moved instinctively to the fridge, reaching for eggs and bacon. His head burned with pain, and his eyes felt raw, but somehow his hands managed to put the toast on and fry up a mound of bacon and 4 eggs, operating on autopilot. Just as he cracked a shell into the frying pan, he realized he couldn't see where all the shards had fallen. Conflicting memories raged through his mind, and Harry finally set aside the imperfect egg before. Harry hurried to finish the Dursleys' breakfast when 2 heavy figures shuffled into the room. His cousin Dudley, now 11, ignored Harry as he reached for the food on the stove, grunting as he stuffed his plate. Uncle Vernon glared at Harry, who struggled to navigate the cramped kitchen while nursing a thumping headache. "Not looking too proud there, boy," Vernon sniffed, watching Harry with suspicion. "Looks like your lesson has gotten through. We won't be having any strange doings or freakish behavior around here. Maybe this time that'll stick." Harry opened his mouth to respond but then closed it again, his memories still swirling in his mind. "We do our best to knock some sense into that head of yours," Vernon continued, raising his voice as Aunt Petunia entered the kitchen. "Isn't that right, Petunia dear? A good beating will work all his troubles out. Stonewall will solve your problems, boy, don't you ever doubt it." Harry busied himself wiping down the counter while Petunia joined Dudley at the table. The unpleasant trio focused on their breakfast as Harry finished cleaning. When they stood, he quickly cleared the table, sneaking a dry piece of bread and a ruined egg into his mouth just before they left the room. His stomach welcomed the food, even as his head protested against the crunching of the shell pieces. The headache lingered, and the door slammed behind Vernon as he left for work, causing Harry to see white sparks. Suddenly, Petunia's shrill voice broke through his thoughts. "Hurry it up, boy. We're leaving the house as soon as you're out of the way. We're taking Dudley to London for his uniform, so you're off to Mrs. Figg's." Harry croaked, teetering where he stood. "Are you sick?" Aunt Petunia shrieked, her neck elongating as her voice rose. "We won't have any of your nonsense ruining Dudley's big day. Mind yourself at Mrs. Figg's. Figs, don't make a fuss, and hurry it up now," Aunt Petunia urged, pushing him into the foyer. "Keep to yourself and don't draw attention." With that, she hurried back to Dudley, leaving Harry to put on his shoes in peace. His headache throbbed painfully, but he managed to piece together a rough understanding of his surroundings. Dudley was off shopping for the day, while Harry would spend his time with Mrs. Figg, who often looked after him. She isn't a witch, he thought, his mind still clouded, but she's not a muggle either. After a moment, he settled on calling her a friend. He was pretty sure she was on his side in some way. Today would be quiet, he hoped. Harry stepped out the front door and waited by the driveway as Dudley lumbered into the car, guided by his mother. Aunt Petunia watched with sharp eyes as Harry made his way a few doors down to Mrs. Figg's house. He ensured the front door was open before she turned away, handing Dudley an extra chocolate bar for the road, and drove off down the driveway. Mrs. Figg held the door open as Harry stepped inside. She hobbled in on one good leg, the other heavily wrapped in a plaster cast. To Harry's surprise, she seemed grumpier than he remembered. He recalled her tripping over Mr. Tibbles in the kitchen but was taken aback to realize she wasn't going to discuss her cats today. The familiar smell of boiled cabbage filled the air, but Harry easily ignored it and sank back into the musty couch. He closed his eyes, grateful for the dim light, as his thoughts drifted. He was almost 11, eagerly anticipating a letter on his birthday that would change everything. Images of magic and adventure filled his mind, along with the weight of a wizarding wall that had cost him so much. Mrs. Figg broke into his reverie, offering him a slice of chocolate cake if he would fetch one from the fridge. Harry stumbled over a few cats as he made his way back to the couch, balancing 2 plates of dry cake. The distant squeaks and flashes of the television faded into the background as he began to dig deeper into his memories of the life that lay ahead. He recalled moments of death, not just his own, but the deaths of his friends, all because of him. That realization was why he had come back. He wanted to change everything. His conversation with Dumbledore felt distant, clear yet somehow different. What lingered most vividly were the feelings of pain and panic. As Hermione might have said, it was the emotions that resonated with him. Gradually, the swirling chaos in his mind began to settle, and his memories grew clearer. A surprisingly delicate snore interrupted his thoughts. He glanced to his side and saw that Mrs. Fig had fallen asleep in front of her television, her chin resting on her chest. Harry didn't mind, he was content to ruminate in solitude. The hours slipped by, and with each passing moment, he recalled more of his past future. Mrs. Fig remained asleep, while her cats finally settled down in front of the TV, leaving Harry with plenty of time to think. Lunch came and went without a single movement from any of them. Finally, the clock chimed 2 p.m., signaling the return of his family. Though his confusion began to fade, his headache remained. Harry was reluctant to face the Dursleys, especially when Aunt Petunia arrived at the door, high-strung and tense, followed by a grumpy Dudley who had spilled ice cream down his shirt in the car and demanded another. Relieved, Harry slipped quietly into his cupboard at the earliest opportunity. He wanted to reflect, remember, and plan for his second chance to save his friends. His recent memories as a 10-year-old clashed with those of his teenage self, creating a chaotic blend in his mind, vivid and impossible to ignore. Using a worn half of a crayon, he began to scribble madly on the far back wall of his cupboard, plotting events and their causes. Harry drew complicated connections between related events, feeling a sense of purpose and excitement rising within him. He began to truly grasp that he might actually have the power to change his future. However, as the night wore on, tension built within him. It took a full 3 hours of being crammed in the back of his cupboard before the dreadful thought struck him: what if it was all just a dream? A dream that whisked him away from the Dursleys, granting him friends, family, and a sense of purpose. The stuffy air in the cupboard kept him wide awake. Every scuttle of a spider and every lump under his mattress made him toss and turn restlessly. When morning finally came, he emerged from his cramped space to the sour smell of stale clothes. Dudley's discarded items were submerged in a sink of murky water. Harry's disgust went unnoticed as Aunt Petunia merely sniffed at his remarks. The family sat at the table, their faces contorted in distaste as they enjoyed a delicious breakfast, oblivious to the stench of the clothes in the sink. Suddenly, a rattle came from the front door, causing Harry to stiffen. "Get the post, Dudley," Uncle Vernon commanded without looking up from his newspaper. "Make Harry get it." "Get the post, Harry," Vernon insisted. Harry took 2 eager steps toward the door but hesitated, wondering if this was some cruel trick by his uncle. Vernon had returned to his paper, and the family continued their meal as if Harry didn't exist at all. Not a joke then, but still possibly a dream. He approached the door to collect the post. 3 items lay on the doormat: a postcard from Vernon's sister, a brown envelope, and one cherished, familiar parchment envelope with rich cream paper and brilliant emerald green ink, addressed to Mr. H. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs. 4. Privet Drive. Little Whinging. Surrey. Harry picked it up with trembling hands and turned it over. The green ink looked just as it should, and the Hogwarts seal was unmistakable. The weight of the envelope felt familiar. He listened intently to the sounds of the Dursleys munching away at breakfast, and then Harry quickly tucked the envelope into his trouser waistband and smoothed his shirt over it before heading back to the kitchen. He was so eager to return to his cupboard and open the envelope that he accidentally broke a plate. His heart raced, anticipating punishment for the first time with a strange sense of eagerness. However, Petunia made him finish the dishes and wipe down the kitchen before locking him away, ironically granting him a moment of freedom. Once the family had settled into their day, Harry found a dark corner in his small room and carefully lifted the flap of the envelope. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on the 1st of September. We await your alibi no later than the 31st of July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry's hands shook slightly with excitement as he felt the rough, heavy parchment. A faint scent of sulfur and ink wafted into his nose. Suddenly, he realized he had crumpled the letter in his eagerness. Quickly, he smoothed it out and began to pore over the details. He had been right, it wasn't a dream. He had returned to the beginning, ready to do everything over and do it right. A small fire ignited in his chest at the thought of making things right for Hedwig. He spent the day furiously scribbling notes on the wall at the back of his cupboard, constantly returning to the letter as physical proof that he hadn't lost his mind. His life was really about to change for the better. For the rest of the week, Harry moved through his chores with a newfound sense of calm. The Dursleys were served quality breakfasts, all from a spotless kitchen. The kitchen was bustling, and the garden was immaculate. Harry wandered outside in a daze, or curled up in his cupboard, feeling a sense of peace and enlightenment that made Vernon mutter about his health. Something's not right, it's not, he grumbled. Such a dangerous child suddenly becoming so tame. He's got something planned, mark my words. Sleep lightly, Petunia, and lock him up well at night. We don't want him murdering us all in our beds just as we're about to sort him out once and for all. Petunia sniffed, pulled her dressing gown tight, and kept a watchful eye on Harry like a hawk. Even Dudley tore his gaze away from the television for a moment to observe as Harry glided blissfully through the lounge. Petunia was so disturbed by this change in Harry that she actually allowed him to drink orange juice with his breakfast the next morning. Harry felt buoyed by his acceptance letter, and their suspicion and impatience simply rolled off him. His birthday was approaching. He woke up bright and early on the morning of his special day, dreaming happily of his reunion with Hagrid, his first birthday cake, and the exciting trip to Diagon Alley. As usual, Petunia hurried him into the kitchen to cook breakfast while he waited for the knock on the door. Dudley managed to spill his orange juice all over Vernon's newspaper. Harry continued to wait. Vernon left for work in a foul mood, and Petunia chased after Dudley, promising him a trip to the movie theater and lunch with his friends to cheer him up. Harry remained in anticipation. He snapped out of his blissful daze as he arrived once more at Mrs. Fig's front door just after 10. Hagrid wasn't coming. Something had gone wrong. In that moment, it dawned on Harry that he had ruined everything by opening his Hogwarts letter himself instead of letting his uncle and cousin spoil the moment. Of all the foolish things? A horrid thought crossed his mind, Snape might be right about him after all. How could he have been so blind? He briefly pondered what could have caused this change in his fortunes. Harry pondered the timeline, feeling the weight of uncertainty. Why hadn't Hagrid arrived yet? He figured there must be some sort of system in place for delivering the Hogwarts letters, leading Dumbledore to believe everything was fine. After all, Petunia should know the way to Diagon Alley. It seemed like an overly optimistic assumption on Dumbledore's part. Now, Harry thought, his plans were falling apart, and the enchanting dream of Hogwarts seemed out of reach. Or was it? Suddenly, a shift occurred within him. He was no longer the 11-year-old boy hiding a marvelous secret from his cruel relatives, nor was he simply a warrior on a break from battle. Instead, he was a young man with 17 years of experience, the conqueror of culture shock and bullies, a master of magic, and the wizard feared by Voldemort himself. The haze of uncertainty lifted, and he realized nothing was lost. He could still resolve this issue. Turning towards Mrs. Fig, he spoke with a surprising maturity for someone his age. Mrs. Fig, he began, a determined expression on his face. My cousin had an accident during breakfast, and my aunt forgot that I need to enroll in my new school today. Could I borrow enough money to take a taxi to Charing Cross? Please? I promise I'll pay you back. Mrs. Fig looked at him sharply for a moment, then softened her gaze to one of concern. Charing Cross, you say? That's quite a distance for a child like you to travel alone. Perhaps I should. Harry interjected. Oh please, Mrs. Fig, it's all organized. I have people waiting for me there. Aunt Petunia must have just forgotten with everything that happened this morning. He wondered if he was being a bit too dramatic. You could see me into the taxi if you want, and they'll meet me at the other end. But I'm short on time, and I'd hate to be rude to such important people. Mrs. Fig appeared flustered, and Harry's wide eyes pleaded with her from his small, lean face. I'm sure someone will. See me home, but I really can't be late, so please, the taxi. She muttered something under her breath that sounded suspiciously like spoiled dumb whale before she stomped inside and spoke gruffly into her phone. Harry watched as she rummaged through several drawers, finally retrieving a handful of banknotes from inside her fridge. Here, boy. This should cover your taxi costs. Mind your manners in front of the professors now. A good impression is the keystone to success. She reached over roughly and patted at his hair, though it felt more like a futile attempt than anything. Mind how you speak. I don't suppose you can do anything about those looks of yours, but do your best. Hurry now, and don't make them wait. She ushered Harry out into the street just as the taxi pulled up and stuck her head into the vehicle. Look after the lad, he's got a good head on his shoulders, but he's running late for an important meeting. She glared at Harry, who was standing back to let her poke her head into the car. What are you waiting for? Jump in, and mind your manners. Her eyes sparkled with hidden excitement, and Harry was taken aback by her rough kindness. You'll be all right. Off you go. Of course, she had some idea of what he was supposedly getting himself into. Harry maneuvered around her, sliding into the taxi. He gave his destination to the driver and settled back in his seat, watching the scenery rush by. Before he knew it, the car was pulling up near the intersection of Charing Cross Road that he recognized. He stuffed a handful of notes toward the driver as they slowed down for the heavy traffic. This will do. Thanks awfully for the lift. Will this much money cover the trip? The driver, a grumpy, silent type, glanced at the bills and grunted. Harry took that as a yes. Thank goodness for your help, you've really saved me. Seriously, you're great. He hopped out of the car and dashed through the traffic. Quickly but cautiously, Harry made his way safely to the pavement. He paused for a moment to roll up his sleeves and smooth down his hair before blending into the flow of foot traffic. He moved along with the busy crowd, eyes alert and searching, until suddenly he came to a halt and dashed into an old pharmacy that had caught his attention. In just 2 minutes, he found what he had been looking for and used his last £5 note to purchase a brand new men's handkerchief. With limited options available, he chose a brown checkered one and clutched it tightly in his hand as he rejoined the throng on the bustling street. As he was swept along in the rush, he craned his neck to glimpse the various shops he passed. Hagrid wasn't with him this time, so he had to navigate the crowd on his own. Finally, he broke free from the crush and stood on the doorstep of a familiar building, the Leaky Cauldron. The charms laid on the shop kept him hidden from the muggles, who walked past him without noticing. He shook out the handkerchief, feeling a wave of nerves wash over him. Would he be recognized? Would he be mobbed? The entire experience would be vastly different without Hagrid to protect him. Yet, his plan, well, it was probably functional, he thought. He just wished he had a better one. Feeling utterly ridiculous, he folded the handkerchief diagonally and tied it over his forehead like a bandana. Pocket handkerchiefs weren't meant to be worn this way. It was a little small, even on him, and he resigned himself to the little triangular tuft that poked up at the back of his head. But if his scar and his famous Potter hair were hidden, he reasoned, he stood a good chance of going unrecognized. At least it wasn't as silly as wearing a woman's nightdress like that wizard at the Quidditch Cup that one time. After a moment of contemplation, Harry also removed his glasses. They did seem to be part and parcel of the identity he was trying to escape. Harry was aware of the boy who lived image he carried, and he couldn't shake the thought of who might recognize him on the other side. His vision was a little fuzzy, but if he could slip into the back courtyard without drawing attention, he could put his glasses back on. He stepped into the building, and the dimly lit interior was just as dark and shabby as he remembered. A group of elderly women sat in a corner, sipping sherry. The buzz of conversation faltered when the door swung shut behind him, but picked up again as Harry silently made his way into the room. He hoped fervently that he could exit without being noticed. Perhaps without Hagrid's presence, he would blend in better. Straightening his back, he approached the barman. "I'm looking for the courtyard, sir, to meet a friend. Do I just walk on through?" The barman, a brown, wizened man, and his companion regarded him with curiosity. Harry fought the impulse to adjust the handkerchief on his forehead, keeping his head high. "I'm in a bit of a rush, so if you don't mind." The barman's indistinct face shifted into what Harry thought was a quizzical expression, but then the man gestured with a glass and a somewhat dirty rag toward the back door. "Many thanks," Harry replied quickly, then strode out into the courtyard. Once he was out of sight, he patted down his bandana, put on his glasses, and shook his body loose. A small rush of adrenaline surged through him. "I'm fine, 2 obstacles down. I can do this." He halted in front of the brick wall he knew so well, suppressing a jolt of panic as he realized he didn't have his wand. Carefully, he poked a likely brick 3 times with his finger, holding his breath as he waited. A roar of raucous laughter from the pub startled him, but the wall remained unchanged. Frowning, Harry counted the bricks slowly, his finger hovering above the one in question, focusing intently. If he could just remember how to get through. Harry's mind raced with memories of when he was just 11. A simple brick stood no chance against his determination. He narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips, prodding the brick with renewed force. First, he would visit his Gringotts account, and then he would ensure he never went without his wand and money again. With a slow grind and a reluctant shudder, the wall finally yielded, and Harry Potter stepped into the famed Diagon Alley once more. Squaring his shoulders and adjusting his ill-fitting clothes, Harry strode through the archway, setting his sights on one of the oldest wizarding buildings on the street, the bank. The street bustled with activity, filled with parents and children wandering from shop to shop. Harry hoped to remain unnoticed as he went about his shopping. As he walked, he kept a keen eye out for familiar faces. He thought he spotted a couple of Quidditch players from Hufflepuff, accompanied by what must be their families, but none of his friends were in sight. Hedwig and his wand were just moments away. Moving quickly, he made his way down the street, climbed the steps, and walked straight into Gringotts. The goblin by the door managed a quick nod before Harry stepped inside. The interior was a stunning white marble, brighter and more beautiful than he remembered. Perhaps the memories of the bank break-in had colored his recollections. Goblins bustled about, ushering people in and out of the doors lining the large room. Harry made his way to the counter and joined the queue. When he finally reached the front, he addressed the goblin. "Excuse me, I'm here to access the account of Harry Potter." He dropped his voice at the end of the sentence, almost as if he were confessing a secret. "Do you have your key?" the goblin asked indifferently. Harry hesitated, adrenaline coursing through him. Another mistake? He chastised himself, reminding himself that panic was unnecessary. This setback was nothing to him. "No. It seems someone forgot to give it to me. I'm prepared." The goblin cut him off. "Counter over in the corner. If you've come without your guardian, ask for Stonekirk and mind the extra charge." Next. Harry waited for a moment, but it was clear he had been dismissed. He sighed and wandered over to the far corner, where he joined a much shorter queue. However, it moved at a snail's pace. After what felt like an eternity, he finally made his way to the front of the line. "Sorry for the trouble," he began. "I've been told to ask for Stonekirk, and he lowered his voice, "I'm Harry Potter." "Very good. Please wait," the goblin replied. He hopped down from his counter seat and trotted over to a nearby door. After rapping against the stone, he entered. Shortly thereafter, the goblin returned. "Stonekirk will see you now, Mr. Potter. Straight through this door here, and take a seat." The goblin waved Harry toward the open door and bowed slightly as he walked through. As Harry entered the next room, his eyes quickly flickered around the space. It was small and cozy compared to the bustling hall outside. The ceiling was low, and a large desk occupied most of the room. The walls were bare marble, except for a rich tapestry that hung opposite the desk. Harry couldn't make out the scene at a glance. It depicted hundreds of bodies, goblins, he thought, racing madly across a landscape woven in brown, gold, and silver threads. The colors gleamed gently in the steady light from the wall sconces illuminating the room. To his right, facing the tapestry, sat a massive mahogany desk cluttered with piles of parchment, quills, and strange devices. Harry recalled the peculiar instruments in Dumbledore's office. Dominating the desk was an elaborate set of golden scales, surrounded by odd antennae that seemed to overwhelm the aging goblin behind it, despite his apparent experience. Upon a second glance, Harry noticed that the goblin was dressed impeccably. He wore a neatly tailored pinstriped three-piece suit, with a timepiece tucked into his breast pocket, from which a watch chain dangled elegantly. A few wisps of hair were carefully combed over his otherwise bald head. Glasses hung on a chain around his neck, and several rings adorned the creature's long, nimble fingers. As the door clicked shut behind him, Harry met the goblin's gaze and was taken aback to see that the goblin was perched precariously on a stool piled high with cushions. The goblin stared back at Harry, seemingly unimpressed by his powers of observation, or perhaps, judging by the scowl on his face, his lack thereof. Harry took a seat, and Stormcloak fixed him with a stern look. Harry couldn't help but wonder what the goblin saw: a strange child, poorly dressed, too slender for good health, with pale skin. He even questioned whether his famous green eyes were glowing with a feverish brightness. He felt nervous, tense, and on edge. Then, something caught the old goblin's attention, and he leaned in closer. For a fleeting moment, Harry pondered if his life story could be read through his eyes. But after a brief pause, the goblin returned to his professional demeanor, a mask of bland professionalism settling back onto his face. "Name?" the goblin asked. "Harry Potter, sir," Harry replied. "Vault number?" 687, sir." "Reason for loss of access?" Harry hesitated. It's just that no one has given me my key, sir. After my parents' death, I was raised by Muggle relatives and never received anything from there." The goblin interrupted him with a stiff, small jerk of his hand, reciting a phrase that sounded all too familiar. "All registered victims of Death Eater activity are to visit Gringotts at the earliest opportunity to have their assets unfrozen. Assets are frozen to protect against security breaches until registered victims can assert their identity." Harry blinked in surprise. He had never heard of those rules before. Someone, Hagrid or Professor Dumbledore, perhaps, must have handled all of this for him the last time he was here. "Then I'm here for that, sir. I assert my identity as the last remaining Potter and thus the owner of the vault, and..." He paused, searching for the right phrase. "That I am of sound mind and body." The goblin fussed momentarily with the chain around his neck, finally locating his spectacles. Stormcloak promptly put them on and peered at Harry over the lenses. Harry thought for a moment. "And I'm not under duress or magical coercion of any kind." The goblin grunted. "Yes. Harry Potter, I've heard of you." He shuffled through his papers, marking something down with an elegant quill. "Wand, please?" Harry twitched. "I don't have one, sir." "I can't buy anything until I have access to the money in my vault." The goblin seemed unimpressed, making a longer note on a separate piece of parchment before pushing the papers into a drawer out of Harry's sight. He sighed, rearranged the remaining papers, and leaned forward to place the golden scales in the center of the desk. "Place your wand arm above the closest pan, and remain still." Harry silently complied. Although he touched nothing, the scales tilted slowly toward him. The fine antennae waved wildly for a few moments as the goblin observed them closely. Harry's arm began to ache, but he remained patient while the goblin gave a little grunt and began marking a new piece of parchment. As the silence stretched on, Harry noticed that the goblin must have been older than he initially thought. The rasping of his breath suggested advanced age. He was peering intently at the writing, despite the light. The room wasn't dark or harshly lit, considering its size, and it occurred to Harry that it was remarkably well ventilated for a space made of rock. Was there magic involved in that? He had never wondered before. The quill tip scratched rapidly across the parchment, pausing only as the goblin continued to observe the stillness. Harry felt a tremor in his thin, young arm as he watched the goblin finish his writing with a grunt. With a swift motion, Stonecook whisked the parchment off the desktop and tucked it into a drawer out of Harry's view, closing it with a soft rasp. "Very good, Mr. Potter. Everything is in order. Please register your wand at your earliest convenience." He leaned to the side, reaching down into a drawer near the ground, and pulled himself back up with a grunt. Harry's heart raced for a moment. Was the goblin about to tumble off his cushions? But no, Stonecook returned to an upright position, placing a shiny key on the desktop with precision. Harry couldn't help but wonder if Stonecook's sudden scowl had more to do with his own clumsiness than anything else. The goblin's glasses perched precariously on the end of his long nose, and some of his comb-over waved gently in the still air. Harry quickly averted his gaze. "Here is your vault key. To activate it, hold it in your hand and push your magic into it." "Go on then," Stonecook snapped, watching Harry intently. With a deep breath, Harry picked up the key and focused his magic into the metal. It glowed white-hot for a brief moment before returning to its familiar golden hue. The goblin grunted again, and Harry thought he detected a hint of approval. "Very good. The desk outside will provide access to your money. You have a limit of 100 galleons for 1 week while your account details are processed. You have been charged 1 galleon and 4 sickles for the activation fee. Good day." Harry met Stonecook's gaze for a fleeting moment, only to realize he had been dismissed. He slid off his chair quickly to avoid another grunt, feeling the goblin's eyes follow him as he walked out. A wave of embarrassment washed over him as he considered his appearance. The fabled Harry Potter, the boy who lived, dressed like a pauper and without a wand or guardian. It was going to be a challenge to stay unnoticed. But at least he had a plan. After rejoining the queue at the back and waiting once more, Harry spoke up again. Harry approached the goblin behind the counter, who quickly led him to his vault. The cart ride down into the depths was just as bone-rattling and chilly as he remembered, although this time he braced himself for the dragon fire. When they finally reached their destination, the cart screeched to a halt, and the goblin efficiently clambered out. Harry scrambled to follow. The goblin extended a hand, clearly impatient, and Harry stared at it for a moment. As the goblin turned to scowl at him, Harry's mind cleared. With an odd sense of reluctance, he placed his new key into the goblin's hand and stepped back, watching as the creature unlocked the vault door. Dark, thick green smoke billowed out, and as it dissipated, Harry's eyes widened at the sight of the wealth within his vault. This was his path to success. Curiosity got the better of him. "How much gold do I have in here?" "Do you know?" he asked politely. How had he not thought to ask this before? The goblin shot him a look that Harry could only describe as disgust. "No." Harry blinked, taken aback. The goblin continued, "Wizards do not trust goblins to touch their wealth, just to protect it." "Oh, I see. So how can I find out what I own?" Harry pressed. If anything, the creature's opinion of him seemed to drop even lower. Counting charms. That made sense. If only he had a wand. And wasn't a minor. "Does Gringotts provide such a service for underage wizards like me?" he asked hopefully. A feral grin creased the goblin's face, and Harry was suddenly reminded that he was unarmed and alone in goblin territory, deep underground. "For a percentage?" "A percentage?" Harry glanced around at the mountains of gold, piles of silver, and bronze. He had expected a flat fee, but it was clear this system took advantage of orphans and children. He loathed it on principle. "Maybe another time," he replied. The goblin grunted, though whether it was in disappointment or respect, Harry couldn't quite tell. He bent over, preparing to attend to the vault. Harry picked up a handful of galleons, only to realize he faced another dilemma. Hagrid was not beside him to provide a bag, and Dudley's old pockets were in terrible shape. "Does Gringotts happen to provide money bags for clients?" he asked. The Grim Goblin flashed that savage smile again, prompting Harry to reconsider his question. It was clear that the available options were designed to rip him off, but it might be worth asking. What benefits do Gringotts money bags provide for their customers? "They hold your coins," the goblin replied. As if realizing that Harry wasn't the clueless 11-year-old he appeared to be, the goblin withdrew into a sullen silence. "No featherlight charms? Extension spells? Security enhancements? Counting enchantments? Do I look like a wand waver to you?" Or the goblin shot back, bluntly. Harry considered this. 7 galleons would buy him a wand. A cheap pouch might cost a few sickles, but a secure one would likely be pricier. Hedwig would require at least 15 galleons, plus extras. And that was just for the essentials. Carefully, he placed 15 galleons in each of his 2 trouser pockets and bounced up and down gently. The coins jingled noticeably. Suddenly, 3 coins slipped from his left pocket and rolled onto the floor. The goblin smirked. Harry quickly replaced them, then thrust his hands into his pockets, gripping the coins tightly in each fist. He bounced again, this time without jingling or losing any coins. However, he felt utterly ridiculous with 2 noticeable bulges protruding from his thighs. Removing his hands from his pockets to open doors would be a challenge, and he worried about how the seams would hold up. He retrieved most of the coins and decided to try 5 galleons per pocket instead. They were far less conspicuous and fit much more easily in his fists. This was going to be a hassle, but when had any part of Harry's life ever been easy? He might as well start as he intended to continue, with a determined gaze that dared the world to challenge him. As the goblin watched him, silently judging, Harry turned and left the vault. 10 galleons was enough to buy a decent money bag and perhaps a moleskin pouch for added security. After all, the whole point of returning to his 11-year-old self was to give himself more time. He did his best to stay under the radar but managed to arrive at Stowe and Packer's magical bags in good time. Once inside, he exchanged a few quick questions with the owner and walked out as the proud owner of a high-quality coin pouch, complete with lightweight, expanding, and counting enchantments. Apparently, 3 enchantments were the limit for such a small piece of leather, so he also purchased the moleskin pouch, grateful for Hagrid's offhand advice: hide anything in there and no one but the owner can get it out. He hung it around his neck and tucked the coin pouch inside. It was a 20-minute wait in the queue back at the bank, another trip down to his vault, this time with a different goblin, who was no more helpful, and then another queue to exchange some gold for Muggle money. Finally, Harry stepped into the light, ready for the next stage of his plan. Chapter 3: An Old Friend. Harry was filled with excitement. He had money, he was unsupervised, and it was finally time to put his plan into action. Or at least, it was his chance to start making amends for one of his greatest regrets. Elop's Owl Emporium, Tawny, Screech, Barn, Brown, and Snowy, was as dark and bustling as he remembered. He brushed past the bespectacled shop manager at the door and strode deeper into the shop with a light heart. He hurried through the aisles, searching for a large, female snowy owl with deep amber eyes. He wasn't quite sure where to look. Hagrid had come without him last time. But now, the anticipation was half the fun. Reaching the back of the shop, he paused and then backtracked. This time, he inspected each cage, peering into the dark corners of the shop, checking out the cages on the floor. He moved slowly, but after circling the shop 3 times, the shop manager approached him. "You'll be looking for an owl for school," then, the man suggested, regarding Harry's oversized Muggle clothing and flapping handkerchief with a dubious look. "May I recommend the eagle owl on my left? Very fast, they are, and will give you a bonus for your potions if you're lucky. All the kids want these." Harry quickly dismissed the man's suggestion. "I was looking for a snowy owl, female, very beautiful and calm." He glanced around. "I was sure you had one." "Oh, her," the man nodded. "We did have one. Very popular she was. We sold her not an hour ago." Harry's heart dropped. What? Sold? But she was mine, I mean, she was perfect. His tongue stumbled over his words in his haste. Are you sure? She was about this big, had beautiful amber eyes, a low call, and her wingspan was about so wide. His hands danced in the air, illustrating her size. The man, who honestly didn't seem very focused on Harry, nodded absently. Boy, you really know your stuff. That was her exactly. Sold her myself. His gaze slowly drifted away from the bustling street outside and landed on Harry. Panic registered faintly within Harry. Now, here, it's clear you have a good eye. Can I interest you in this young eagle owl? Just came in today. The man's voice faded into the background as Harry's mind raced, whirring and clunking at high speed. This had been his chance to start over. To befriend Hedwig, to protect her, and to keep her safe. He had everything planned out. He would buy her favorite treats more often, talk to her during the holidays, and he knew exactly how to shield her from the killing curse so she wouldn't die again. How could she be gone? A heavy feeling settled in his stomach. His thoughts continued to race. His great anticipation, the opportunity to do things right this time, was slipping away. Now, his future would never be the same. There was a thought forming in Harry's mind, one he hadn't fully realized until now. Of course Hedwig stood out in the shop, and of course others would want her too. It seemed that despite his past experience, there was no guarantee he would get the same chances again. If only he hadn't arrived so late. If only he hadn't been stuck at the bank. If only he had let Uncle Vernon steal his letter again. She was irreplaceable. And now, he had lost her. Harry's mind stumbled at the thought. Just then, the idea that had been hovering just out of reach suddenly became clear. With a sharp gasp and a rather rude word, Harry spun on his heel and dashed out of the store. The shop manager, who had been carefully reciting the features of his birds, stumbled to a halt in confusion as Harry left him behind. Harry raced down Diagon Alley, leaving no room in his thoughts for anything but urgency. Harry dashed headlong towards Ollivander's. He realized he had changed the timeline, which was why he had missed Hedwig. Heartbroken and filled with sadness, he would have to confront those feelings later. But what if his wand had been sold too? Without his wand, Harry had no confidence to fight against Voldemort. He had become so caught up in nostalgia for the past that he had let the obvious slip by him. He was at war. True, no one else knew that yet, but Harry was determined never to lose focus again in his quest to defeat his prophesied enemy. The door to Ollivander's slammed shut behind him, stirring up a light cloud of dust in the shop. The back of his neck prickled as the sound of the doorbell faded away. The bustle of the busy street felt distant, and the air around him settled heavy and still. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. Harry barely managed to suppress a jump, his heart still thumped loudly in his ears. The old wandmaker stepped out from the shadows of the shop and peered closely at Harry's face in the light. "You have your mother's eyes, if I'm not mistaken," the wandmaker continued. "Harry Potter, or I miss my guess. 10¼ inches, willow. Good for charms." Harry consciously slowed his speech, fighting against the rush he felt. "Yes, sir." And James Potter's was transfiguration. "I'm here for my wand, please." Ollivander's large eyes drew closer in silence, and Harry couldn't help but think the man was a bit creepy. Plus, he had no sense of personal space. "Indeed," Ollivander said, sounding fainter and paler. 11 inches of the finest mahogany, although I wasn't aware that you knew." Harry bit his tongue. After a pause, the pale little man snapped back to the moment and allowed himself to be directed to his measuring tape and his wands. Despite his impatience, Harry kept quiet instead of asking to try any holly and phoenix feather wands. Ollivander might have something in storage, but Harry knew he had to let the timeline unfold as it should. Otherwise, he risked messing things up again. He waved wand after wand, each one only fueling his frustration. Finally, Ollivander paused and scrutinized Harry once more. "Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find your perfect match. I wonder, now. Yes, perhaps, why not? An unusual combination. Here, try this holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. As Harry took the wand, he felt a hot tingle in his fingers, and the heat surged up his arm like a burning wave. The wand erupted with red and gold sparks, filling the air with a faint scorched scent. For a moment, he wondered if he had accidentally burned away some of the dust in the excitement of reuniting with his partner. Ollivander raised his eyebrows at the dazzling display and pursed his lips. He carefully placed Harry's wand back into its box, wrapped it in brown paper, and began muttering to himself. Harry let him mumble away, not wanting to interrupt. He didn't need anyone to remind him that Voldemort possessed the Brother Wand. He was just relieved that he hadn't ruined everything. He rummaged through his money pouch for 7 galleons and stuffed the neatly packaged wand into the moleskin bag hanging around his neck. He had already wasted over an hour of daylight and estimated he had maybe 2 more hours of freedom before Aunt Petunia would expect him at Mrs. Figg's. He needed to move quickly. Just before leaving the shop, Harry decided to take a chance. So, this wand comes with the ministry trace already on it, then, he asked. Ollivander scowled. Nonsense. My wands are sold as pure and unadulterated as wands should be. You have a month, young man, he sniffed, before your beauty is corralled and collared on the Hogwarts Express. For a brief moment, his voice lost its distant tone, revealing the exasperation of a craftsman frustrated by the process. Ollivander's voice resonated with authority as he said, to Hogwarts, of course, where you will first learn to wield its power. And not before. He fixed his wide eyes sternly on Harry's small frame. Bear it wisely. As Ollivander's voice faded into silence, Harry swallowed hard. He understood that he had been told to learn to use his wand at school. But he had taken a gamble on Ollivander's nature and won. Now, he realized his magic was traceless for the month of August, granting him 4 weeks of freedom. His hasty trip to Ollivander's had disrupted the carefully planned schedule he had crafted in the taxi. A mistake with Hedwig meant he needed to make one more purchase before returning to his plans. He stopped briefly at the L post office to send a time-sensitive note to Professor McGonagall, accepting his place at the school. Afterward, he strode back down the alley, popping into various shops in search of something specific. Feeling sore-footed and a bit grumpy, he finally returned to Wiseacres, a wizarding equipment shop, having had no luck elsewhere. The range of magical curios was vast and diverse, and this was his last hope. He approached the counter. "Excuse me," he began. "Is it possible to order a pensive if I pay the deposit now and the full amount upon collection?" This was a purchase Harry had initially decided to postpone, but the mistakes he had already made in this second chance at the timeline had underscored its necessity. He knew he would need to review his memories before facing them again. The cost and potential rewards were significant. It was an unusual request, and Harry noticed the shopkeeper doing a double-take at his appearance. He was short, of course, and his ill-fitting Muggle-style clothes, along with the handkerchief, probably made him look somewhat ridiculous. But Harry squared his shoulders and gathered his dignity. Despite the scrutiny he faced, he channeled his experience from teaching the DA and cloaked himself in confidence. Harry took a deep breath, steeling himself with confidence. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, reminding him of the dangers he had faced during his teenage years. He had spent years confronting relentless threats, overcoming monsters of myth and legend. He had even sacrificed his own safety for the protection of his friends. The judgment of a shopkeeper should be nothing to him. In an instant, the shop owner reassessed Harry's character. His eyes brightened. "Well, sir," he began, hunching his shoulders slightly, "that's certainly an unusual request. You've seen one, have you? Thought it was convenient." "Well, yes," Harry replied, surprised it needed clarification. "Obviously." "Fine craftsmanship," the man continued. "Beautiful work. Exquisite. I saw one once, you know. But they are unfortunately not sold pre-made. There's just not enough demand for them." Harry tilted his head. "Yeah, I thought so." Dumbledore certainly seemed to own the only copy he had ever heard of. But I thought I could order one. Ah, said the man, a glimmer of understanding dawning in his eyes. I see what you're doing. Smart thought. Harry felt a surge of confusion. Was a simple yes or no too much to ask for? We at Wiseacres Wizarding Equipment exist to satisfy your every equipment need. Telescopes, scales, orreries. What? Harry interrupted. Orreries? Clockwork solar systems? I have a small-scale model over here, perfect as a supplementary tool for astronomy and divination. It even includes the moons of Saturn. The secrets of the heavens will be open to you. Perhaps you collect your own potion supplies? This orrery will help you judge the perfect time for harvest. But the pensive? Harry interjected, his patience wearing thin. It comes with a complimentary copper sickle for efficient gathering, the man added, hopeful. Harry waited for a response. Oh. The shopkeeper hummed, scratching his neck. No. Harry sighed in frustration. So you can't order one for me? Well, the shopkeeper replied, looking a bit uneasy, I've never done it before. Not much call for them, you see. They're very rare. He swallowed hard under Harry's steady gaze. I don't suppose, well, there might become a potion. Will something for the mind not meet your needs? The shopkeeper asked hopefully. We sell long-term files. Harry replied tersely, though he had to admit the idea had some potential. It might be possible, the shopkeeper finally conceded. I do have a contact. It wouldn't hurt to ask, I suppose. He trailed off. Yes? Harry prompted, his voice tinged with weariness. He hadn't expected his request to be so challenging. But then again, he thought wryly, if acquiring such a useful tool were easy, everyone would already have one. They're French, you know, the shopkeeper finally confessed. Yes? Harry asked, intrigued. In France. Across the Channel. Beautiful workmanship, international reputation. But still, nothing beats good, solid British reliability. I don't suppose. Could you find out for me? Harry interjected with polite insistence. Well, it's not our usual service, the shopkeeper began, but he changed his tone when he saw the look on Harry's face. But I can certainly inquire on your behalf. Harry nodded firmly and immediately pulled out his money pouch. Then I shall give you a deposit to confirm my interest. He piled 50 galleons on the counter in stacks of 10. With each addition to the growing pile, the shopkeeper's eyebrows rose higher. Harry had no idea how much pensives cost, but if none of his inquiries had turned up any available in England, the price must be exorbitant. If you don't mind my asking, sir, the shopkeeper ventured as Harry straightened the last stack of coins, what are you wearing? Harry's hand instinctively moved to touch his handkerchief. Oh, I came in through the Muggle entrance, he admitted self-consciously. Ah, the man nodded sagely. Is that what they're wearing these days? To the best of my knowledge, Harry replied, maintaining a straight face. I seem to fit in just fine. I'll stop by in a few days to confirm the details. I expect you will have my options organized for me by then. Good day to you, sir. He nodded and turned to leave. Harry left the store sharply, the unsettling feeling in his stomach only growing stronger. He longed to go home, or wherever that was these days. He felt completely wrung out and exhausted. His grand re-entrance into the wizarding world had not gone as he had hoped. He had failed to meet Hagrid, been laughed at by a goblin, lost Hedwig, and while there was a potential pensive purchase on the horizon, it was neither guaranteed nor immediate. What else could possibly go wrong? He barely felt better when he realized he had managed to avoid Malfoy at Madame Malkin's. He supposed he could take that as a small triumph. A visit to Fortescue's ice cream parlor sounded nice, but he didn't even have time for that. His next plan had been to buy a trunk and fill it with books for self-study, but after spending so much of his weekly allowance, he was certain he couldn't afford the special trunk needed to safely store his pensive. Harry came to a resigned realization, the pensive was going to be the key to his success. He felt small, weak, and friendless. The only advantage he had right now was the information locked away in his mind, skills, events, and memories of people. This led him to another uncomfortable thought that he really didn't want to deal with today. He had to worry about legitimacy. From Snape, Dumbledore, Quirrell, and Voldemort. What a cheerful thought that was. He wasn't quite sure who was the most intimidating. With grim determination, he walked to Flourish and Blotts, where he planned to invest the rest of his time. But that too became an exercise in frustration. A standard-priced textbook could cost up to 10 galleons or so. Considering what he had already spent and the gold he had converted into Muggle money, he could afford perhaps 2 books to last him a week. He couldn't help but grumble. When Harry went to the bank with Hagrid, he remembered that there had been no limit of 100 galleons. He brushed off the harried sales assistant and wandered through the school book section, his mood heavy as he glanced at the Defense Against the Dark Arts textbooks. An idea struck him. He should read ahead to find out which books the competing defense teachers required for their students. That way, he could use them as references. Even though Quirrell had been a lackluster lecturer, his textbooks had been solid. As Harry scanned the shelf, he noted that Quentin Trimble might be an author worth watching, and Arsenius Jigger could be another contender. But there was no rush. He could always come back to defense later. Potions presented another opportunity. The title The Delights and Dangers of Potions and Poisons caught his eye and looked promising. A wit-sharpening potion or a memory potion could certainly help speed things up. As he browsed, Harry spotted Barufio's Brain Elixir, which seemed like a good option until he read that it only worked when freshly made, and only the best potion masters could brew it reliably. Harry suspected Snape could manage it, but there was no way he could ask about that. He wondered if there was such a thing as a clarity concoction or an unction of understanding. Dosing himself with potion seemed like a decision to take seriously, and anyway, he would first need to make it or buy a pre-made version. Perhaps he should also consider picking up Preparing Potions, 1001 Tricks and Techniques for the Trainee while he was at it. Feeling discouraged, Harry left the crowded school section and wandered over to the less popular, more esoteric books that waited in muffled silence for their readers. Severus Snape loomed heavily in his thoughts as he turned to the section on mind magic. Initially, he felt a flicker of relief upon noticing there seemed to be no books on the topic. It was a treacherous thought, one that could have dire implications for his carefully laid plans. But perhaps it was a valid reason not to pursue the skill at all. Could anyone really blame him? What if I failed to learn occlumency? The thought nagged at Harry, but he pushed it away. There were lives at stake: Sirius, Hedwig, Tonks, and Lupin. He let the painful thoughts fade into the background as he browsed the shop. Minutes passed, but nothing caught his eye. He almost asked for help but hesitated. His disguise could fail him at any moment. An 11-year-old boy who lived, asking for rare books on unusual, dangerous magic, would likely make headlines in the next issue of the Daily Prophet. The next 2 second-hand bookshops proved equally unhelpful. A sense of panic and desperation crept in as he kept glancing at the time. Finally, he decided to give up. He made his way back to the counter of the quietest, dingiest little store, crossed his fingers behind his back, and turned to the shopkeeper, who was nodding gently to herself. "Excuse me," Harry said, trying to sound like the nervous 11-year-old he was. The little old woman's head jerked up, and the slow, droning rhythm he'd barely noticed came to an abrupt halt. "Eh? Who's that? What? What?" she exclaimed, fumbling around her neck until she found her glasses chain, placing it neatly on the end of her nose. "Oh. Who were you then?" Harry felt a twinge of guilt for waking her, but he pressed on with his plan, hoping he sounded as young as he could look. "My uncle sent me to find a book. Do you have any books about Occam dash, books on mind magic, please?" Roomy grey eyes peered at him from behind thick frames. He waited, and the woman let out a little sigh. Harry thought his pitiful child act was working. He watched as she heaved herself off the counter stool, fumbling for her walking stick. She was surprisingly stooped and small when she stood. "Come along then, come along," she said. the woman mumbled as she made her way past Harry. Faster than he expected, the little old woman led him up some rickety stairs he hadn't noticed before. On one side, there was a small mezzanine balcony that overlooked the shop, but on the other stood a towering cabinet filled with books. "Go ahead, dearie," she croaked. "Somewhere on the left, it should be." "My eyes aren't what they used to be, nor my hearing, I'm afraid." "What can you see there?" She seemed to relax now that she had shown Harry up the stairs, her head drooping drowsily. Her breathing slowed, and Harry wondered if she had fallen asleep where she stood. Determined, he stepped forward and began reading the spines of the books. His heart raced. This book could be the key to his plans. His eyes eagerly scanned the old, leather-bound volumes. This had to be where the valuable ones were kept. He knew he was close. But his initial excitement quickly faded, especially as he found himself looking twice. Halfway through his thorough examination of the shelves, a tiny gap between two larger tomes caught his eye. With trembling fingers, he finally managed to pull a slender volume from its neighbors. "Have you got it, dearie?" The little old lady startled him, and Harry jumped. Clutching the book closer, he glanced at the title, which is in repose for the discerning wizard, graphic illustrations in full color. Wizard porn. Harry hadn't even realized that was a thing. He felt himself blush, and then sigh deeply. His face flushed again when he noticed her looking at him curiously. "Ah, no. Sorry, this isn't the one." The little old lady hummed in disappointment, and after an awkward pause, Harry returned the book to the shelf. It seemed that Diagon Alley didn't have what he was looking for, and now he was out of time. With a heavy heart, he let the shop door swing closed behind him. With all the grace of a grumpy goblin, Harry stomped through the leaky cauldron, determined to flag down a taxi to take him back to Little Whinging. Once he settled into the back seat, he wished he could pull a book from his pouch and dive into his research. Instead, he spent the entire ride worrying about his day, his aunt, his pensive, and watching the miles roll by. As they neared Privet Drive, Harry leaned forward and murmured to the driver. The taxi dropped him off just around the corner from the Wisteria Walk entrance. He hurried back to Mrs. Fig's home, hoping that his vigilance would keep any gossip from reaching Aunt Petunia. As he approached her door, he noticed Mrs. Fig drawing her front room curtains, and moments later, she greeted him with a sly, smug smile. It felt horribly unjust for her to seem so pleased with his circumstances until Harry realized she thought this was his first introduction to the wonders of magic. His stomach dropped at the thought. Now he had to pretend to be thrilled about the unexpected adventure he was supposed to have had. "How did it go, boy?" the old woman asked eagerly. "Wow," Harry replied, unsure of what to say. He couldn't admit that nothing was new, so he would have to lie. But she was a squib, and she believed he thought she was a muggle, so he could leave out certain details without raising concern. Still, she knew people with whom she could compare notes, so he had to be careful with his words. He finally gave up on the complicated logic and said, "I don't know where to start." Mrs. Fig leaned back on her good leg, looking satisfied. "These learning experiences, I tell you. It just goes to show how much you still have to discover." "How did it start?" He stalled. "The taxi dropped me off at Charing Cross, and then, oh, I have your money." He cut off the conversation to pat at his pockets, realizing with some consternation. Harry realized Dudley's pockets were empty, which had crossed his mind earlier at the bank. His thoughts raced as he stammered, "If you'll excuse me, I have this little bag, sorry if this looks weird." Turning slightly, he reached into Dudley's old shirt and fumbled for the moleskin pouch resting against his chest. He made sure to appear a bit flustered, which wasn't difficult as he searched for the small wad of banknotes he had exchanged earlier. "Here you go," he said, pulling his hand from his collar and proudly displaying his find. "These are for you, and I found," he paused, realizing it wasn't wise to mention he had money in the bank. "They gave me a little for myself, too." He slipped his hand back into the pouch. "Thank you very much for the taxi fare, Mrs. Fig. If you don't mind, please don't tell Aunt Petunia I had to borrow some. She would be terribly embarrassed." Mrs. Fig made a strange face. I imagined she would. What happened next? Well, Harry replied with a smile, I found out about school and sent off my official acceptance all by myself. I explored so many shops, I had no idea there was so much to discover in London. London's a big place, Mrs. Figg agreed dryly, her usual sharpness surprisingly absent. Who was the teacher who showed you around? Oh, Harry exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. The people were amazing. Everyone was so kind, the shopkeepers were friendly, and the teachers seemed to know so much. I feel like I'll never learn it all. 7 years goes faster than you think, his companion said sagely. You didn't bring anything home with you? Oh, I didn't have any money today, Harry confessed earnestly. So I'll go again in about a week. I have so much to think about first. He wondered uneasily if he was acting like a proper nervous 11-year-old. The lying and deception felt heavy on Harry's conscience. Mrs. Figg was only trying to help, but he had only been 11 again for a week, and he had been 17 for much longer. Was he acting too young? Or maybe too old? Mrs. Figg interrupted his thoughts. Well, I'm sure you have a lot to think about and a lot to tell your aunt, so come on in. Perhaps we can have a quiet afternoon on the couch. What do you say? I'm very sorry, Mrs. Figg, Harry replied, relieved he could be completely honest. I have far too much on my mind to be quiet. Did you want me to help you with your garden? She tried to refuse him, but Harry was feeling stubborn. I know you can't get to them with your cast on, and I'm really good at weeding. He wondered if she kept her less muggle plants around the back. Maybe just the front garden? Just the weeds. Oh dear, the old woman sighed. You're not wrong about my leg, and the garden has gotten away from me these last few weeks. Are you sure it won't be a bother? I'd like to say thanks, Harry told her honestly. And it would give me a chance to think things over. Shortly thereafter, he found himself crouched by her roses, digging in the dirt with his bare hands. The conversation faded away, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. Hedwig, how could he possibly lose Hedwig? It boggled his mind. When the weight of his guilt grew too heavy, he worried about his pensive. Would the shopkeeper import it for him? It was vital to his plans. Then there was the matter of occlumency. It felt almost impossible for him to learn. He had failed it last time, hadn't he? And he had a teacher then, didn't he? So much could go wrong just because he overlooked a small detail. This thought led him back to Hedwig again. And the pensive. And then Mrs. Figg. How many other kind friends and guardians would he have to deceive over the years? Wasn't Hermione sharp enough to figure it out? Or Ron knew him better than anyone else. Or maybe it was Luna, who seemed to grasp everything important about everyone even before they spoke. Even Hedwig would have understood if only he hadn't let her down. He paused for a moment, drowning in regret. And what about Dumbledore or Snape? They could read him like a book. But hadn't Dumbledore insisted he should face this alone? So, Harry thought, he needed to pull himself together and get smart. That brought him back to the pensive, and his thoughts began to swirl again. He had worked himself into quite a frenzy, but he managed to pull himself out of the turmoil with a grunt. His mind was a mess, his emotions were all over the place, and he felt sick to his stomach. At least his body was functioning. With a sigh of relief, he threw himself into the physical labor. This was something he knew how to do. He marveled at the muscles in his arms and the nimbleness of his hands as he pulled and heaped the weeds out by their roots. He felt so much smaller than he remembered, so much less capable. And yet, look at the wiry strength in his body. A flicker of gratitude surfaced for the Dursleys, who had always worked him hard. His body might be small and weedy, but it was fit and strong, one less thing to worry about. But his magic? That was a different story. His gloomy mood led him to ponder the many ways his magic might have changed. Was it weaker than he was used to, having gone untrained for so long? Was his connection to his wand still fragile? Did it trust him? Could the relationship with a wand change based on the user's expectations? He growled in frustration at a particularly stubborn weed. These were the kinds of silly questions Hermione would find fascinating. Why wasn't she here instead of him? Hermione would have returned with a thorough understanding of what was about to happen. She would have devised a 12-stage plan with color-coded charts and sorted everything out perfectly. A year. And she would probably pass her OWLS early too. He simply didn't have her mind. How many ways could he mess up before someone noticed what was happening? This brought his thoughts full circle, and Harry began to worry again that the pensive might not work out. His entire plan now hinged on that one detail. Without a pensive, Harry was left to figure everything out on his own, and just look at how well that had turned out for him today. In his frustration, he didn't realize he had sliced open a cut on his palm. Blood oozed from his fist, dripping thickly onto the weed stem, but Harry mindlessly tossed it onto the growing pile of weeds beside him. He lost track of time as he worked off his frustration under the hot sun. He didn't even notice how tired he was becoming, how dry his throat felt, or how his muscles shook every time he wrestled with a plant. His frustration turned to fury, only to be interrupted when he caught sight of his Aunt Petunia's spotless shoes appearing before him. "You are making a scene out of yourself," Petunia hissed, and he looked up with a start. She looked as fresh and clean as expected, but her lips were tight with anger, and the skin around her mouth was pale. Dudley's ponderous steps echoed from behind her, and he stepped into view, looking smug and satisfied with his day. "He's as red as a crayon and sweating like a tap, Mum," he remarked, taking in Harry's flushed face. Petunia clearly couldn't bring herself to disagree. Harry glanced down at himself. He was sweating profusely, his upper arms and neck were unattractively flushed, and he was certain his face looked even worse. He had somehow smeared blood across the front of his t-shirt and trousers. Beside him sat a monstrous pile of weeds, tilting precariously in his direction. Mrs. Fig's garden must grow far faster than Aunt Petunia's. Maybe it was. Harry couldn't help but wonder if there was a magic potion for gardening. He glanced down at his hands, which were sliced and bruised, much to his surprise and dismay. Across the street, the front window curtain of the house opposite was swinging, as if someone had just let it go. He could already sense that a rumor was about to spread. He swallowed hard. "You will," Aunt Petunia's voice trembled with a mix of embarrassment and fury, "immediately tidy this garden as if you were never here. Then you will go inside and thank Mrs. Fig for looking after you. After that, you will walk home right away. I'm not having you in my car, and you will wash yourself down with the hose before stepping inside my house. Once you're in, you will not leave your room for the rest of the day. Is this understood?" Of course, she couldn't really tell him not to stink up the house and crawl back into the cupboard while they were standing outside in full view of the neighbors. "Yes, Aunt Petunia," he replied quietly. Dudley smirked at him as Harry picked himself up. It seemed there would be no dinner for him tonight. But oddly enough, Harry couldn't bring himself to mind too much. The Dursleys had no idea what he had hidden away in the pouch inside his shirt. Chapter 4: Starting Small. Just a few minutes later, Harry stumbled heavily into his cupboard, his muscles beginning to protest from the labor. He had managed to rinse himself off quite well with the hose and even sneak in a long drink while he was at it. He was pretty sure he was young enough for his body to handle it. After all, it was only after he had gone to Hogwarts that he had gotten used to good food and clean water, wasn't it? He hoped his pensive would arrive soon. He dried himself off and crawled into his small space, hiding his confusion and satisfaction from his aunt. What he wanted most right now was a little privacy to experiment. He had barely settled down when he noticed a shadow outside the cupboard door and heard the deadbolt slide into place. Harry waited in quiet anticipation as the figure turned and walked away. He could hear Petunia fussing with something in the kitchen, Dudley in the lounge, and the opening theme of some new show on the Comedy Channel building up. Vernon wouldn't be home for hours. The whole family would keep busy, not sparing him a thought. With great excitement, he reached into his moleskin pouch and pulled out the little box containing his wand. Harry held the box eagerly in his hands. After the long walk in the Forbidden Forest, it felt a bit ridiculous that his hands were trembling again, but now he could embrace the tension and end the suspense. He tore the box open with haste and held his wand upright in the air. It was hard to see in the dimness of his cupboard. Aunt Petunia had taken out his light bulb years ago, but the wand felt familiar against his fingers. The wood was warm and inviting, and his fingers tingled just a little. All the things he could do now, and completely traceless for a month. Where should he start? His mind raced through the list of familiar spells in his memory. He knew he needed to start small, build up, and see. Harry pondered what he could still do and what needed improvement. Starting with a first or second year spell seemed like a reasonable approach. He glanced around the dimness of his cupboard, realizing that turning a match into a needle wasn't quite fitting for the moment. Bringing his wand close to his mouth, he whispered softly, "Lumos." To his relief, though not great surprise, a warm glow began to swell gently at the tip of his wand. Concentrating, he focused on the light, watching it brighten and cast soft shadows on the walls of his cupboard, bathing the room in a golden hue. For a few long minutes, he simply marveled at the beauty of the moment. No ministerial burst into the cupboard, and no horrified screams erupted from the kitchen or the lounge. It seemed Ollivander had been right. Knocks. The light blinked out immediately. Lumos. This time, the light appeared more quickly, no gradual brightening, no gentle emergence of radiance. The steady glow was stable and strong, exuding confidence. Knocks. Harry leaned back in satisfaction. His magic worked just fine. The wand had felt a bit hesitant at first, but it was warming up to him quickly. Even though he had returned to his 11-year-old body, with its unpracticed magic, he still retained proficiency with the spell. It didn't feel quite the same as it had in his 6th year, or later. The magic came a little sluggishly and felt slightly weaker than he remembered. Perhaps that was just a consequence of his youth or his lack of health. Harry wondered if mastering spells required more than just knowledge, perhaps a deeper well of magic that came with age, a sort of magical muscle memory he was temporarily lacking. Or maybe it was simply that he hadn't yet earned the full trust of his new wand. Regardless, the issue seemed minor, the difference negligible. He felt pleased with the implications. His gaze drifted to the meager treasures stored on the flimsy shelves behind him. He picked up a handful of tiny plastic soldiers. Dudley had once owned hundreds of them. Harry scattered his toys all over the house before launching into a fierce battle that left most of them crushed and broken within days. Even at 7, Dudley played with his toys like a heavy-duty steamroller. Later, little Harry would crawl around, discovering remnants hidden under couches, brushed up behind curtains, and tucked away in corners, claiming them as his own. Harry set one toy on the floor. A moment later, he was looking at a perfectly shaped matchstick. He picked it up. It was light and skinny, feeling like wood against his fingertips. He brought it to his face and sniffed it. Yes, there was the faintest smell of sulfur. He replaced it on the floor and waved his wand again. This time, a single gleaming needle appeared. He tried to pick it up, but it was tricky in the dark and on the uneven floor. Eventually, he caught it between his nails and held it up to the light. It shone silver, reflecting the beams that slipped through the cracks in the door. The eye of the needle was barely visible in the gloom, and he winced as he jerked his finger back. It was sharp and solid. He returned the needle to the floor and began to run through the earliest transfigurations he could remember. The needle transformed into a beetle, which then became a button. The button turned into a bone. Harry vanished it and pulled out another soldier. Switching to nonverbal transfiguration, he watched in childish delight as a teapot, a tortoise, a hare, and a hedgehog popped into existence by his crossed ankles. They looked a little sleepy. Perhaps he should work on his inanimate to animate transfigurations tomorrow. He practiced his switching, giggling as he swapped things all over the room. Finally, he turned another soldier into a transparent crystal goblet, featuring a wide yet delicate base adorned with fractal diamond facets, a tall, graceful stem, and a delicately frosted bowl that faded seamlessly into a clear, spotless rim. It looked like something he might find at Andromeda's house. Everything felt elegant, stylish, and expensive. Harry conjured a bluebell flame, watching it dance tranquilly within a clear goblet. With the independent light illuminating his surroundings, he began to zip through his simpler spells. First, he cast Muffliato to hide his actions from his family. A quick repro fixed the break in his glasses, and he shook off the tape with a sigh of relief. Next, he turned his attention to a half-melted plastic soldier he had found, mostly hidden under the stove. With a flick of his wand, the little soldiers danced back to their place on the shelf. Harry pursed his lips thoughtfully. He realized his tango charm could use some improvement and promised himself to work on it when he had the time. The cushioning charm helped him settle more comfortably on the floor, while Wingardium Leviosa gave him no trouble at all. Accio was so easy that he could perform it silently with just a twitch of his wand. He set to work recreating some of the protective enchantments he and Hermione had perfected during their camping trip. With newfound confidence, he started with a weak muggle-repelling charm, hoping it would grant him some privacy in his cupboard without driving the Dursleys out of their house. Next came Cave Inimicum. His wand flickered in the firelight. After what felt like an indeterminate amount of time, he leaned back, a little short of breath. He had tried more than enough spells to attract a ministry warning if it was going to happen, but he felt safe. His memories of spells were generally clear, and the theory came back to him as untainted as anything he could recall from his 17th year. His magic was willing but weak. Spells from his 1st to 4th years were easy, as were the well-practiced ones he had used regularly. However, his OWL and NEWT level spells tended to work only partially, falling apart quickly and becoming difficult to complete. All non-verbal spells, except for Accio and those for transfiguration, failed him. Harry realized that his magic was undisciplined, lacking the control needed for more intricate spells. His magic needed practice. He longed to try his Patronus, but there was no way prongs could fit in his cupboard. He would have to save that for later. Still, it was a better start than he had hoped for. He extinguished the bluebell flame, returned the goblet to its original state, and went to sleep. The next morning, Harry woke up feeling unsettled. His protective enchantments must have failed during the night, as he jolted awake when Aunt Petunia knocked on his door. It was a clear sign that his magic was weaker, even in the spells he could still manage. He shuffled around the kitchen, planning his week. Harry was eager to practice his defense, but he needed a place where he wouldn't be seen. He wanted to learn more to prepare for a confrontation with Voldemort, but he didn't have any funds for research yet. He desperately needed to strategize, but he had to wait for the pensive. As the family wandered in for breakfast, he glanced at Petunia from the corner of his eye. She had calmed down since yesterday. Her fear of the gossip surrounding his public display of magic seemed to have faded, if not completely vanished. She didn't seem to have heard anything about the taxi that picked him up, and she sent him no more apprehensive glances or distrustful looks than usual. It appeared she hadn't even suspected that Harry had received an invitation to Hogwarts, just like her sister once had. So determined was she to deny the existence of magic that it seemed the worst possibilities had simply never crossed her mind. Harry pondered how to break the news to her. The thought slowly dawned on him, as he found himself elbow-deep in soapy water, that his simple actions here had the potential to change years of their relationship. Huge shifts could occur depending on whether he intimidated the Dursleys like Hagrid had or delivered the news gently. Perhaps he didn't even need to tell them about Hogwarts at all. A few Confundus charms before he left for school, a couple of confusing potions every year in June and August. The changes in his life would be profound. Harry knew the risks involved. He wasn't well versed in mind magics, and the potential for mistakes loomed larger than he had initially thought. Every choice he made, or didn't make, could lead to chaos in his plans. He pondered whether events would unfold as he remembered. Would the Weasleys still win that trip to Egypt, which ultimately allowed Sirius to escape from Azkaban? Each decision had the power to ripple through time, creating an entirely unrecognizable world. He considered what might happen if he were polite to Malfoy on the train. His thoughts drifted back to the Dursleys. Without the letters, and without Hagrid's intervention, the chance of being relocated to Dudley's second bedroom was nearly non-existent. But then again, without Hedwig, why would he even need a window? He realized he couldn't let Vernon take his wand during the holidays. If that happened, the Weasleys would never come to rescue him by breaking the bars on his window. Ron would never learn to fly the Ford Anglia, the car would never escape into the Forbidden Forest, and they wouldn't be rescued from the Acromantula. Plus, his friends might not send him food over the summer. All of this could change because he stuffed a letter down his pants. The implications were staggering. If only he had Hermione's intellect. Reluctantly, Harry decided against trying to recreate his previous life. It might have been safer, but the chances of success were slim. With his luck, things would likely go wrong in spectacular fashion. Returning to the messy mind map he had sketched out in his cupboard, he chose a few key moments to focus on protecting and left the rest to fate. He would be sorted into Gryffindor, he would be friends with Ron and Hermione, as well as Neville and Luna. He would let Peter Pettigrew escape, save Sirius, and confront Voldemort at the end of the Triwizard Cup. Beyond that, he would face life as it came. It was possibly the most he could hope for. Harry felt the weight of reality pressing down on him. The cold practicality of his situation was disheartening, but focusing on his significant goals reminded him of something he had failed to find in Diagon Alley just the day before. He slipped into his cupboard, casting a charm to make it cozy and forgotten by his family. There, he settled into self-study the little he could remember about the magic of the mind. He wasn't feeling particularly optimistic. True, his strengths lay in learning magic that aided his survival. He excelled at flashy spells, large, active magic that produced immediate and obvious results. But an invisible discipline that worked solely within his mind? That was a different challenge altogether. He scratched his head, trying to shake off the doubt, and knuckled down to work. After 10 minutes, he emerged to scavenge for a pen and paper. Dudley would never notice them missing from his room. He crept up the steps, careful to locate his cousin sprawled in front of the television, as usual. This untraceable magic was convenient. With a flick of his wand, the stationery came flying toward him in mere seconds. There was no risk of anyone catching him rummaging through Dudley's room. Returning to his cupboard, he relished the privacy and security it offered. He lit his wand to a steady glow, lying on his stomach to recall all the instructions he could. A few hours later, he emerged just in time for a small lunch and a long list of chores. Unfortunately, his occlumency practice had not gone well at all. What did an empty mind even look like? How would he know when he found it? He had even swallowed his pride and revisited what little he remembered of Snape's most explicit advice, clear your mind. And, surprise, surprise, he had no luck whatsoever. His worries and regrets, Hedwig, Petunia, Mrs. Fig, Snape himself, the pensive, swirled relentlessly in his mind, making his stomach feel as heavy as a stone. He had managed to work himself into a frenzy of panic while sitting completely still and safe in his very own cupboard. There was so much to do in the cupboard. Harry wasn't exactly giving up, but he knew a change of pace would do him good. If only he had his broomstick. Instead, he trudged outside to the back garden shed and picked up Uncle Vernon's latest tool. It was time to pull his weight with the chores and aerate Petunia's lawn. The time passed without much success, and the highlight of Harry's day became the few hours he managed to sneak in with his wand after dinner. He slipped out of the house without the Dursleys catching him and warded a little alleyway to give himself some privacy. Expecto Patronum, he called as soon as the enchantments were in place. To his immense satisfaction, the huge, silvery form of Prongs appeared before him, radiating peace and love like warmth from the sun. Prongs, Harry whispered, feeling a wave of contentment wash over him as he gazed at the stag. Was it his imagination, or was Prongs more solid than he had expected? A little taller, a little brighter? Harry realized that the Patronus was a spell that drew on emotion. It didn't rely solely on technical ability or magical discipline. Here he was, having finally met his father's shade, as he walked toward his death in the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps it was a trick, maybe the stone was some kind of instrument that projected what he wanted to see. But Harry believed that the Peverell brother who had created the Hallow had truly managed to recall spirits from the afterlife. For the first time in his life, he had seen his father, watched him smile, and felt his love. Now, that love was embodied in Prongs. His life was chaotic, But Harry felt a little peace seep into his heart. Over the next few days, he continued his spell work, practicing school spells, exercising his discipline, and bonding with his wand. Although he racked his brains, reviewing past exams and trying to recall homework, even walking himself through his Triwizard preparation and Dumbledore's army lessons, he still felt uncertain. Harry realized he was missing huge chunks of spells from his repertoire, even as he learned to cast the rest more efficiently. The work felt less exhausting as he practiced. The transfigured goblet that once lasted him just 1 hour now held for 4. His muggle-repelling charms, which kept Petunia away from his cupboard, had to be taken down before he went to sleep. If he forgot, she would often neglect to wake him for breakfast. He learned that lesson the hard way, stirring and stretching just after 9 in the morning, only to realize that skipping breakfast meant he would go hungry. That was another issue he could address once he had full access to his Gringotts account. The darkness of his most recent memories pushed him back into the frustrating recollections of lessons with Snape, even though he was still stuck on the first step of occlumency. But he reminded himself firmly that he was at war every time he felt like giving up. He was alone and could trust no one, especially those skilled in legilimency who might try to invade his mind. Was anyone likely to attempt that in his first year? He couldn't be sure. There was that one time with Quirrell and the mirror when Voldemort seemed to know he was lying. Was that legilimency, or simply a product of a suspicious mind? The Dursleys were quite obvious in their relief that the floaty contentment he had experienced before his birthday had shattered. Petunia stopped twitching when he approached quietly from behind, and Vernon ceased staring at him from the corner of his eye. Meanwhile, Harry simmered in frustration, practiced his magic, and found himself unable to occlude anything at all. Chapter 5: Wrinkles in the Plan. The week dragged on, each day feeling like an eternity. Harry was pleased to notice that his magic was responding to him more strongly than before. The constant demands he placed on himself were helping his abilities grow. Despite his earnest attempts to master occlumency, a skill he had never taken seriously before, he found it embarrassingly slow to realize that when he tried to clear his mind and thought of nothing for minutes on end, he was essentially practicing meditation. Hermione had probably figured this out years ago, and Harry felt a bit foolish when the thought crossed his mind. Meditation, something Muggles did, too. He thought he might have a rough idea of where to start: cross your legs on the floor and say, The idea made him tentatively hopeful. He felt slightly silly doing it, but it felt like progress. Still, despite this breakthrough and his growing practical experience, his ability to clear his mind and think of nothing improved not at all. Harry knew this was old magic, not particularly popular, with no new, exciting developments in recent years. He held out hope that he could find more resources on the subject, but he was also pessimistic. Even Snape hadn't provided him with any written texts to aid his learning. Snape was the kind of teacher who would enjoy piling Harry high with instructions from ancient mountain hermits, only to demand that he complete everything in a week. Then, just for spite, he would have made Harry write a 6-foot essay on the topic. The fact that Snape hadn't done so implied there were no written resources available. Regardless, Harry promised himself he would dedicate an hour to practice before bed every day. It turned out that meditating on his bed only made him fall asleep faster. In just 2 days, he found himself shifting to a spot on the floor of his cupboard, where he sat cross-legged on the solid ground. His mind buzzed with busy thoughts, worries, tasks to complete, hopes, and plans. Then Harry would catch himself drifting away and quickly redirect his thoughts back on task. His initial enthusiasm settled into a grim, dogged determination. He had always been called stubborn, and this was something worthwhile that he simply could not afford to fail at. Yet, worry and frustration haunted him all week. He allowed himself to indulge in those feelings for a day or so, Hedwig of all things, but eventually, he knew he had to pull himself together. "Harry," he said to his reflection in a conjured mirror one day, "you're not 11 anymore. Snape would be impossible if he found you wallowing in pity like this. No one's dead yet, nothing's been ruined, but here you are, sitting around assuming you'll fail." He felt a bit ridiculous talking to himself. Ron would have been laughing his head off. Still, He felt slightly better. It was true, all the pain and fear he had struggled with were years into the future. All the guilt, all the deaths, were preventable. And assuming failure was practically guaranteeing that things would go wrong. If Padfoot could escape from Azkaban, even with the Dementors looming over him, another guilt, another worry he quickly pushed aside, then Harry could certainly self-study in his own room. He returned to his transfiguration practice, turning a mirror into a magpie, and pushed the emotions away. His magic continued to grow stronger, responding a little faster, and his wand work became a bit more precise. This was particularly helpful because, on the very morning his 7-day wait was over, Harry hid from the Dursleys' gaze, tied his handkerchief bandana across his forehead, crossed his fingers, and apparat all the way to Diagon Alley. It was risky to perform such magic over a long distance as an underage wizard, but Harry believed the calculated risk was worth it. His magic was already somewhat improved, and he would be arriving in a place bustling with witches and wizards who could recognize the symptoms if something went wrong. Plus, he had a whole year of illegal apparating practice behind him. Harry landed at the apparition point in Diagon Alley with a thud. He staggered slightly. The journey wasn't as smooth as it had been when he was 17. After patting himself down, he was relieved to find he hadn't left anything behind, not even his eyebrows. His first stop was obviously Gringotts. As he joined the early morning queue, he kept an eye out for familiar, smirking goblins and anyone else he might recognize. When he finally reached the front of the line, a disinterested goblin teller confirmed that his account was all in order and requested that he register his wand immediately. Harry rummaged through his moleskin pouch, which was safely nestled around his neck and under his shirt. Behind him, a tall witch in maroon robes muttered impatiently as he fumbled for his wand. He avoided making eye contact with anyone while he waited for another goblin to escort him to the carts. The swift trip down yielded Harry a considerable pile of galleons. He poured handful after handful of galleons and sickles into a special money pouch he had bought for the occasion. He was determined never to be short on coin again, especially with a lot of spending planned for the day. Finally feeling the featherweight charm reach its limit, he stopped and tucked the pouch back into the moleskin. His goblin escort grunted, and they returned to the surface with another jarring cart ride. At last, he had the time and circumstances to indulge in a long-anticipated extravagance. As he approached a familiar store, Stow & Packer's Magical Bags, located next to Twilfit and Tattings in the upscale, fashionable section of Diagon Alley, he felt a twinge of nervousness about his appearance. The well-dressed witches and wizards around him seemed particularly discerning, but to his mild surprise, he found that he barely stood out at all. As Harry stepped outside, he reflected on his experiences with the wizarding world. He realized that street urchins, beggars, and vagrants were common sights in the bustling streets. Perhaps they simply looked past him. This solo adventure, without any escort or security, seemed to shield him from recognition and the risk of being overwhelmed by fans. The bell tinkled softly as he entered the shop. It was quieter today than it had been the previous week, despite Harry having visited just a few hours earlier. He noticed only a couple of customers scattered about, and the friendly owner he had dealt with last time was nowhere in sight. Instead, a tall, skinny salesman dressed in brightly colored robes was busy assisting another client, leaving Harry free to explore the merchandise. Luggage of all sizes and colors was stacked on the floor and lined the walls of the shop. Neat rows of leather bags hung behind the counter. Harry remembered purchasing his money pouch here with ease, but he knew the rare collection of moleskins he was interested in was kept hidden away at the back, available only upon request. He turned his attention to the luggage display near the front, where handwritten signs described some of the products. He scanned the signs with hope. Standard School Trunk, 25 galleons. Ravenclaw Trunk, 35 galleons. Slytherin Trunk, 38 galleons. He paused to read the small print, curious about the price differences. Hagrid had organized everything for him last time, so what exactly was a standard school trunk missing? Revolving bookshelf now containing space for up to 30 books, proclaimed a little blue sign. Oh, Harry mouthed silently, realizing that made sense. He wondered if Hermione had bought one of those. They had never discussed such things. His gaze shifted to another sign, a green one that read, now containing 2 more charms for your security. That didn't surprise him either. He could hardly imagine Malfoy hiding all his illegal trinkets from his father in a standard trunk. Harry noticed that some trunks seemed easy for anyone to break into, but they weren't what he was looking for. He wandered over to a more upscale corner in search of inspiration. The selection was vast. To his left, behind a sturdy wooden fence, stood a single dark leather piece of luggage, marked by deep scuffs on the railing around it. As Harry leaned in closer, the luggage sprang to life, charging straight at him, its lid snapping shut just inches from his fingers. Startled, he quickly stepped back and moved on. To his right, he spotted a stack of sleeping trunks made from various woods, ranging from deep brown to light gold. One small trunk near the top caught his eye. It whistled softly as it slept, its tiny legs pedaling madly in the air. It reminded him of a dreaming puppy. There were trunks of all shapes and sizes, huge ones, small ones, trunks in every color imaginable. Some had legs, while others, well, all the trunks with wings seemed to be made from leather, dragon leather, he guessed. Curiously, he noticed a rope tied to a corner and followed it up to the ceiling, realizing it was likely connected to an invisible trunk floating somewhere above. Each trunk had its own unique enchantments. Just a week ago, he would have been thrilled to leave with a trunk that was charmed to be weightless and invisible. But after a week of planning, his priorities had shifted. His pensive needed to travel with him, secure and safe. It had to be in an enchanted magical extension, and he knew the price would be steep. Just then, he heard the tinkling of the doorbell as the sales assistant escorted another client out. The well-dressed young man approached Harry, perhaps hoping to hustle the 11-year-old. But Harry quickly cut him off. "Show me the high-end trunks, please. I'm in a hurry." The tall man, slender to the point of being skinny, struggled to project an air of confidence. The man was dressed in robes adorned with raucous colors that screamed the latest fashion trends. The dizzying stripes of green and pink, paired with a scraggly beard that seemed to be growing in all the wrong places, made him look as though he was trying too hard. He appeared to be in his early 20s, and Harry couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. Despite his somewhat desperate appearance, the man radiated enthusiasm for his job catering to the magical elite. Still, he regarded Harry with a hint of skepticism, taking in Harry's oversized muggle clothes and the questionable checkered handkerchief. Harry pulled his moleskin pouch from beneath his shirt and patted it reassuringly. The attendant remained doubtful but led Harry back toward the neatly arranged display of student luggage. Realizing he needed to be more direct, Harry said, "I'm looking for a dragonskin trunk, charmed to be weightless and disillusioned, highly secure, with extension charms on at least 2 generously sized compartments." He lifted his chin, adding, "One compartment will serve as my study while I travel, so it needs to be warded against any and all magic leakage for my security." He noticed the shop assistant's veiled reservations. "This will be a long-term investment and will be used well into my career," he continued, maintaining a serious demeanor. Confounding the trace had nothing to do with his interest in privacy. Was he laying it on too thick? He hesitated briefly but pressed on. "The study will also function as my library, and my eventual intention is to set up a permanent pensive to take with me. Is this possible with any of the stock you have on hand?" Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement as his confident demeanor seemed to baffle the snobby shop assistant. For a fleeting moment, the man's expression wavered comically before he straightened up, brushed off his hands, and adjusted his attitude with an air of obsequiousness. "I do apologize, sir. I thought you were looking for a high-quality standard trunk. If you would follow me into the back room, I have a few special options that might suit your needs. Items that I believe will be perfect for your needs," the assistant said, stepping through a door Harry hadn't noticed and into a bare antechamber. "First, I draw your attention to the Romanian Longhorn leather trunk on your left. This trunk is recommended for only the most distinguished wizards. Just look at the luscious shine of the green leather and the self-shining gold edging. 3 large compartments, perfect for entertaining, wouldn't you agree?" Harry shook his head. "Then how about this Swedish short-snout leather trunk? It features 5 moderately sized compartments ideal for storage and comes equipped with 8 spider legs that can follow you over any terrain, freeing your wand for other tasks." Not quite what you're looking for? Harry watched the man's sales pitch with fascination. The words flowed smoothly from his lips, but in his excitement, he seemed to have forgotten to breathe. His skin was slowly turning a mottled shade of puce. Then my best recommendation, good sir, he continued, building up to a convincing tempo, is this Ukrainian iron-belly leather masterpiece. It has only 3 compartments of moderate size, but it boasts the finest enchantments. Plus, for keys are magically bound to your person, allowing you to enter, secure, and enchant your luggage without needing active wand work. This magnificent craftsmanship enables you to perform magic inside the trunk. No risk to the enchantments whatsoever. The fantastically stable runework will keep your pensive safe for as long as you desire, charged by your connection to the keys. And as an added bonus, these keys allow you to tether, manage weight, and disillusion the trunk without actively using your wand. The invisible tether will follow you around without your attention. The metallic grey color and subtle copper finishing ensure you can travel the globe without drawing attention, perfect for the aspiring magizoologist or adventurer. The poor assistant paused, panting for breath as his face gradually returned to its normal color. Harry was impressed despite himself. Space-creating charm stable enough to work magic in? Pre-charm to allow. Disillusionment and weightlessness controlled by passive magic alone. It seemed perfect, Harry thought as he leaned closer to examine the trunk. Although it appeared more solid than a muggle trunk, in the magical world, it wouldn't stand out. Would you show me the inside? He asked. The earnest shop assistant took a deep breath and tilted the lock as far left as it would go. Harry's eyebrows rose in surprise. The multiple compartments are accessed by adjusting the tilt of the lock, the assistant explained. In conjunction with the correct key. This added complexity is necessary to maintain the stability of the enchantments while ensuring security. If you would follow me, sir. With a professional smile, the assistant opened the lid and stepped down into the first compartment. Harry followed closely behind. They emerged from the trunk about 10 minutes later, and Harry cut the sales pitch short, concerned for the poor man's lung capacity. He was satisfied with the trunk, but still, it seemed less attention-grabbing than Professor Moody's from 4th year and probably a bit less secure. I don't suppose it can be shrunk, he asked hopefully. No space-enhanced objects can be successfully reduced, sir, the assistant replied firmly. As I'm sure a man of your resources already knows. Anyone who tells you otherwise is a charlatan and a fraud, sir. Stowe and Packers is a reputable establishment. Sorry, Harry apologized. I thought it was worth double-checking. I don't suppose you have anything made from basilisk skin. The shocked look on the shop assistant's face, along with his sudden loss of words, quickly answered that question. Harry nodded sharply. Then I'll take this one, please. Work me into the wards now, and I'll use it immediately. Harry handed over an extravagant amount of money, his hand steady and unshaken. In just 2 shops that week, he had already spent more than he had anticipated. Harry had spent more money than he ever had in his entire previous timeline, and he wasn't done yet. But it was all for a good cause. With the help of the pensive and this trunk, he estimated that his chances of defeating Voldemort had increased significantly. Imbuing his magic into the set of keys, Harry experimented with tethering and hiding his trunk before restoring its visibility and lightening it enough to float. Satisfied with his arrangements, he left the store, his pouch secure around his neck and his new metallic grey luggage bobbing along behind him. He made a quick stop at the L post office to collect a few items he had previously asked them to hold. His Hogwarts Express ticket had arrived safely, and he tucked it into his moleskin pouch for safekeeping and easy access. A week's worth of daily profits had also been held for him, which he popped into his trunk for reading at home. Professor McGonagall had sent him a receipt for his acceptance into Hogwarts, along with an introductory pamphlet for Muggle-born students. That was a surprise. Harry figured it had something to do with Hagrid not picking him up. Changes in the timeline, indeed. He glanced through the pamphlet immediately. If only he had received something like this before, how much less intimidating his new life would have been. He was fascinated by the official explanation of the wizarding world. The The slender pamphlet was printed on creamy paper, with the logo of the Ministry of Magic stamped prominently in the top right corner. A wizarding photograph of a cheerful group of people dressed in Muggle clothes from the 1960s waved at him from the front page. Smaller text beneath the picture described its contents. "Welcome to your new magical life. Minister Fudge and his Ministry of Magic welcome our new members to Magical Society. The life you thought you knew will be revolutionized by the magical possibilities now open to you. For an explanation of magical Britain, turn to pages 2 and 3 for an introduction to the ministry and its protective measures. For a brief history of Hogwarts and what it has to offer, check out pages 6 to 9. You'll find an explanation and a map of Diagon Alley on pages 10 to 13. To learn how to safely interact with non-humans, turn to page 14. For exchange rates, see page 15. If you need more details about Gringotts, refer to the map on page 10. For further reading, consider Wizardry Through the World by Bartemius Babbling, available at Flourish and Blots. It appears to have been published by the same team that designed The Daily Prophet. The pamphlet was brief and had a simplistic tone. The maps, histories, and guidelines made the challenges that Muggleborns face seem straightforward and easily surmountable. Harry thought this optimistic approach was understandable, given its purpose of welcoming new Muggleborns into the wizarding community. However, as he flipped through the pages, a darker undertone caught his attention. While nothing specific was mentioned, the wording hinted at troubling issues regarding goblins and centaurs, downplaying their significance. As his eyes skimmed the pages quickly, Harry felt a mix of emotions. He realized that even this amount of information would have been incredibly helpful during his first few weeks at Hogwarts the first time around. He made a mental note to delve deeper into the structure of the society when he had some free time, and to purchase that book. With a decisive snap, Harry closed the pamphlet and tucked it into the pocket of his shirt. It was time to refocus on his plan, which meant indulging in a bit more shopping. As he browsed through Flourish and Blots, he was filled with a single-minded determination that would have impressed Hermione if she had been there to see him. He quickly secured the textbooks from his first-year reading list. The special Hogwarts section of the shop was organized by subject, making it easy to find what he needed. He lingered by the Defense Against the Dark Arts shelf, selecting one book for each school year. He was particularly intrigued by the 7th-year text. Harry knew that his previous schooling experience had left him with gaps in basic knowledge, so solid textbooks would be invaluable in filling those voids. He realized he wouldn't have another chance to purchase these specific books. Each Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher selected their own set texts, and he would face the same situation again in 3rd year. As he browsed, he sought out supplementary titles for various subjects. He remembered spotting the delights and dangers of potions and poisons a week earlier, and it seemed like it could guide him toward helpful concoctions while also alerting him to potential dangers. He also came across a thick, dark brown tome titled Slicing and Stirring, Proper Procedures in Potion Preparation by Oisin Onions. It looked like it could save him from some heat in class, so he added it to his pile, right on top of Preparing Potions, 1001 Tricks and Techniques for the Trainee, which he had noted previously. While it might not have seemed significant in the grand scheme of things, Harry was determined to avoid inciting Snape's wrath if he could help it. He discovered several basic texts but ultimately decided against them, knowing they would soon be available for free at the Hogwarts library. He pored over the practical spell workbooks and chose a handful that focused on either the fundamentals he had neglected to learn or more advanced topics. He didn't want anyone looking into his library history and discovering what he was reading. Among his finds was a medium-sized volume titled Wizardry Through the World, written in moderately accessible language. It provided a brief overview of magical cultures worldwide. Although the emphasis was on Britain, Harry realized that even a quick glance through the book would give him more insight into wizarding culture than he had gained over 7 years of school. He added it to his growing stack. Despite his efforts, he still hadn't found anything on occlumency. During the week he spent contemplating and planning, Harry had dreamed about how he would spend his money. He knew Hermione would focus on the theories, while Harry wanted to understand the histories of the world, how everything developed, why it happened the way it did, and what he could do to change certain outcomes. But he didn't operate like that. His theory was sound, perhaps basic, and he knew he could improve it, but he was more of a practical person. No matter how hard he tried, Voldemort had over 60 years of experience on him. There was no way Harry could catch up on all those decades spent learning the esoteric secrets of the dark arts. What Harry was focused on were the skills necessary for one specific plan, to destroy 6 Horcruxes in secret and then eliminate the dark wizard who created them. He hoped that would be enough. In truth, he had done much of it before, it was just his dueling skills that needed improvement. He staggered to the counter, barely making it before his armload of books spilled sideways. With a quick motion, he tossed everything into his handy new trunk and moved on to the next shop. As Harry entered Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, he remained watchful, recalling his earlier encounter with a certain blonde pureblood. The shop was bustling, but the only other customer he recognized was an older boy being fitted for 70-year robes, so Harry kept a low profile. Standing on the second stool, he was quickly measured for his school robes, along with a few extra essential wizarding items he intended to need. "Hogwarts for you?" Madame Malkin's assistant asked as Harry stepped onto the platform. "We've been quite busy with school fittings all week," she continued. Harry replied, his plans shifting in his mind. "I'll take the full set of school items, plus a few extras for homeware." He wanted his purchases to complete his wardrobe and help him blend into wizarding society. "I'll wear a set of robes out, if you don't mind," Harry added. The shop assistant, with 6 pins firmly held in her mouth, met Harry's gaze. She nodded in agreement. Harry recognized with a silent sigh that he was once again being judged for his admittedly embarrassing appearance. Harry glanced down at his clothes. The hand-me-down look, the ill-fitting size, and the trousers held up with a piece of rope were definitely not doing him any favors. A short time later, he stepped out of the shop, his school supplies and new clothes carefully stowed in the second compartment of his trunk. A new midnight blue robe draped perfectly around his shoulders, and he had even planned ahead by wearing an open-necked cloak that featured a deep hood. Seizing a moment when the shop assistant was distracted, he quickly removed the ridiculous handkerchief and pulled the hood low over his face. Now, he felt he could walk through Diagon Alley without drawing a second glance. He couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated with himself. Most wizards manage to wear tidy clothes that actually fit throughout their lives. Just because he hadn't before didn't mean he shouldn't have thought of it sooner. Apparently, he had been too caught up in his frustration with the week to notice. If Hermione had been with him, well, she had never commented on his wardrobe before. Had she never realized how unhappy he was outside of Hogwarts? She fought for house elf rights, surely she would have fought for his too if she'd known. He shook his head, trying to refocus. If she had known his situation and had been there, he was certain she would have devised a plan to help him blend in before even stepping into the wizarding world. But she wasn't here. Harry swallowed hard. This time, he would have to think for himself. He made a mental note to consider the bigger picture in the future rather than being blinded by his quest to defeat Voldemort. It seemed his goal would require more cunning and planning than he had anticipated. He stopped by Obscurus Books, where he found 6 more books to add to his trunk, still nothing on occlumency. Then, he headed to the apothecary, where he may have spent a bit too much money. But after all, Harry thought as he handed over yet another hefty handful of gold. It wasn't like he was still melting his cauldrons these days. He wasn't even sure if he would need to brew potions that required bronze, copper, or pewter. His gaze lingered on a solid gold cauldron, which would definitely be essential if he ever wanted to make Felix Felicis. But that was far off in the future. "Oh," Harry said, turning back as he began packing his purchases into his trunk. "Please throw in a bezer too." He had no interest in seeing Ron, who was hopelessly lost in a daydream of infatuation. He added the clump of matted matter to the top of his first-year potion supplies and reached for his gold once more. The day was starting to feel long and exhausting, but he made sure to visit each second-hand bookstore for a few more meager purchases. True, the books were older and pre-loved, but he didn't think they had the rarity he was hoping for. In particular, he found nothing on occlumency or legilimency. A thought struck him, and Harry sighed. after a moment of organizing himself, drawing his hooded cloak closed and securing it firmly around his shoulders, pulling the hood low over his face, and ensuring his trunk was properly disillusioned, he wearily turned and trudged down the cobbled street. He paused a few doors down, drew his wand from his pouch, and tucked it up his sleeve. He pulled his hood forward and secured it with a temporary sticking charm, then double-checked that his trunk remained invisible and made sure he didn't look like an easy target for robbery. With that, Harry walked confidently yet cautiously into Nocturne Alley. The alley was bright, as it was midday, but several street peddlers leered at him, sending cold prickles down his spine. Harry started slightly. After his success in Diagon Alley, he had almost forgotten how small he now appeared. He paused, his steps faltering for a moment. Harry hesitated for a moment, then raised his chin and stepped boldly into the narrow street. A shiver ran down his spine as he took in the state of some of the people moving up and down the poorly paved road. He longed to keep his distance, but forced himself to carry on. The knuckles of the hand gripping his wand turned white with the pressure. He avoided meeting anyone's gaze, yet remained acutely aware of the other pedestrians around him. Suddenly, he heard a quick patter of feet behind him. Harry spun around just in time to catch a glimpse of a street thug. In a flash, he pulled his wand from his sleeve. The hot, rancid breath of the attacker was uncomfortably close to his face. Reacting instinctively, Harry ducked, and his wand lit up with a bright flash. He heard someone grunt in surprise, and then, with a slow realization of how narrowly he had escaped, he watched the larger man crumple to the ground. With a flick of his wand, he muttered an incarcerate spell over the unconscious body, just to be safe. Finally, he stepped back, breathing a little harder. The thug lay motionless at his feet, and a knife clattered to the ground beside him. Harry grimaced at the sight. Still holding his wand aloft, he scanned the rest of the alley. No more attackers were in sight. He backed away cautiously for a few steps, then slowly lowered his arm and turned to leave, leaving the unconscious man behind him on the street. The many watchful eyes that had been observing him suddenly retreated, and the hidden onlookers chose to leave him alone after that. Harry breathed a silent sigh of relief as he stepped firmly into Borgin and Burke's. The surly storekeeper grunted at him as he entered, remaining behind the counter. Harry quickly browsed the shop, collecting a number of promising-looking books and scrolls. To his eternal dismay, there was nothing on occlumency, but perhaps he might find some hints within the texts. Feeling optimistic simply because he had no other options, Harry continued his careful search and soon spotted a vanishing cabinet tucked away in a dark corner. It immediately caught his attention. He approached the shopkeeper, dumping the books on the counter. "These. And throw in the cabinet in the back corner as well," he rasped. He desperately hoped his youthful voice wouldn't ruin his chances. Mr. Borgin, the shopkeeper, croaked in response, 10 galleons for this lot. The cabinet will be 20 more. Harry pursed his lips. That cabinet has been sitting here unwanted for years, he countered. Look at the dust, it's never been touched. 10 for the books and 10 for the cabinet. "Ha," Mr. Borgin replied, "they save lives, they do. It's worth more than that. But it's broken, isn't it? You've lost its pair. 15, maximum, and no further questions asked." Harry found himself mimicking the man's speech patterns, hoping he hadn't caused any offense. There was a pause, and Harry's worry grew, but then Mr. Borgin spat on his hand and extended it toward Harry. "Done." Harry stared at the sticky hand for a moment longer than he should have, noticing the man's eyes curiously peering beneath Harry's hood. Shaking off his daze, Harry cautiously spat on his own hand and reached out for a quick handshake. Afterward, he counted out a pile of 25 galleons, which Borgin recounted with a suspicious glare. As the shopkeeper scuttled over to retrieve the vanishing cabinet, Harry busied himself with his trunk, dumping the books into the second compartment and casting a silent scourgify on his wand hand. It took more coordination than he expected to point his wand with his left hand. After all, who knew where the other man's hand had been? Together, they maneuvered the old cabinet into the third compartment of Harry's trunk, and he left the grimy street behind him with a sense of relief. Harry made a quick stop at Wiseacres to discuss his pensive and collect a few other intriguing curiosities, which held him up for another half hour. His feet ached. If he didn't need the pensive so badly, but that was beside the point. The shopkeeper had good news from his French contact and had clearly organized the various options for Harry to choose from. How large should it be? Harry wondered. How many memories could a small one hold? And what advantages does a larger pensive offer, aside from capacity? How would it get safely to London? And how long would it take to make? The shopkeeper patiently answered all his questions. A medium-sized pensive still seemed large in Harry's eyes. It could hold practically limitless memories, but it was less impressive than the bulkier options. There was some complicated arithmetic involved that changed the necessary runework depending on the size and depth of the bowl, meaning both really big and really small options ended up being quite expensive. Harry was relieved to choose the medium-cost, medium-size option. It will be brought to England by international flu transport, and the courier costs are included in the price, the shopkeeper informed him. And be pleased to know that your request has piqued the interest of the Master Enchanter, who is happy to move your order up the wait list. Harry's pensive would be delivered in 18 months. What? He exclaimed. I know. The shopkeeper nodded enthusiastically. I was surprised too. Anything less than 3 years is particularly good from this workshop. And it's being crafted by the Master Enchanter himself. This has turned into a very providential purchase for you, good sir. You couldn't get anything better for your galleons if you tried. Harry couldn't help but frown. Would it be possible to get it sooner if I paid extra? Or maybe if I was willing to have it made by someone else in the workshop? The shopkeeper raised his eyebrows. Now, why would you want to do a thing like that? He continued, cutting off Harry's reply before he could respond. But never mind, I already said this is very providential for you. Pensives are a masterwork, you know. Apprentices and journeymen don't stand a chance at creating something as delicate as this, the shopkeeper said. Most masters have waiting lists of over 3 years. You're quite lucky this project caught the master's eye. Enchanting, he leaned over the counter, gazing intently into Harry's eyes, is a rare and highly sought-after skill, you see. Oh, Harry murmured, barely aware he had spoken. The man leaned back up and continued, in my line of work, I'm proud to say I've had dealings with a few enchanters in the past. British, of course, but never a master before, I can honestly tell you that. Money is no object for folks like them. Anyone wants to rub elbows with them. Aren't you the lucky one for catching his interest, eh? Of course, Harry replied disconsolately. Lucky indeed. The shopkeeper began tidying up the counter they had been leaning over. Well, I'll send your order off straight away, young sir. With what you've already paid, I only need another 100 galleons for now, and you can pay the remainder when you come to pick it up. Harry nodded blankly, his mind still trying to process this new information. So much for being ready for whatever was coming his way. His luck strikes again. His fingers began stacking more piles of galleons on the countertop before his brain caught up with them. So, you'll owl me when the pensive is ready, then, he asked. Of course, the man confirmed. All I need is your name, and I'll make a note of it now. Harry grimaced. That might be a problem. Due to certain circumstances beyond my control, he thought about living in a cupboard for a few months every year. I will probably be unavailable to receive owls directly. He didn't feel the need to explain to this stranger how he lived in a cupboard under the stairs, but Hogwarts should be fine. I will have a contract at the owl post office, so you can contact me indirectly through them. Very good, sir, the man nodded. And your name? Harry grimaced. Mr. Potter should do. The shopkeeper looked up sharply. Any relation to, you know? Harry forced a grin. Harry Potter? Nope, nothing to do with me, sorry. Although I get asked that a lot. I never heard he had any relatives left. Ah, well. True that. But it was worth a try. The older man finished scribbling the note, and the two sorted out the last of the details. I'll be seeing you in the new year then, Mr. Potter. Feeling more than a little lost, Harry left the shop. He pulled himself together as he walked, finally feeling normal again as he reached the apparition point in Diagon Alley. Carefully, he collected his luggage, gripping it firmly in his left hand, and apparated directly back into his cupboard. Harry spent the next few hours inside his trunk, happily organizing his new purchases. He was thrilled to arrange his new library in the second compartment, where his large stone pensive would eventually take pride of place at the center of the space. A new desk and chair from Wiseacres were set up along one wall, and a bookshelf, half full of his new acquisitions, stood against another. Having arranged everything to his liking, Harry felt absurdly pleased with his little study. He placed his clothes neatly in the first compartment, having also bought some shelves for his items to rest on. After some thought, he left the vanishing cabinet alone in the third compartment. He would have to remember to keep an eye out for that older student who got stuck between cabinets in a later year. His pensive would help remind him when that happened. It probably wasn't urgent. For now, he decided to cast a number of defensive spells around it. He would need to sort that out as soon as he could. After all, it would be horrible to accidentally cause harm to a poor student relying on his luck. Harry scribbled himself a note and Harry carefully affixed the charm to the desk, ensuring that no one could use it to access his belongings. Finally, he stepped out of the luggage and back into the cramped quarters of his familiar cupboard. Thanks to the undetectable extension charm on his trunk, each compartment felt larger than his own space. He stood hunched beneath the low ceiling, surveying the area in front of his luggage with a critical eye. With a few more waves of his wand and a twist of a key, the entire contents of the cupboard, knickknacks, collectibles, old memories, and hidden treasures, rose from their places and began to enter the first compartment. The only item left behind was his lumpy old mattress, sitting forlornly on the floor. Harry stepped into the compartment himself and set about creating a comfortable bedroom. His new bed, another purchase from Wiseacres, took pride of place in the center of the room. Next, he filled the shelves with his little treasures. Dudley's old toys, the little soldiers, and a toy robot with one arm were carefully arranged on one shelf, neat and tidy. The few books he had scrounged and hidden throughout his childhood were stacked neatly on the next. A picture he had once drawn at school and smuggled home was stuck to the wall, adding a personal touch to the space. When he finished, he realized there was still plenty of room for new things. With his new living quarters set up, Harry opened his books and began his study. He wanted to cast a few permanent wards on the cupboard to ensure his privacy. In a book from Borgin and Burke's, he spotted a charm against underage magic tracing, though he was uncertain how effective it might ultimately be. It had been a long day, an expensive day, and as Harry rested his face on his desk, he felt his eyelids growing heavy. He had accomplished a lot today, and it was definitely time for a break. Chapter 6: Negotiations. The weeks passed with delightful ease. Harry spent most of his days tucked away in his cupboard, or more specifically, in the magically enhanced trunk inside his cupboard. He only emerged to do his chores and interact with the Dursleys during meal times. He started small, studying his books for about an hour each night before bed. It was harder than he had anticipated to stay focused at his age, and that fact only added to his frustration. He couldn't help but think that Hermione would be disappointed in him if she could see how much he struggled with studying. His life, and the lives of countless others, were on the line, yet he found himself preferring to work on the spell work he already knew. At first, his desk felt strange. He couldn't complain about the height, and he quickly adjusted to the gentle angle that tilted the surface towards him. However, the dim light in the compartment made him drowsy. The air felt too quiet and still, and with so much to accomplish, his mind refused to settle. He recalled the heart-stopping moment when Sirius had fallen through the veil. He knew he needed to study harder to prevent that from happening again. In frustration, Harry ran his hands through his hair and refocused on the potions textbook in front of him. As the days went by, he developed a system. He would wake early and complete his chores while the Dursleys were preoccupied. Then, he would settle down in his cupboard for a solid 3 hours of spell work. Afterward, he would pop out for lunch and take a short walk outside, ensuring the neighbors saw him, before returning for another 3 hours of studying. He planned to increase his study time as soon as he felt he had a better handle on his concentration. He truly tried. His eyes raced over the words, but before he realized it, he had to stop reading, go back 3 pages, and read the same text again, slowly. In fact, he discovered that reading aloud worked best, as it helped him guarantee his understanding. Harry was processing what he read, taking extensive notes, a method he had devised on his own. He had decided to adopt Hermione's approach when he wasn't quite sure what to do. Hermione, with her remarkable memory, wouldn't have needed to take notes at all. Even Ron had a decent memory when he put his mind to it. But Harry wanted to learn the contents of his library without relying on their advantages. So, he found that capturing his thoughts and understanding on parchment was his preferred coping mechanism. Initially, his notes were scattered across various loose pieces of parchment, but he quickly realized the importance of organization. He developed a system where all his notes were categorized by subject matter, charms, potions, transfiguration, and so on. Within each subject, he arranged the notes chronologically by book. Inspired by Hermione, he even implemented a color-coded system. Practical spells were written in green ink in the margins, various applications of spells in purple, and cross-curricular notes in deep crimson. This way, they stood out clearly against the mundane black theory that dominated his pages. With inkwells and half-read books cluttering his desk, he felt like a Ravenclaw. The good news was that his handwriting was gradually improving, something his professors would undoubtedly appreciate. When the weight of planning, studying, and meditating became overwhelming, Harry took a break by visiting Diagon Alley in his new, anonymous robes. He unabashedly savored the meals he purchased for himself during these outings. With each trip, he felt a thrill of success as he noticed his magic growing stronger, fueled by a better diet, clear goals, mental focus, and a good mood. As his health improved, so did the development of his plans. One Saturday morning, Harry woke up feeling distracted. After eating, he tackled his chores, studied diligently, and occasionally interrupted himself to step outside, where he voluntarily scrubbed the house's exterior, erasing mildew and dirt. It took hours, but eventually, he overcame his strange mood, and Aunt Petunia's home sparkled as if it had been water-blasted clean. The neighbors at number 6 would surely be envious of the flawless finish. Having completed the task to his satisfaction, Harry returned to his cupboard to study. However, he quickly gave up when the odd feeling returned full force as soon as he picked up his quill. He snorted in frustration, the focus he needed simply wasn't there. After a few minutes, he wandered back outside, deciding to tend to the garden. This time, he used his hands to pull weeds and tidy up. The job was nearly done before it even started, as his gardening from the previous day had been sufficient. Yet, the physical activity couldn't settle his restless mind. Finally, he stood in the back garden, dusting off his hands. With a sigh, he gazed wearily at the morning sun, reached for his wand from the moleskin pouch he wore around his neck, and muttered something under his breath. With a barely audible, "Bloody hell," Harry suddenly vanished from sight. He reappeared in a dilapidated graveyard just outside a small village called Little Hangleton. He stumbled upon arrival, teetering into a pretentious marble mausoleum before steadying himself and taking in his surroundings. Despite his bleak memories of the place, the graveyard felt far less intimidating in the daylight. A few light grey clouds drifted across the sky, casting a gentle light over the area. The cheerful chirping of small birds echoed through the overgrown cemetery, and a fresh, damp breeze danced playfully between the headstones. Once he oriented himself to the larger area, Harry spotted the distant Riddle Manor and promptly set off toward it. Harry arrived at the outskirts of the village after a series of short-distance apparitions. Once there, it was easy to get directions to the infamous Gaunt Shack, and within half an hour, he found himself standing outside the dilapidated house. He gazed thoughtfully at the structure before him. It appeared even older and more run-down than he remembered from his surprisingly vivid recollections of Dumbledore's pensive. The walls of the old house had transformed, they were no longer just mossy but seemed to be more moss than wall. The nettle bushes growing beneath the windows loomed larger and more menacing than he recalled. A massive old tree had collapsed onto a neighboring one, and while this should have allowed a bit more light to filter through, it instead deepened the sense of death and decay that clung to the place. It felt eerie. Somewhere inside lay a historically significant ring, cursed and housing a tormented fragment of a soul, along with the one and only resurrection stone. Harry focused on the task at hand, trying to ignore his rapid breathing and racing heartbeat. This was a chance to alter the timeline, retrieve the ring and save Dumbledore's life. And Snape's tortured promise, he mused absently. Yet the challenge ahead felt daunting. Despite his return to the past, his enhanced knowledge, and his fervent studies, he had no idea how to approach the task. He couldn't even begin to fathom the kind of protections Tom Riddle might have placed around the Horcrux. Initially, Harry had intended to postpone this challenge until he felt more confident in his magical abilities. But it seemed the weight of this matter would continue to burden him until he found a resolution. His top priority was his frantic studying, and despite his efforts to push aside his emotions, he realized he couldn't focus until this distraction was dealt with. He carefully circled the perimeter of the property, developing and discarding several unlikely plans. Hours passed, and the sun had moved well past its zenith, casting long shadows over the ground. Harry's concentration had dissolved into a heavy fog of frustration by the time he finally decided to call it a day and apparat back to his cupboard. The following day, he returned to the Gaunt Shack, armed with extensive notes on everything he remembered about the place. He quickly realized that Dumbledore hadn't shared much with him. After flipping through a range of hastily acquired books, conducting some amateur research, and finally getting some rest, Harry knew he had to come back and try again. Unfortunately, the weight of the task continued to bear down on him. By the time he arrived in front of the Gaunt Shack once more, he was already in a simmering bad mood. A steady grey drizzle and the steel-colored clouds stretching from horizon to horizon did nothing to improve his temper. He returned each morning for the next 3 days, and on Wednesday, he settled himself beneath a nearby tree, crossing his legs on the ground just inside the property's boundary wards. With a quick flick of his wand, he erected a large blue umbrella, anchoring it to the ground with a well-placed sticking charm. Letting out a deep sigh, Harry tried to approach the problem with a clear mind. The ring was cursed to touch, but the stone setting was not. Unlike Voldemort's other Horcruxes, which were protected by multiple deadly traps and curses, this one had been the cause of Dumbledore's death. Whether it was due to compulsion magic or sheer bad luck, Harry couldn't be certain. He felt a surge of impatience, but determination fueled by memories of Dumbledore's death pushed him to refocus on the problem again and again. He worked to push away the frustration and distractions. What advantages did he have over Dumbledore? Well, he had been on more Horcrux hunts, Harry finally admitted to himself. And what did he know about Voldemort's protections? What had Hermione once said about Creature? Voldemort would have considered the ways of house elves far beneath his notice. It would never have occurred to him that they might possess magic he didn't. Finally, it struck him that Voldemort's protections were formidable and deadly for adult wizards and witches. The cave had been a perfect example of that. The elves were aware of the Room of Requirement as well. Surely, only Dumbledore could have confronted the ring's defenses head-on and emerged victorious. Harry knew he couldn't risk an elf in this situation. He might not be as clever as Hermione, but he was convinced there had to be a way to make this knowledge work for him. Eventually, an idea began to form in Harry's mind, one that seemed slightly better than the others he had considered. He approached it with skepticism, but ultimately found it feasible. With a determined flick of his wand, he whispered, "Serpent Sorcia," and watched as a medium-sized black snake emerged from the tip of his wand. For a moment, he and the snake regarded each other warily. Then, Harry broke the silence. "Hi." "Hello," he said, furrowing his brow in concentration. Testing. Can you hear me?" The snake lifted its body, fixing him with its unblinking, reptilian gaze. Harry continued, interpreting the creature's silence as a yes. "I was hoping you could do me a favor." The snake held his gaze, unfazed. After a brief pause, it hissed, "What?" "My time is precious." Harry quickly instructed the snake to search beneath the shack for a ring of power hidden behind magical protections. That seems dull, the snake replied, sounding unimpressed. I'd rather not. Panic surged through Harry, and he cast a confundus charm at the creature. The snake reared up, then floated silently in the air, regarding him with patient eyes. Harry repeated his instructions, but the snake merely remained still. Fumbling for a moment, Harry finally reached into his moleskin pouch and pulled out his Gringotts bag, filled with coins. He emptied its contents onto the wet grass, then duplicated the empty bag and handed the copy to the snake. Find a way into the house, and then look for her. Put the box inside the bag, and then return it all to me, Harry ordered. He watched with satisfaction as the snake grasped the bag in its mouth and slithered off toward the shack. He wanted to feel confident in his newfound servant, but the flimsy nature of his plan suddenly punctured that confidence. He stood quietly while the snake moved away, forcing his anxious thoughts from his mind. He hoped the charm would last. He had never tried it on snakes before. He idly wondered how Voldemort made them obey him. The imperious curse, probably. But he wasn't desperate enough to resort to that yet. There was something he vaguely remembered the fake Moody saying about the unforgivable curses, but he couldn't quite recall the details and decided to come back to it later. He watched as the snake reached the building and approached the front door, and then collapsed. It took Harry a moment of horrified frustration to realize that, of course, the front door was cursed. He quickly conjured a second snake. Impatiently recasting the confundus charm, he gave it more flexible instructions and watched as it slithered up to the lifeless body of its predecessor, collected the bag, and turned back from the front door. He observed curiously as it peered up at the two front windows, then slowly began to make its way up to the roof, where missing tiles left gaping holes in the building's defenses. Finally, the snake reached the roof and disappeared into the room below. While he waited, Harry busied himself by putting his coins back inside the original Gringotts bag and stuffing it back into his pouch. The task took longer than he expected. The pile of money, looking so innocuous on the ground, couldn't just be poured back into the pouch with his hands. Harry wasted many minutes trying to levitate the gold off the ground. It was incredibly frustrating that his spells seemed to be failing him. Finally, he recalled Hermione mentioning something about the Goblin Uprising had been triggered by the Accio charm, leading Harry to believe that the coins had become unspellable since their creation. He spent nearly an hour manually stuffing the coins through the narrow neck of his pouch. Afterward, he spent a few minutes chasing down stray coins that had escaped before finally settling back in satisfaction. Despite keeping himself busy for so long, his wait continued, and Harry's faith in the snake he had conjured began to wane further. He sent out a third snake to search for information or perhaps offer assistance, followed by a fourth as time dragged on. 5 full hours passed before Harry reluctantly accepted that his plan had failed. Perhaps there were wards inside the hut that banished conjured objects or trapped them. Maybe the snakes had all perished. He couldn't even be sure his conjured snakes would last that long naturally. He had thought a few hours would suffice and hadn't considered strengthening his spell. It seemed too convenient for a Horcrux to be easy to retrieve, which was a logical thought but not a comforting one. He felt like he was at the start of his plan, and it ominously hinted at future failures. Shaking his head vigorously, Harry tried to dispel the negative thoughts. While he wasn't thrilled that his plan had faltered, he was certain that an idea was lurking somewhere in his mind. All he needed was time. Plus, a bit more study wouldn't hurt. He returned home to work on his transfiguration. Perhaps he could discover a charm that would mimic Mad Eye's eye, enabling him to see through the walls and uncover what was happening. As September approached quickly, Harry found himself increasingly anxious about the inevitable conversation with his aunt or uncle. Late one Monday morning, he approached Aunt Petunia by the front door. "Aunt Petunia," he began tentatively. She looked up from her obsessive dusting, scowling. "What?" She sniffed. Harry could tell from the expression on her face that she had considered him practically invisible over the past month, and she thought her streak of good luck was about to end. "I received a letter just now." Harry conveniently bent the truth. "It looks like something that will work out for both of us." He noticed Petunia scowling as she scrutinized his hands. He was indeed holding a letter, forged specifically for this moment, and Petunia would have no idea how he had come by it. Reluctantly, his aunt lowered her duster. "What? Give it here. How did you get that?" Harry held the letter out just in time for it to be snatched from him by his suspicious aunt. He watched with bated breath as Petunia scanned the contents. "It seems that my mum and dad, them," he faltered as Petunia twitched in irritation. Harry suppressed a sigh. Pretending to be a nervous 11-year-old was getting a bit tiresome. "Ah. I was pre-registered at their old school when I was little. It's a boarding school, so I'll be away the whole year, except for about a month at the end of each school year. I thought you'd be pleased." He could see that the idea of her little troublemaker moving out appealed to Petunia greatly. Yet, that thought battled with her belief that he needed strict supervision and discipline to rid himself of his so-called freakishness. The conflict was evident on her face. "But," Harry continued, "the school fees are all covered and completely non-refundable. I was thinking you could get a refund from Stonewall High if you ask before the school year starts." Petunia twitched again as the concept of free money registered in her mind. He knew it irritated her that the Dursleys always had to spend their hard-earned money on their unwanted nephew. To them, it was practically a crime that money meant for their precious Dudley was being wasted on him. Carefully, she removed the rubber gloves from her hands and placed them beside her bucket of water. "Let me think." Harry sweetened the deal. "I know I won't fit in there. I don't have any of the stuff that the other kids will." He licked his lips, ready to seal the deal. The other student supplies were on a completely different scale compared to his own expensive, recently purchased materials. But they said they would meet me at King's Cross Station and take me straight there. "I think you would need to meet up with them and explain why I can't go personally, if you'd prefer that I stay with you," Harry suggested. Petunia fell silent, her skinny neck wobbling as she narrowed her eyes. Harry sensed he was just one final push away from success. Then Petunia spoke. "Your parents' school. It will be full of people." Harry quickly cut her off. "I'm sure my parents' old friends would be pleased to see me there," he blurted out. "I don't know them, of course, but they would know me. It would be great to tell them how much I'm looking forward to going. They might even want to visit me here if I stay." He hoped desperately that Petunia would focus on the right facts. Surely, if Harry staying there would attract trouble and attention, along with weird, freaky friends that could threaten her precious Dudley, Petunia would make him leave. A long pause filled only by the sound of Dudley's television in the next room followed. Finally, Petunia sniffed. "All right. I'll tell Vernon that you've managed to find a distant school, for free. Don't talk to him about it, and don't mention the M-word to anyone. Is that clear?" Harry nodded eagerly. She continued, "Don't make a fuss, and be sure to tell all your new friends not to visit you at our place. When do you leave?" Harry felt a surge of excitement. Sooner or later, Petunia would realize that beating the magic out of him would be impossible with this, but hopefully, he would be out of the house by then. "The train I need leaves on September 1st, but maybe I could ask the teachers to pick me up before then," he suggested. The idea seemed agreeable to his aunt, and Harry gratefully left the room before she could change her mind. He endured a long night of study and an even longer breakfast during which he was grilled by his aunt. She had discussed the issue with her husband in bed the night before. "The rest of my life. I just need this chance." Petunia narrowed her eyes, weighing his words. "You really think you can just disappear?" "Yes, Aunt Petunia. I'll make sure of it." She hesitated, glancing back at Dudley, who was blissfully unaware in the other room. "Fine," she finally said, her voice low and cautious. "But you better not bring any of that nonsense back home." "I promise," Harry replied, feeling a surge of hope. "I just want to focus on my studies and not cause any trouble." Petunia crossed her arms, still skeptical. "You better mean it, Harry. I don't want any of that magic nonsense interfering with our lives." "I understand," he assured her, his heart racing with excitement. "I just want a chance to be normal, to learn and grow." "Normal," she scoffed. You think that's what you'll find at that school? Harry met her gaze, determined. I know I will. And I won't let you down. Petunia sighed, conflicted. Just remember, you're still my responsibility. You come back here after those 4 years, and I expect you to behave. I will, he promised, feeling the weight of the moment. This was more than just an agreement, it was his way out, a chance to rewrite his future. Good. In exchange, you let me go to school. Aunt Petunia suddenly looked suspicious. Harry's offer seemed too good to be true, but despite her best efforts, nothing obviously wrong came to her mind. You'll keep what you learn a secret from Vernon and Dudley? You won't tell them about the school? You'll really leave in 4 years? Harry nodded. His aunt stared at him for a moment longer, then suddenly made up her mind. Done. Never mention this conversation again. Clean the dishes and get back to your cupboard. She left the room quickly. Harry stood in the kitchen, baffled by how easy that had been. He weighed the agreement in his mind. It put pressure on him to complete his plan against Voldemort in a timely manner, but that had always been his safest solution. Considering all that was out of his control, perhaps this promise with Aunt Petunia was as good as he was going to get. Friday soon arrived, and Harry waited until his uncle had left for work before carrying his luggage into the kitchen. Aunt Petunia was scandalized, but Harry quickly cut her off. I'll leave now, Aunt Petunia. I've called a taxi, and I'll stay in London over the weekend so I won't bother you all. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. Harry continued, I'll leave now, so nothing can go wrong. You won't have to hear from me again until the end of June. Petunia weighed his words in her mind and then reluctantly nodded. They shared the kitchen in silence, Petunia clearing away Dudley's leftover plates from breakfast while Harry quietly did the dishes. When Harry glanced at the clock, he picked up his luggage and opened the front door. I'm off then, he said. See you next June. As he walked out the door, Petunia called after him. Boy, she said, stopping him in the hallway. He turned around. My sister, Petunia's face twisted, met a lot of dangerous people at that school. Weirdos. Freaks. Madmen. I won't have you bringing any of them here, I tell you. I don't, Harry began, but Petunia's face darkened immediately. No mumbo-jumbo, teacups turning into rodents, creating fire, or mixing your poisons in this house. Am I understood? Yes, Aunt Petunia. She stood in the kitchen doorway, staring at Harry, her face a mix of emotions. Dudley has been told you are going to reform school. Vernon has given his permission for you to leave, but he doesn't want to see any evidence of freakishness ever again. Yes, Aunt Petunia. We do not want to know. Will that be a problem? No, Aunt Petunia. Harry met her eyes solemnly. I'll do my best to stay away from you when I can. See to it, his aunt demanded, snapping her mouth shut. Harry looked at her in silence for a moment longer, eventually deciding she had said all she wanted to. He turned around and heard Petunia follow him to the front door. She stood there, watching him load his full-sized luggage into the back seat of a taxi. As the taxi engine started and the car pulled away, she remained at the door. Neither Harry nor Petunia waved goodbye, and he didn't turn around as the car moved off. Chapter 7: Unfamiliar Friends. Harry spent his last 2 days before school in an upstairs room above the leaky cauldron. It was unfortunate that he hadn't managed to practice more magic before leaving the Dursleys, but even in his previous timeline, he hadn't learned much about wards. Dressed in a tidy set of robes, he wandered the streets, browsing both wizarding and muggle shops for a few final purchases that might enhance his plans. He immersed himself in reading and studying as intensely as he could, finding that his concentration and memory were slowly improving with practice. It was challenging, especially with the noise and distractions of the alley all around him, but he forced himself to remember that long walk past the Hogwarts defenders and used the guild to refocus on his studies. When he needed a break, Harry would visit Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, where he noticed several Hogwarts students wandering through the alley. His heart swelled with anticipation and nostalgia as the day of the Hogwarts Express approached. However, one thing weighed heavily on his mind: the ring Horcrux, still hidden somewhere in the Gaunt place. He knew he would need to go back and retrieve it once he had a solid plan. His transfiguration skills were improving. He was now reviewing the coursework from 4th year. He had flipped through the books enough to recall the spells they covered, even if he hadn't focused much on the theory. However, the seeing spells he hoped were related to Moody's Eye proved to be problematic. They either didn't exist or were heavily restricted. That made sense to Harry. Something like X-ray vision could be misused in numerous ways. But either way, he would need to use those spells outside of Hogwarts, and the trace would be in effect then. This time, even if Hermione were around, she might not be much help. She was still a strong believer in rules. Instead, this seemed more like a challenge for Sirius or the Marauders. Harry thought of the Weasley twins as his mind turned closer to home. What mischief might they get into if Mrs. Weasley would let them? The thought lingered as he drifted off to sleep. On the morning of the 1st, Harry awoke surprisingly refreshed. Perhaps, he mused with a hollow kind of optimism, he had planned for every possible scenario, leaving nothing to keep him awake at night. In the cool light of early morning, it truly felt like he had cleared all the obstacles from his path. His mind had been working while he slept, and he woke with a solution to his problem, as if it had been the simplest thing in the world. He enjoyed a hearty breakfast prepared by Tom, who had quietly learned Harry's true identity. The bartender had been discreet, keeping the secret from the other patrons. Harry left him a generous tip as he tidied up his room in preparation for departure. He double-checked his Hogwarts list. His Hogwarts Express ticket, wand, and money were all safely stored in his pouch, which lay hidden beneath his new shirt. His luggage was packed, and a pang of nostalgia hit him as he remembered the absence of Hedwig's cage. With that thought in mind, Harry prepared to step out into the day. "Oh, you need a bit of help there, dear," the talking mirror said sympathetically as he checked his appearance for Muggle appropriateness. "Yeah, thanks," Harry muttered, his ongoing battle with his hair far from his thoughts. He glanced around the room, picked up his trunk, and began to navigate the narrow stairwell. The words echoed in his mind, and he tried to brush them aside. He was going to Hogwarts today. What difference would one small detail like tidy hair make to his future? But his own thoughts brought him to a halt at the bottom of the stairs. One small letter had cost him Hedwig, Hagrid's guidance, and the Dursleys' worst. Harry felt a rush of anxiety as he thought about his hair. The infamous Potter hair. He sighed, knowing he needed a quick fix. It was just a short trip to Madame Pimpernel's down the alley. Blushing, he ducked inside as the door chimed softly behind him. "One medium-sized bottle of Sleeky's hair treatment, please," he mumbled to the matronly woman at the counter. "Oh my, yes, I would say so," she replied, her voice warm and reassuring. "You really do need help, my dear. I'm so glad you came in." "Yeah, thanks," he muttered, staring at the floor. "Why," she continued, "I can't even charge you the full price, my dear. Here, you pay me the medium-sized price, and I'll upgrade you to the large one for free. It's not about style, you poor thing, it's about survival." "Sure," Harry murmured again, handing over a few coins for the bottle. He glanced at himself in the mirror. He didn't look that bad. Still, her pitying gaze made him feel embarrassed, and he quickly made his escape. "Thank you. Come again." He heard her call as he hurried out the door. Next, he stopped at the Owl post office to make a special request, though the store clerk seemed disinterested. After that, he made his way back onto the alley. It was a short walk from the shop to the Leaky Cauldron, and he blended in with the Muggles without any issues. Harry arrived at the station with plenty of time to spare and headed toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. He rearranged his features into an expression of concern and watched closely as a steady stream of unusually dressed families wandered nearby, only to vanish into thin air. Just as he began to feel a bit anxious, he spotted the familiar gaggle of redheads arriving 10 minutes before departure time. Molly Weasley, the wonderful woman, looked harried and frazzled as she managed her 4 school-aged sons through the bustling station. They paused just before passing him, and Harry couldn't help but smile at the sound of one of the younger boys' voices. Voice of Ginny Weasley came from somewhere behind the boys. "Mum, can't I go?" "You're not old enough, Ginny. Now be quiet." "All right, Percy, you go first." Percy Weasley, looking much younger than Harry remembered, marched straight toward the platform barrier and quickly disappeared from sight. "Fred, you next," Molly instructed. The twin raised their usual fuss but soon followed suit, vanishing into the barrier with speed. Harry hurriedly reached for his trunk and approached them. "Excuse me," Harry began, hoping it wouldn't matter that he couldn't quite remember what he had said the first time around. "Hello, dear," she replied with a warm smile. "First time at Hogwarts?" "Ron's new, too." She pointed at the last boy remaining, and Harry and Ron exchanged a brief, understanding glance. Ron was as tall as Harry remembered him from their first meeting, but years of friendship revealed to Harry that the redhead was quite nervous. "Yes," Harry said, sticking to the script he could vaguely recall. "The thing is, I don't know how to get." "How to get onto the platform?" she asked kindly, and Harry nodded. Mrs. Weasley was truly a thoughtful, doting mother. Of course, he was being dishonest again, but he felt certain that this was an important part of the timeline he remembered. "Not to worry," she said. "All you have to do is walk straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop, and don't be scared you'll crash into it. That's very important. Best to do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous. Go on, go now, before Ron." Okay," Harry replied, lining himself up toward the wall. He quickened his pace slightly, walking rapidly, but his 17-year-old pride wouldn't quite allow him to repeat his panicked run from before. Maintaining his pride felt a little more important now that Harry actually knew how to get through. The familiar scarlet steam engine hissed and steamed in front of him as he broke through the barrier, stepping onto a platform bustling with families he had just seen pass by. Quickly, Harry moved out of the way of the wrought iron archway behind him and began to push through the crowd. He paused for a moment, silently passing by Neville Longbottom and his stern-looking grandmother. Lee Jordan was stirring up excitement and a bit of chaos with his pet tarantula, while familiar faces waved and shouted from the train windows, exchanging farewells with their families on the platform. Harry made his way to the last empty compartment at the end of the train, remembering to struggle with his trunk just enough to catch the attention of Fred and George Weasley. "Want a hand?" a voice asked. Harry looked up to see a pair of familiar features staring back at him. His mind raced, was this Fred or George? The fact that both twins had ears was adding to his confusion. Realizing he hadn't responded, he snapped out of his thoughts. "Yes, please," he managed to gasp, watching as the twins tucked his trunk away in the corner of the compartment. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Harry couldn't help but feel the weight of Fred's future death looming in his mind. He was all too familiar with the mix of admiration and guilt he felt regarding the twins. Yet here they were, just 13 years old. They looked so young and innocent, well, perhaps not entirely innocent, but certainly inexperienced and trusting. They had no idea that in just a few short years, their family would be shattered. Harry gazed bemusedly at their cheeky grins and eager eyes, which were once again fixed on him. He suddenly felt self-conscious, so he paused deliberately and ruffled his fringe. It felt a bit staged, almost choreographed, but he hoped the twins would be impressed and return to their playful bragging. Harry was eager to share his thoughts with Ron, and it seemed his plan had worked. "What's that?" one of the twins suddenly exclaimed, pointing to Harry's lightning scar. "Blimey," said the other twin, eyes wide. "Are you?" "He is," the first twin confirmed, turning to Harry. "Are you?" "Oh, yes," Harry replied, feeling a wave of embarrassment as both brothers stared at him in unison. At 13, they seemed less subtle than he remembered, and their honest curiosity was both amusing and a bit bewildering. Just then, a voice floated in from outside. "Fred? George? Are you there?" The tension broke. "Coming, Mum," shouted the twin on Harry's left. They both jumped off the train to rejoin their family. Harry watched quietly from the window as Molly organized the family goodbye. He couldn't help but chuckle as she pulled out her handkerchief and vigorously rubbed Ron's nose. His future friend turned a brilliant shade of red, trying in vain to fend off her maternal attention. Percy returned to the group, opening himself up to the twins' good-natured teasing. Harry noticed the stiff set of Percy's shoulders as they ribbed him, and his mind flickered to the family's painful separations from his memories. Could he do something to change things? Should he? Amid the chaos, little Ginny looked both excited and lonely, and Harry's heart went out to her. It must be awful to be the only one left behind, he thought sympathetically. But she had always been surrounded by brothers. She poked up immediately as the twins recounted their introduction to the great Harry Potter, and Harry winced, realizing she was once again crushing on his celebrity reputation. As the whistle sounded, all the students left on the platform scrambled onto the train. It jerked forward with a squeal, and the journey had begun. Harry's heart raced as he waited for his future best friend to open the compartment door. The door suddenly scraped open, and a red-faced Ron rushed in and plopped down across from Harry. "Oh, hi," Ron began, catching his breath. "Is anyone else sitting here? Do you mind if I join?" Harry nodded. "Oh, good. Everywhere else is crazy full." Ron settled into the seat opposite Harry, casting a few awkward glances his way before turning his attention to the window. After a brief moment of silence, the door scraped open again, and the Weasley twins popped their heads into the compartment. "Hey, Ron!" Their grinning faces filled the doorway. "Did you hear that Lee Jordan has snuck a giant tarantula onto the train?" "Right," Ron mumbled, and Harry recalled Ron's well-known aversion to spiders. "Harry," the other twin said with a friendly smile, "sorry we forgot to introduce ourselves earlier. We're Fred and George Weasley. And this is our brother, Ron." "Hang on," the first twin interjected, "that's not it. It's George and Fred Weasley. Get it right." "My mistake," Fred replied, grinning. Harry smiled back at them. "So, which is which?" Ron groaned quietly in his corner, but the twins' grins only widened. "Well," said the twin on the left, "it's easy. I'm Forge, and he's Gred." "Nonsense," said the other twin. "He's Gred, and I'm Forge." "That's what I said." "No, you didn't." They began bickering. "Harry," he said, interrupting them, "nice to meet you both. Right, we'll be off then. Don't be overwhelmed by anything, will you?" They laughed and shut the door behind them, disappearing into the corridor. Ron roused himself from the corner where he had been sitting quietly. "Sorry about my brothers. They're always like that." Harry smiled at him. "That's cool." They sat in a moment of awkward silence. Harry found himself rubbing his damp palms on the knees of his trousers. This was Ron. Or rather, this Ron had the potential to become his Ron. He leaned back against the seat, feeling a mix of excitement and anticipation. Harry leaned back in his seat, waiting for Ron to gather his thoughts. "Are you really Harry Potter?" Ron finally blurted out. Harry nodded. "Oh, well, I thought it might have been one of Fred and George's jokes," Ron said, a hint of relief in his voice. "And have you really got, you know?" He pointed at Harry's forehead. Harry pulled back his fringe to reveal the lightning scar. Ron stared unabashedly. "So that's where you know who?" "Yes," Harry replied. "But I don't like to remember it." "You remember?" Ron gasped, horrified. Harry bit his tongue, he had already slipped up. "Not much," he rushed to clarify. "I remember a lot of green light and screaming, but not much else." "Wow," Ron said, his eyes fixed on Harry for a few moments. Feeling the weight of Ron's gaze, Harry shifted in his chair, prompting Ron to quickly look out the window. "So, Harry broke the silence, "you seem to have a really big family." Harry remembered the group he had seen at the station. He wished he could recall their conversation from his last timeline. Had there been a lot of awkward silences? Had they officially become best friends by the end of the train ride? He longed for a pencil to help him remember the details better. It was the outcomes that stood out to him. He knew they were going to be best friends eventually. But now, there was something he could do. Harry continued asking Ron all about his older brothers, carefully and quietly probing for information. If he slipped up and mentioned something about Ron's family that Ron hadn't told him, it would surely raise suspicion. Mindful of the unpredictability of the situation, Harry did his best to prepare for the years ahead. As their conversation shifted, Ron suddenly pulled out his old family pet. Harry was on his feet before he realized it, his hand halfway into his moleskin pouch. Both boys froze in surprise at how quickly Harry had reacted. Thinking quickly, Harry said, "Sorry, I just got a bit of a shock there. I saw it was a rat, but I didn't realize it was a pet," Ron explained. "I didn't. I won't. I wouldn't hurt a pet," he insisted. Harry felt a bit deflated. "I'm really sorry," he said. Ron blinked in surprise. "It's all good, mate," he replied, a slow grin spreading across his face. "You surprised me, that's all. With that speed, you could be a duelist, but you won't need it for Scabbers. He's useless, he hardly ever wakes up." Harry's heartbeat slowed, and he tucked the pouch back under his shirt. Trying to steer the conversation in a different direction, he asked, "Where did you get him from then?" "Are rats common pets for wizards?" Ron blushed. "Not really. Most people get owls. You might like one of those one day. But Scabbers used to belong to Percy. He got an owl when he became a prefect, but we couldn't afford. I got Scabbers instead." Ron's blush deepened, reaching his ears, and he focused intently on the view outside the window. Harry quickly tried to cheer him up. "I didn't know about wizards," he began, then realized that because the timeline had changed, he couldn't mention his meeting with Hagrid. Technically, it had never happened. He continued, "Until I got my letter for Hogwarts, I didn't know about Hogwarts, or magic, or my parents, or Voldemort." Ron gasped. Harry sighed with relief. They were back on familiar ground now. He enjoyed the easy conversation as the train chugged through the countryside. The journey continued as he expected, and eventually, the door opened, allowing the Honeydukes Express lady to receive a pile of coins from Harry in exchange for a mountain of wizarding sweets. He was delighted to order a variety of delicious treats, eager to share them with his new friend. As they bonded over their snacks, Harry was bemused to discover that his first chocolate frog card wasn't Dumbledore, but Morgana instead. Had he changed the timeline again? Was this the beginning of a ripple effect? Ron seemed somewhat surprised. Harry eagerly tore open the packaging, his excitement causing him to crush the chocolate frogs as he rushed to reveal their cards. He flipped through them quickly. Morgana, Artemisia Lufkin, Paracelsus, Herpo the Fowl, but no Dumbledore. Confusion washed over him as he blinked at the cards scattered across his lap. He had been right, there was no Dumbledore. Taking a moment, he forced his breathing to slow and waited for his heart rate to calm. Everything was all right. He had anticipated ripple effects and chance events playing out differently. Besides, he already knew about the storm. The chocolate frog cards weren't that important. He shot a strained grin at Ron and settled back into his seat. "So," Harry said, trying to lighten the mood, "chocolate frogs, huh? You could have warned me they jumped." Ron glanced at the crushed remnants of the chocolate treats now smeared across Harry's seat. A couple of frog legs still twitched in the pile, and the cards were scattered everywhere. Harry's face flushed with embarrassment. Ron chuckled. "Nah, it was more fun this way." "You should have seen your face." Harry relaxed as he listened to Ron share stories about his chocolate frog collection. Their conversation flowed easily, and before they knew it, early afternoon slipped into late afternoon. Just then, Neville Longbottom opened the door, asking the boys about his missing toad. Harry felt a pang of sympathy for Neville. He looked so small and scared, and the poor kid had struggled to make friends throughout their first year. Here was an opportunity to change that, but Harry hesitated, caught between wanting to help Neville and predicting the timeline that could save lives. It seemed he had waited too long. Ron was already shaking his head emphatically. Neville let out a wail of despair, and Harry quickly reassured him, he'll turn up. I hope so, Neville said miserably before leaving the compartment. Ron was attempting to perform a trick spell on Scabbers when Hermione poked her head through the door, with Neville trailing behind her. Has anyone seen her? Toad? Neville's lost one, she said. Ron dismissed her concern, but Hermione's attention was quickly drawn to the rat sleeping in his lap. Oh, are you doing magic? Let's see it, then. Ron was suddenly on the spot. He gamely mumbled a rhyme, but to Harry's complete lack of surprise, the rat remained unchanged. Hermione wasn't impressed. Just as she opened her mouth to comment, Harry jumped in to defuse what was sure to become a confrontation. Does the toad have a name? Hermione blinked, an irritated frown forming on her face as she turned briskly to Neville. What's your toad's name, Neville? She asked, clearly annoyed with herself for not knowing. Neville ducked his head. Trevor, he admitted meekly. Does it matter? Hermione repeated his answer to Harry. If you can use magic, can't you summon the toad then? Harry asked. I just thought if there was more than one toad on a train, you might summon the wrong one. Hermione pouted a bit. It's possible, of course, she said, looking upset. But the spell isn't in any of my books. Gideon Flatworthy was famous for it, what with the creation of the Axionites, and the Goblin Uprising of 1743 stemmed directly from it. But it looks like it's not a spell taught to first years. Concerned for his future friends, Harry decided to take a chance. I'll give it a go, he offered, pausing the conversation as he reached for his wand tucked in the pouch around his neck. I've read lots myself. Ron, could I borrow your wand? Why can't you use your own? Hermione interrupted. Harry managed a wry grin. Yeah, I was so excited about today and everything I'd need that I put it in a safe place and forgot it. I'm getting it out to me tonight. Ron, do you mind? I do. Well, that was a bit silly, Hermione continued. Here, take mine. It's fine, Ron muttered, a little reluctant. Frustration, Hermione said, he can have mine. Well, Hermione huffed, mine's right here. There you go, Harry, Ron declared loudly, staring at Hermione with a challenging look. He waved his wand a little too close to Harry's face. Oh. Thanks, Ron, Harry muttered, rubbing his cheek where the wand had smacked him. Accio Trevor the Toad. All four of them paused for a moment. Neville and Hermione, still standing in the doorway, turned to look into the corridor. After a brief moment, they glanced back at Harry. Hermione opened her mouth to speak, but just then, Neville squawked and ducked, narrowly avoiding the toad that whizzed past him from the corridor behind. The toad sailed beautifully into Harry's open hands. Trevor looked as grumpy as a toad could possibly look. Goodness, Hermione began, as Neville quickly grabbed Trevor before it could escape again. That was very good. Where did you find that spell? Was it your first time using it? How did you learn it? Did you practice at home? Do you have the book with you? Well, said Harry, why don't you guys come in and sit down for a bit? Are you both Muggleborn too? Both of his new friends clambered into the compartment, and Harry closed the door behind them. Ron looked a bit put out but answered the questions politely enough, and the basic introductions were wrapped up quickly. Hermione's introduction was rather lengthy. Just as the boys thought she was finished, she asked, Do either of you know what house you'll be in? I've been asking around, and I hope I'm in Gryffindor. It sounds by far the best. I hear Dumbledore himself was one, but I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad. I'm going to be in Gryffindor, Ron volunteered. Weasleys are always in Gryffindor. It's tradition. My gran wants me to be in Gryffindor too, Neville admitted glumly. I reckon I'll probably be in Hufflepuff? That's where the spares go, people say. That's a horrible thing to say. Hermione gasped. Who said that? They can't be very nice people. Nah, they're probably right. Neville sank lower into his chair. Ron nodded wisely. My brother said the same thing. Hufflepuff takes the people the other houses don't want. I'd hate to be in Hufflepuff, don't you think, Harry? Harry watched in amusement, mixed with a bit of concern, as three people he thought he knew spoke with the solemnity of 11-year-olds. They were discussing something they had no real understanding of, yet they seemed to see the world in black and white. He decided to chime in. I always thought Hufflepuff was all about loyalty and kindness. Well, yeah, Ron sniggered. But those aren't anything special, really. I mean, anyone can do that if they want to. Neville let out a little moan, and Harry glanced at him with worry. Hermione shook her head. Being in a house for the loyal and kind because you choose to be loyal and kind seems like a better reason than just because it's a family tradition. Harry wanted to add his thoughts, but he didn't get the chance. Ron stiffened. Yeah? What's wrong with family tradition? All my family are brave. Like Dumbledore, you know. It's in our blood. I don't think, Hermione began, but Harry interrupted. I think we all have a pretty good chance of getting into Gryffindor, he said firmly. Because courage and bravery aren't the absence of fear, it's all about doing the right thing anyway. Both Hermione and Ron nodded, a bit smugly, then scowled when they noticed the other nodding too. Neville, however, managed to look a bit more hopeful. Ron muttered a little too loudly, I don't know if I want to be in a house with her for 7 years. Little Miss Know-It-All. Well, I might know a lot, but not everyone thinks that's a bad thing. Hermione shot back. Besides, you don't know if you're going to get in yet. Calling people names doesn't seem like a very Gryffindor thing to do, does it? How will your family feel about a Hufflepuff, Ron? Of course I'm going to get into bloody Gryffindor. Ron roared, half standing in his frustration. Hermione shot up in response. I'm not the one who's too clever for her own good. You've probably got no hope at all, with all your Ravenclaw snobbery and your I've learned all our set books off by heart. I bet you'll hate feeling like a failure when Harry and I get sorted into Gryffindor and you're left out. Oh, I'm not the failure here. They all looked up at the door. Unnoticed by anyone, even Harry, footsteps had stopped by their compartment door, and it slid open. Harry stifled a groan as he saw Draco Malfoy and his two sidekicks standing there arrogantly, surveying the frozen tableau in front of them. A long, awkward silence stretched out before Malfoy finally took a deep breath. Harry's mind raced. Unbelievably, he had forgotten about Malfoy's visit on the train and had no idea how to handle him. Should he repeat his previous experience? It could be satisfying to easily put Malfoy in his place now that he had more life experience, but it would definitely have long-term consequences. Should he try to make friends? Not the most appealing thought, although Malfoy might have some potential somewhere beneath that arrogant exterior. Briefly, Harry thought of Malfoy's miserable face as a Death Eater, panicking in the room of requirement while watching a friend die and trying to save another who was unconscious. He pictured Malfoy, sick with fear and uncertainty, under orders to kill Dumbledore but unable to dirty his hands. He recalled Malfoy reeling in horror during the Battle of Hogwarts as he finally faced the ultimate outcome of all his ideals and dreams, the death and destruction of Hogwarts and everything it stood for. True, he was a spoiled GIT, but Harry felt a pang of realization, he didn't actually hate the idiot anymore. Still, he had Ron, Hermione, and Neville sitting right next to him. Something was bound to go wrong. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it? Yes, Harry replied, trying to sound calm, though it felt anything but. After a brief moment of hesitation, he stood up and extended his hand. Draco Malfoy, I assume. You've heard of me, I see, the blonde boy replied with a smirk. Well, Harry lied, more your family, really. I'm sure I'll learn more about you over the next few years. I'm sure you will, Malfoy said, a small smile creeping onto his face. And your two friends are? Harry let the question linger in the air. Allow me to introduce Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe, Malfoy said, gesturing to his companions. You're welcome to come back to sit with us if you find this compartment a little. His voice trailed off in distaste. Vulgar. Both Hermione and Ron puffed themselves up in fury, realizing only then how they had been standing, shouting right into each other's faces. Slowly, they sank back into their seats, simmering with anger. Oh, Harry said, watching with concern as Ron twitched violently. That's a very kind offer, but I think I'll stay here for now, thanks. We've just agreed we're all going to make it into Gryffindor, you see. A perplexed expression crossed Malfoy's face. I see? His gaze swept over the four Gryffindors again. Maybe we can catch up sometime. Harry offered hesitantly, I play Seeker. Do you? Malfoy's uncertain eyes flicked back to Harry. Seeker, you say? Perhaps there's hope for you yet. You'd be welcome in Slytherin, you know. Thanks again, Harry said politely, but I'm happy with where I'm going. Ron let out a sigh, settling down a bit. Malfoy looked sharply at Ron, and before any tension could build, Harry blurted out the first thought that came to his mind. Do you know how long we've got until the train? Now that you mention it, the train is getting close. You probably want to put on your school robes and... He paused, glancing at the mess of chocolate wrappers scattered across the seats and floor. Tidy up. Harry stepped over to Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, standing close as he extended his hand to shake theirs. Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle. Thanks for your visit. Malfoy instinctively backed away from Harry but nodded politely in his direction as he was maneuvered out of the doorway. With no other choice, he turned and walked away. Harry stepped back inside and closed the door. He seemed very young, Harry remarked just as Ron blurted out, I've heard of his family. They're really dark, Harry. Well, Harry replied, the Malfoys were Death Eaters, but this one's just 11. My dad says Malfoy's father never needed any excuse to go to the dark side. I bet this one will turn out just the same. Apples don't fall far from the tree, you know. Hermione nearly let herself get pulled back into their previous argument, but thankfully, Neville, bless his heart, reminded them that they still needed to change into their uniforms. Hermione jumped up with a squawk, frantically instructing the boys to hurry and change. Let's stick together once we're sorted, Harry called as they rushed off. She and Neville hurried back to their compartment, leaving Ron and Harry to change quickly behind them. We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train, it will be taken to the school separately. The announcement echoed through the compartment. Hey, Ron. Harry began, pulling a small container from his pocket while Ron struggled with his collar. Do you know how I... He trailed off, feeling genuinely embarrassed about what he was about to ask. Ooh? Oh, Ron said, noticing the Sleekeys' bottle in Harry's lap. Yeah, Mum's always going on about that stuff. She'd love to use it if it wasn't for the money, His voice trailed off. And a redhead thing, of course. Just shake the bottle into your hands for a couple of drops, twice should be fine for you, I reckon. Then rub them together and do this. He thrust his hands back through his hair a couple of times, and Harry watched doubtfully as Ron's short hair promptly stuck up. Wow, you look really different like that. Oh? Harry hesitated, watching Ron's expressive hands. All flowy and wavy and stuff. It's longer than I thought. Is it okay then? You think I look more like my mum than my dad? Ron asked. It seemed his hair volume translated into length when it lay flat. He didn't think he would get a chance to conjure a mirror in private before they reached the Great Hall. Not very girly, Ron assured him cheerfully, returning to tugging at his collar. Besides, girls tend to wear their hair long around here. More glossy and sleek, I think you'd call it. Right, Harry replied, carefully avoiding any thoughts about why Ron felt the need to use the phrase very girly. It wasn't like he wasn't used to longer hair. It felt like being back in the Forest of Dean with Hermione all over again, just, apparently, glossy this time. Still, it wasn't a bad thing to look like his mother during the sorting. I guess I'm stuck with it now. he rearranged himself in his seat just as the train began grinding to a halt. Chapter 8: Begging, Blackmail, and Belligerence. Harry and Ron stuffed their pockets with the few remaining sweets. Not many were left after Hermione and Neville had joined them, and made their way toward the enormous silhouette of Hagrid, who was calling all first-year students at one end of a tiny platform. The small crowd of nervous 11-year-olds slipped and stumbled, following the flickering light of Hagrid's lamp down the steep, narrow path. Harry felt a strong urge to peer into the trees, hoping to catch a glimpse of any centaurs watching their procession. But then he reminded himself that he was supposed to be new and nervous. Besides, he wasn't quite as coordinated as he usually thought he was. After all, he was still adjusting to the body of a 17-year-old. He had to focus on keeping up with the group, which was hurrying quickly through the dark, windy night along the steep path. Next to him, Ron tripped over something hidden in the gloom, and Harry quickly grabbed his elbow to steady him. "All right there?" Harry asked. "Thanks, Harry," Ron huffed. "I really don't want to fall behind." They increased their pace together. Before long, Harry and Ron found themselves stumbling alongside Hermione and Neville, the latter being guided by the elbow as well. Both Ron and Hermione stiffened, but by unspoken agreement, the four of them pressed on together. Hagrid's voice rang out from the front of the crowd. "You'll get your first sight of Hogwarts in a sec, just round this bend here." A chorus of impressed voices rose up in an halloo, as the line of students came to a halt, the path opening up to reveal the lights of Hogwarts for the first time. The forest faded away, and the narrow path led them to the edge of the great black lake. Across the water, atop a high mountain, stood the vast castle, glimmering with lights. They all stared in awe. Harry was overwhelmed with nostalgia, taking a moment to let it all sink in. Harry blinked back the prickling in his eyes as he gazed at the place that had been his true home for over 6 years. The longing in his heart drew him so strongly toward the building that it almost hurt. It was a bittersweet pleasure to return, especially without the companionship of his loyal Hedwig. He stood still for a long moment, lost in thought, until Ron bumped into him, breaking the spell. "Blimey, it's huge!" Ron murmured, and Harry was jolted back to the present. "No more than 4 to a boat," Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of little boats bobbing in the water by the shore. With little discussion, Harry and Ron joined Neville and Hermione in one boat, all of them sitting quietly, staring at the towering castle before them. "Forward!" Hagrid eventually shouted, and the little fleet glided silently across the calm, dark lake. The castle grew larger and closer, slowly looming over the children in their small vessels. They eventually had to break their gazes and duck under some low-hanging ivy as the boats glided into the cliff, finally arriving at the underground harbor that Harry remembered. He helped Neville and Hermione scramble out onto the damp stone floor, their eyes wide with awe as they took in the high rock ceiling and the glistening stone stairs. Harry suddenly realized that Neville was still fussing around in the little boat they had just climbed out of. "What's wrong?" Harry hissed, half expecting the answer. Neville's voice floated up from beneath the seats. "I've lost Trevor again. I was being so careful. I just put him down for a second, and now he's gone." Harry could hear him sniffling in the darkness. "Gran's going to be so mad at me." "Akio, Trevor," Harry whispered, and to his surprise, the grumpy toad came shooting toward him from the opposite end of the cavern. Harry grasped Trevor firmly and pressed him into Neville's hands. "Here you go," he said. He waited patiently as Neville fussed around, finally stuffing the sullen creature into one of his deep robe pockets. The two boys then scrambled to catch up with the crowd. The group panted up a passageway carved into the rock, slipped across the grassy mound in front of the castle, and finally straggled through the great doors into the castle, with Harry and Neville bringing up the rear. The herd of first-year students came to a standstill in the middle of the entrance hall. From near the back, Harry heard Professor McGonagall's familiar voice and took a step toward the front. Peering over the shoulders of two taller classmates, Zabini and was that Entwistle, Harry managed to spot the familiar figure at the front of the group. McGonagall looked as tall and stern as he remembered, dressed in the emerald green robes that Harry only ever associated with special occasions. Now that he had this new perspective on things, he realized she must have dressed up for the night. Her black hair was drawn tightly back into her customary bun, and Harry noticed a stray detail that caught his attention: she barely had a grey hair on her head. In fact, as he looked closer, she stood a little straighter than he remembered, and the way she walked was almost sprightly. Not that she had ever been a slouch. Now that he had noticed these things, Harry worried that the war had aged her. It felt as if the stress had worn away her softness and energy, leaving only her strength to endure. He made a mental note to protect her. But for now, here she was, favoring the new student with a stern, intimidating look. At the end of the year, she continued, as Harry snapped back to attention, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house you belong to. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you wait. Harry stifled a grin as he saw her eyes scan the crowd. That grin quickly turned into a subtle cough when he noticed his hand instinctively moved to flatten his hair. But he had forgotten the sleek eases, and that quick pat turned into an awkward combing of his glossy locks without him even realizing it. He quickly averted his gaze from her. I shall return when we are ready for you, the professor continued. Please wait quietly. With that, she turned and left the room. As soon as she was gone, an anxious silence filled the space. Harry didn't need to look around to see who was nervous. He could feel the dread hanging in the air like a tangible weight. He forced his shoulders down and let out a silent sigh. Despite his experience, the tension was contagious. What? Neville whispered to Ron, his voice louder than he intended. What do you think we have to do? His nervous friend had turned so pale he looked almost grey. Harry glanced at Ron, who didn't look much better. Every freckle on his face stood out in stark relief. Harry watched Ron swallow hard. I dunno, Ron mumbled. Fred said something about having to wrestle a troll. He was probably joking, don't you think? He ended with a hint of desperation. Neville let out a small wail. Harry, feeling a bit removed from the immediacy of the situation, noticed the students around them taking deep breaths. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd like a wave. The noise grew as the children processed what they had just overheard. To his left, Hermione started listing spells in a frantic tone. Zabini was fidgeting with something hidden up his left sleeve. Was he carrying a knife? Near the door, Hannah Abbott seemed to be picking at the hem of her robe, her anxiety palpable. The hem of her robe sleeve. Amidst the murmurs, Harry could pick out the slightly nasal voice of Malfoy. Although he couldn't catch what the blonde was saying, it was surely something about his father's influence. Harry decided it was time to speak up. Well, he began, raising his voice slightly more than necessary, Hogwarts, a history never gave any death statistics for the sorting ceremony, so it's probably not technically dangerous. Ron and Neville exchanged relieved glances. Hermione paused, momentarily taken aback. That's actually true, she confirmed. Myrtle Warren is the most recent confirmed death of any student, and that was in 1943. It seems Hogwarts is more dangerous for teachers than for students. Derek Elphick, Ragnar Rookwood, and Delia Goodsmith were all staff members who died prematurely during their employment in the last 20 years alone. Admittedly, their deaths were spectacularly gory, self-immolation, an experimental charm gone wrong, and let's not even get started on the Carcatrice disaster, but they weren't technically student deaths. The whispers in the crowd rose again, and Harry muffled a snicker. I don't know if that helped them at all, or just made it worse. Hermione. Hermione shot him a glance that clearly indicated she didn't have enough sympathy for anyone else's worries at that moment, so Harry decided to let it go. Suddenly, a wavering voice rose from the crowd, asking in Harry and Hermione's direction, what if we don't count as students until we're sorted? Was there any data on that? Harry thought he recognized the tiny Chinese girl as Su Li, soon to be of Ravenclaw. Ron began to twitch nervously. Shortly after, Su Li and Hermione quietly delved into a discussion about available Hogwarts statistics, drawing in a number of other first years to join or listen. Meanwhile, Harry's attention was caught by a rather regal sniff and the confident voice of Draco Malfoy. He moved closer. "My father," Malfoy was saying, "is a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors would never put a wizarding child at risk." Although the education at Hogwarts has its shortcomings these days, the sorting ceremony is still conducted in a traditional manner. A small group of students surrounding him gasped in excitement. "What is it then?" one of them asked hesitantly. Harry watched as Malfoy's face turned pale, then flushed with color. "My father says that part of the tradition is that no one can say," Malfoy replied, managing a smirk that looked more like a nervous twitch. By now, Harry stood just at the edge of the small crowd gathered around Malfoy, observing his longtime rival with fascination. What he saw only confirmed his thoughts from the train ride. For years, he had viewed Malfoy as an opponent, an adversary, his equal and opposite. He remembered their rivalry in Quidditch, Malfoy's role in Umbridge's inquisitorial squad, and the dark mark branded on his arm. Malfoy was the one who had tried to kill Slughorn and had nearly succeeded in harming Ron and Katie. Though he was never physically imposing, Malfoy's presence loomed large in Harry's mind. Yet here he was, a rather snobbish 11-year-old, struggling to mask his anxiety about the Sorting Hat. It wasn't exactly a letdown, but Harry realized he would never view Malfoy the same way again. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the breathy screams from one end of the room. Heads turned to see the Hogwarts ghosts float through the wall. Pearly white and slightly translucent, they chatted amongst themselves until they noticed the upturned faces of the students. It felt like a glimpse into the mysteries of Hogwarts for the impressionable first years. Harry wondered why the ghosts were late. The tension that had been steadily building in the room snapped. Abruptly as McGonagall returned. "All right, everyone. No fussing about. Form a line by the door," she instructed. Harry could almost see the relief wash over the first years as her no-nonsense tone brought them back to reality with an almost audible thud. The thin line of nervous students then marched out of the antechamber, crossing the entrance hall and heading toward the doors of the Great Hall. Harry leaned back to whisper something vaguely encouraging to his new friends. His ambiguous reassurances seemed to calm them somewhat. Hermione met his gaze earnestly, a focused scowl on her forehead, but she generally trusted in his research, his calmness, and his facts. Ron stopped twitching, and even Neville quieted down, becoming a silent, patient shadow at Harry's elbow. His heart warmed. He could never have imagined having such loyal friends. As they entered the hall ahead of Ron and his new friends, Harry took in the familiar surroundings, wondering what it looked like to his friends who were seeing it for the first time. Hundreds of older students sat around the long tables that dominated the floor, their heads craning in curiosity toward the new entrance. Harry realized that the attention must be nerve-wracking for the other first years. However, he was lost in the wonder of the hall itself, recognizing familiar sights. Above the tables floated thousands of lit candles, glimmering and bobbing in their own gentle light. Soaring grandly above everything was the velvety black ceiling, bewitched to resemble the night sky, shining with stars. He heard Hermione behind him make the same connection. The line of new students stuttered to a stop, and a moment of silence fell over the room before the Sorting Hat at the front began to sing. Harry felt the tension among the students around him rise as the song drew to a close, and with a sudden jolt, he realized that his plans might all come crashing down if the Hat disapproved of his secrets. As Abbot Hannah was called to step forward, Harry held his breath. With the Sorting Hat placed on his head, Harry jolted upright. He had thought he was ready for this moment. He knew he was about to be sorted. Yet here he was, kicking himself for not anticipating this obstacle. The Hat could read his thoughts. His mind raced as he assessed his options. Should he beg? Try to blackmail it? He doubted his occlumency skills would hold up. He hadn't improved at all since that year with Snape. He waited, his nerves buzzing with energy, matching the tension of his fellow first years. Harry barely noticed how his hands clasped and fidgeted with his sleeves. Hermione and Neville were sorted into Gryffindor, which brought him some relief, but he couldn't dwell on that for long. Before he knew it, Professor McGonagall read from her parchment, "Potter, Harry. As he stepped forward, a hush fell over the hall, soon followed by a whispering wave among the seated students. He heard his name echo down the long tables, and the dark eyes of Professor Snape stood out among the crowd, piercing into him. Years of experience allowed Harry to brush off the gazes, ignoring the eager faces that were now fixated on him. The sorting hat slipped over his eyes. It began. Goodness, you're a challenge. Very difficult. I see I've sorted you before. That's a first, you know. Harry tensed. It seemed that his choice of approach didn't matter, the hat had taken control. I see you were a Gryffindor before. Yes, that house suited you well. But you have bigger ambitions than merely repeating your past. You'll need to be cunning, you know. How do you feel about Slytherin this time around? Harry protested quickly, but the hat continued as if it hadn't heard him. Hufflepuff, perhaps? You show amazing loyalty to your friends, going through all of this to save them. And that thirst for learning, a very Ravenclaw trait, you lacked it last time, but look at you now, practically desperate. Occlumency, you say? Harry's heart sank. Well, I must admit you'll need it. I'd like to say you have time, but I'm not entirely sure. Survival is very Slytherin, you know. Drawing on every ounce of his desperate strength, Harry thought firmly at the hat. Gryffindor? I need to be in Gryffindor, or I don't know how I'll manage. Oh, yes, the hat replied. I see your goal. But that has nothing to do with me. Harry felt as if his heart had nearly stopped. The hat continued, it's brave, I'll give you that, but I'm not convinced. There was a pause. Harry's mind raced, past and future decisions flashing through his memory like a whirlwind of experiences. He hardly noticed his muscles tensing as he sat on the stool. His worries about occlumency, Snape, and Quirrell were all bubbling just beneath the surface, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the hat would see right through him. Then a thought struck him. Could the sorting hat teach him occlumency, once he persuaded it not to reveal all his secrets? The hat seemed to sigh. Not Ravenclaw after all, I see. I'm a hat, Mr. Potter. What? Harry replied, confused. The most incredible piece of four-person enchanting ever to grace the earth. Gifted with intelligence, personality, charm, and more style than Hogwarts students can recognize. I have a great sense of humor and a delightful voice. I even have perfect pitch. But I'm a hat. Not some kind of all-knowing, all-seeing magical mystic. I don't think I'm following, Harry admitted. I don't do magic, the hat growled. I'm not a wizard. I don't have a mind. I am magical and clever, yes, but those are not the same thing. I was created solely for the purpose of sorting students into their Hogwarts houses. Do catch up. Oh. Harry felt himself overwhelmed by a swirl of confused emotions. The hat seemed to latch onto something within that chaotic mix and settled more firmly onto his head. The hat continued, now, I know what you intend, but I really don't think I should let you convince me twice. You'd make a fantastic Slytherin, you even acknowledge it yourself. Desperately, feeling his fingers clench white-knuckled on the stool beneath him, Harry began to think about his future plans. He heard a curious hum in his mind, and after a long pause, the hat sighed. Well, you've certainly got the temperament. I hate to feel like you're manipulating me, but suicidal heroics aren't generally a Slytherin trait. There was a brief silence. Is that your grand plan? Does it make a difference? Harry replied. The hat snapped back, irritated. What do you think? Of all the food, it shifted slightly on his head. That's it? What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? Nothing's wrong with it if you're a foolish, impulsive Gryffindor with no survival instincts whatsoever. Harry relaxed. Oh. Brilliant, then. Brilliant is not precisely the word I'd use. But you make your point well, if you aren't having second thoughts. Harry quickly confirmed his resolve. The hat sighed. Oh, all right, it continued. Good luck then. You'll need it. And don't worry about your secrets. They're safe with me. Yes, it added, even from Dumbledore. I do have standards, you know. You've convinced me. You're Gryffindor. Harry removed the hat with a sigh of relief as the word echoed around the chamber. He joined Neville and Hermione at the Gryffindor table to the sounds of cheers and chanting. The Weasley twins were causing a loud ruckus further down the table. Unable to resist, he threw a glance back at the Slytherin table. Young Malfoy was looking at him in consternation. Harry couldn't suppress his told-you-so smile. His self-congratulatory thoughts lifted his spirits even higher than before. The welcoming smiles of his new housemates warmed Harry's heart as he slipped into his seat, feeling a surge of pleasure. He exchanged a smile with Neville and Hermione while they waited for Ron to join them. Eventually, the last of the first years had been sorted into their houses, and Dumbledore stood to share a few words. Harry took a moment to glance at the high table. Dumbledore was there, exuding his usual charisma, his long beard glowing softly in the flickering light, and his eyes twinkling with mischief. Professor McGonagall appeared pleased, despite her stern expression, as she watched Dumbledore's speech with keen interest. Hagrid was peering eagerly in Harry's direction, but Professors Snape and Quirrell seemed intent on ignoring him, having seemingly had their fill of his presence. Harry hoped that the fuss he made with the hair product had altered his appearance enough to change Snape's first impression of him. He didn't need to be the professor's favorite, but a little less unthinking hatred would certainly be welcome. Remembering their abilities, Harry quickly turned his gaze away. The banquet flew by, and Harry found himself enjoying the company of his new housemates and the delicious food. He listened absently as Hermione and Percy discussed the library's collection of books on transfiguration, while Neville shared stories of his accidental magic. He filled up quickly on the warm, hearty dishes and, to his surprise, felt a wave of sleepiness wash over him. Despite his awareness of the day's events and his past experiences, his young body was overwhelmed by everything he had encountered. He felt a distant jolt of pain from the direction of Snape and Quirrell but quickly brushed it aside. He was fairly certain that only Voldemort could attack him without direct eye contact. Instead, he focused on innocent thoughts about potions and Quidditch, making an effort to avoid their gazes and keep his mind clear in their presence. Harry listened intently. Harry listened absently to the final announcements and the school song, feeling pleased as he followed Percy back to the Gryffindor common room. The familiar red and gold furnishings greeted him warmly, and he relaxed amid the sights and scents of his old home. A few older students were staring at him from the edges of the room, but he easily dismissed their gazes as the comforting atmosphere wrapped around him. He glanced blearily at his new classmates. Hermione was blinking sleepily, and he nodded goodnight to her as the boys headed off to their dormitory. After a few muffled comments, Harry dropped into his canopied bed. The familiar sense of the room soothed him, and he quickly fell asleep. Some time later, he was jolted awake by persistent knocking at the window. Rubbing his eyes, Harry rolled over in bed, his heart racing as memories rushed back to him. It was exactly midnight. His wand. He scrambled out of bed, noticing that the other beds were still canopied and quiet. "Sure," he whispered as he opened the window to let the postal owl in. "Thanks for this." Carefully, he untied the parcel from the owl and tucked the little package back into his moleskin pouch. "Here's 12 nuts for your service." He poured the coins into the small leather pouch on the owl's leg. "Sorry for the fuss." "You're perfectly on time." The owl gave him a scornful look, slightly insulted that he had even considered the possibility of a less-than-perfect service, before swooping out of the window again. "Harry?" He jumped at the sound of Neville's voice, who was poking his head out from his own hanging canopy. "Is everything all right?" "Yeah," Harry whispered back. "I told you earlier that an owl would be dropping my wand off later tonight. That's why I didn't have it on the train." "Oh yeah," Neville replied, "you did say that, didn't you?" "It's okay, I forgot some stuff too. Gran will be sending them on tomorrow." "Yeah," Harry agreed as he settled back into bed, feeling grateful for his friends and the familiar comforts of Gryffindor. Harry crept back into bed and asked, "How come you're awake?" "Did I wake you?" Neville blushed. "No. I'm not homesick or anything, I really am not. I just haven't fallen asleep yet." Of course, he was homesick. Harry tried to send some friendly vibes in Neville's direction. "That's okay then. Do you want to talk for a little bit? Just to relax?" "Nah," Neville replied. "I'm fine. You get some sleep. I'll see you in the morning, Harry." Harry was just tired enough to take Neville at his word and snuggled back down into his blankets. He'd made it to Hogwarts, been sorted into Gryffindor, made all the right friends, and now there was even a chance that the Ministry trace wasn't on his wand. He didn't even notice his head hitting the pillow. Chapter 9. Patterns Well Practiced. Harry rose bright and early the next morning, hair gel and all, and quickly made his way down to the common room. His house prefects offered to escort him to the hall for breakfast, but Harry waved their offers away impatiently. He was finally back in his true home and eager to dive into his familiar routines as soon as possible. He arrived early at the table and entertained himself while eating by flipping through one of the supplementary potions textbooks he had found. If there was any chance of reducing Snape's negative impression of him, Harry was determined to take it. True, he wanted to protect and predict the timeline, but enduring the twisted man's wrath for no reason was simply unacceptable. The stares and whispers from the other students barely affected his good mood. As he enjoyed his breakfast, Harry reconnected with Hermione, who seemed impressed that he was working through a school book. Soon, Neville and then Ron arrived, and the four friends were ready to face the day together. "Harry!" Ron greeted him cheerfully as he clambered into a seat across the table. "You fell asleep on the wrong bed last night." "Ooh?" Harry froze, awkwardly swallowing a piece of bacon. How was it possible to make a mistake with a bed? "What do you mean?" he asked. "The trunks," Neville murmured as he slid into the seat at Harry's left. They were all organized at the end of each bed. "You fell asleep on mine." "Don't worry about it," he added, a nervous look crossing his face. "I didn't mind or anything, we just swapped the trunks over, and I slept on yours. Was that okay?" "Ah." Harry realized that the moment he got tired, he had slipped back into old habits. He looked earnestly at his anxious friend. "Well, it was completely my mistake," he apologized. "So don't worry about it. We can swap back tonight if you want, or just stay where we are." "It's all up to you," Neville offered, discomfort evident in his expression. "I'm fine with whatever you want." "We'll just stay where we are," Harry decided. Harry was decisively and stubbornly attached to his bed, a familiar comfort after 6 years. Who could say when he might make that mistake again? He mentally noted to help Neville build his confidence. Breakfast was slow but lively, with each of them sharing stories about their nights. Harry found himself wishing to get through his usual daily profit, but it would have to wait until his friends settled into their Hogwarts routines. Suddenly, Hermione gasped, realizing she was late for their first class. "It's okay," Harry reassured her quickly. "I've figured out where to go." She looked at him doubtfully, but stepped back to his side. Minutes later, Harry's friends were following closely behind him as they wandered the castle on their way to class. He suspected this would be their routine for the rest of the week. Without a second thought, he strolled through the castle as if he had spent years there, often forgetting it was supposed to be new to him. The numerous staircases, tricky steps, locked doors, shortcuts, and long cuts didn't faze him. It felt like coming home to a family with an extra dash of chaos, familiar yet unpredictable. With Harry leading the way, none of his friends would ever be late for class. He didn't even consider how it might look to their classmates. Unaware of his secret, his friends easily fell into the habit of flanking him as they walked. Soon enough, Ron, Hermione, and Neville were happily pattering along in Harry's wake, nodding seriously as he pointed out helpful hints and generally learning to follow his lead. Ron and Hermione still needed a peacekeeper between them most of the time, but overall, things were working out as Harry had envisioned. Charms was delightfully easy for Harry. He made sure to hang back and prompt his friends instead of drawing attention to himself. Teaming up with Ron, he subtly guided his progress and suggested that Hermione do the same with Neville. History of magic was as dull as he remembered, but Harry came prepared, using the time to study his own books instead. Hermione, whom he had chosen to help, was right beside him. Finding a suitable partner for this class seemed to leave her slightly scandalized. But Harry had brought along a self-writing quill to capture any important facts, and in the end, she was pacified by his impressive time management. Transfiguration, where he sat with Ron again, was a breeze. Later, Harry made sure to keep a low profile, along with a low gaze, in defense against the dark arts. Professor Quirrell stammered and stumbled through a cringeworthy lesson, and Harry focused intently on the desk and textbook in front of him, carefully avoiding the teacher's gaze whenever he had to look up. The only thing he hoped to gain from this year's defense classes were the solid textbooks. He fondly thought of the 7 years' worth of texts he had back in his trunk and jotted down helpful notes for Neville, who shared his desk. The week continued without interruption. Harry diligently completed his homework with Hermione in the library or the common room, but he always moved on to exploring his private texts and library copies extensively. When he needed a break, he wandered the library, browsing the spines of books, hoping to find something on occlumency. Despite his efforts, nothing surfaced. In the evenings, behind the privacy of his drawn bed hangings, he practiced his occlumency exercises, but the old lessons with Snape were all he had to rely on. He scowled, recalling the potions professor's snarled instruction, "Empty yourself of emotion." That command had always baffled him. 3 days passed before Neville joined Harry and Hermione at their table in the library. It seemed Neville was quite impressed with Harry's knowledge and attitude, and he began to join the duo more often. This was perfect timing, as Harry's latest surge of enthusiasm was starting to wane, and studying was becoming a struggle once again. Back at Hogwarts, there were familiar patterns of behavior waiting to distract him, so despite his lack of, Harry felt a sense of confidence as Neville joined their study group. He appreciated Neville's diligent work ethic, and his determined resolve not to be overwhelmed more than made up for his lack of brilliance. Whenever Harry noticed his own focus beginning to wane, he would look at Neville's steadfast determination and Hermione's passionate enthusiasm, which reignited his own motivation for studying. Meanwhile, Ron observed his friends with a mix of confusion and frustration. He tried to join them but often got sidetracked by minor distractions. On Thursday afternoon, as Hermione and Harry were preparing to leave for their usual study session, Ron caught sight of them from the common room. They had finished their homework but were planning to preview next week's assignments, along with a little self-directed study for Harry. "Harry, mate! How about a game of chess?" Ron called out as they approached the portrait. Hermione narrowed her eyes. "Harry and I are heading to the library to study, Ron. Can't you see he's holding his books?" Ron bristled at her response. "I thought he might want to do something fun. We're not all swats like you. What do you say, Harry? Do you have some time to hang out with your best mate?" Harry grimaced. He could sense Ron's familiar jealousy bubbling up again. "Some of us have better things to do than play games, Ron," Hermione scolded. "Yeah, but Harry's cooler than that," Ron insisted. "He plays Quidditch and everything. He's not like you." Trying to defuse the situation, Harry stepped forward. "I'd love a game of chess, Ron, but how about later tonight? I want to get some studying done while the library is open." Ron flushed a deep red and spoke quickly. "But I met you first. You're always studying." Harry took a breath. "We grew up in Muggle homes. You're years ahead of us in terms of culture and history and everything. We just want to catch up." Hermione looked like she desperately wanted to add more, but the moment hung in the air, filled with unspoken words. Harry admitted to himself that he was bending the truth a bit, but fortunately, she didn't say anything. "Hey," Ron settled into his seat. "I guess you really are years behind. I bet you don't even know who Beedle the Bard or Bowman Wright are." Hermione took the bait. "Who are they?" "Only the most famous bard ever. And how could you not know about Bowman Wright? He invented the snitch, for Merlin's sake. The world literally wouldn't be the same without him." "How do you know about him?" she asked. "He's on the chocolate frog cards and everything." "Blimey, and you think you know everything?" To Harry's relief, Hermione's scowl shifted to a more thoughtful expression, and he seized the moment. Wow, I see we have a lot to catch up on. So, we'll head to the library for now, and I guess we can have that chess game after dinner tonight? I'll be ready to get thrashed again. Ron grinned. Even with Harry's advantage in years, he still hadn't managed to beat Ron at a game. But Harry could see the determination in Ron's eyes. Ron had been the first to befriend him, and he wouldn't lose his new friend just because of a little hard work. From that day on, the redhead made more of an effort to study with the group. It made Harry wonder just how much of their previous disinterest in studying was his own fault. It was a sobering thought. Harry encouraged Ron's efforts by letting him teach him wizarding chess some evenings in the common room. Despite Harry's improvements, Ron continued to win. The familiar pattern of conversation during these games was comforting. That evening, Neville joined in, and to Harry's surprise, he turned out to be better at chess than Harry was. It was unexpected. Harry didn't think Neville was dim, but he could accept Ron beating him because he had always done so, and Hermione was a genius. But Neville? He was just an ordinary 11-year-old who was only generally familiar with the rules. Perhaps Harry's chess skills were still a work in progress. It wasn't really that bad. It seemed they were well on their way to becoming best friends again, despite Harry's change in behavior and the awkward clashes between Ron and Hermione. Overall, it was Hermione who worried Harry the most. Without his unusual advantage in their classes, having 6 extra years of learning made first year feel like a breeze, Hermione would have undoubtedly been the top student. He couldn't help but worry that his successes, achieved in the face of all her hard work, might create tension between them. During a brief break in the library, he finally took her aside for a private conversation. Hermione's attitude toward Harry and life in general left him both impressed and shaken. Of course, Hermione began, when he posed the question to her, "I love studying, and I love being good at it." She flashed him a quick grin. "It's magic, Harry. You were Muggle-raised too. Is that why you're so focused on your studies?" Harry blinked. That particular line of thought had faded quickly during his first timeline, not lasting much beyond his first few days of homework. Even now, he was only pushing through because he could guilt himself into it by thinking of his friends and family who were gone. A stab of shame hit him. His friend paused and lowered her voice slightly. "Look, I know I'm not quite like everyone else," she admitted. "I never really fit in at the Muggle schools back home either, and it was such a relief to discover that I was different from them." She continued, "It's truly wonderful to be here, to learn all sorts of things, and to find people who are finally like me." For a brief moment, Hermione met his gaze with joy before glancing away shyly. "I never had many friends before," she confessed. "No one else ever understood how exciting it is to know things." Guiltily, Harry strained to catch her words. Had she said many for any? But she quickly moved on to what Harry had been eager to hear. "It's wonderful to have met someone like you," she said. She admitted, "It's the first time I've ever had someone to study with, compete with, and bounce ideas off. I think it's fantastic that you're actually better than me at practical magic. I'm learning so much faster than I would on my own, and it's much more fun with a group of us. And Ron, I suppose." Harry felt bemused by her attitude. She really didn't seem jealous of recognition at all. It was her burning passion for learning that seemed to drive her. He cocked his head and asked, "Didn't the Sorting Hat try to put you in Ravenclaw, by any chance?" She giggled. "Actually, yes." "What gave it away?" Hermione's face flashed with pleasure, and Harry felt a stab of guilt as he realized he had barely ever asked her questions about herself in his last timeline. "I was offered Ravenclaw, obviously, because I love learning so much. But really," she continued, her eyes growing darker and more serious, "I said no because I don't want knowledge for knowledge's sake. I want to do good things with my life." She paused for a moment before adding, "I want to make a difference, and everything I learn will help me. So the Sorting Hat put me in Gryffindor for that." She concluded with a smile, and hesitantly, Harry admitted that his goals were somewhat similar. Hermione's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. As they returned to their books to study, Harry found himself somewhat less focused than usual as the next hour rolled by. He mused that Hermione was a remarkably mature 11-year-old. At 18, he had thought of himself as more experienced, maybe even wiser, than his friends. He had certainly been burdened by knowledge of a future much darker and heavier than his classmates could imagine. But here was proof that even at 11, Hermione Granger was seriously planning for her future. She had big dreams, saw problems, and aimed to be the one to solve them. It was humbling, and he felt a bit ashamed. With that thought, he snapped out of his reverie and concentrated on his advanced charms instead. With Hermione's strong work ethic motivating him, Harry felt confident that he could push himself even harder. As the end of the week approached, he found himself with his friends, waiting in the potions dungeon for their very first lesson with Professor Snape. Harry's feelings were conflicted. Years of memories flooded back, reminding him just how judgmental and bitter the man could be. However, that morning, Harry had spent time reflecting on what he knew about Snape's past. He was once again struck by the loyalty and love that had guided Snape throughout his life. Now, Harry was torn between two options. He could either continue to be at odds with Snape, engaging with him within the familiar boundaries of their previous relationship, or he could take a small step toward avoiding preconceived notions. He leaned toward the latter option. Surely, he had been judged at first sight because of his resemblance to his father, James Potter, the very person Snape despised most. Hadn't his embarrassment at Madame Pomfrey's and his efforts on the train already been aimed at making himself appear less like James and more like Lily Evans? It seemed unlikely that he had done anything to provoke Snape's dislike in just a week. It must have simply been his appearance, or perhaps his attitude. Despite everything he knew about Snape's actions, Harry realized he didn't hate him. He kept returning to the same thought, no matter how much Snape believed he hated Harry for looking like James, for surviving while Lily had died, or for being just an average student, the one person Snape must truly hate the most was himself. Harry didn't feel pity for Snape, either. Despite his tragic past, Snape was a terrible teacher, cruel, bitter, and unforgiving by choice. But now, a practical dilemma lay before him. Should he try to change their relationship, or keep it as it was? He thought it was mainly an emotional struggle as he slicked his hair back before stepping into the classroom. Harry sat down for breakfast, just as he had every morning that week. He had already discovered that it was the little decisions that were making a difference. Now, he was eager to see if this one would work. Everything was about to come to a head in just a few minutes as he prepared to change his relationship with Snape for the better. Hermione was excited, Ron was nonchalant, and Neville was anxiously preparing for their double potions class on Friday. Harry himself was more than ready for the coursework to begin. The four of them settled in, with time to spare before class. The cold room put everyone on edge, and the dim light hid just enough of the pickled specimen jars to make them look unsettling. A complex smell lingered in the air. Harry lit his wand with a quick wave, and, sure enough, he noticed the craters and strange splashes on the ceiling, physical evidence of past potion disasters. Hermione gasped, her expression serious. Harry quickly extinguished his wand just in time. The door at the back of the potions dungeon slammed open, and the sour-looking teacher strode to the front of the room, his dark robes billowing behind him. He swiftly made his way down the list of names, pausing only when he reached Harry's. "Ah, yes," Snape said softly, a sneer creeping onto his face. "Harry Potter, our new celebrity." A few Slytherins snickered quietly. Harry did his best to appear attentive and innocent. He had just enough attention to notice Malfoy among the giggling Slytherins, even though they weren't quite enemies yet. If he were 11, Harry would have been furious, but now he barely felt the sting of their laughter. Snape fixed the class with a cold stare, and the giggles faded into silence. He finished taking attendance. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," Snape began, speaking in the hissing whisper that was all too familiar to Harry, while the rest of the class listened intently. The class strained to hear. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe that this is magic. I don't expect you to truly understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind and ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop a death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." Snape's soft whisper turned harshly into a growl as he finished his speech, plunging the room into silence, with every eye fixed on him. Harry maintained his gaze on the teacher, while Ron and Neville exchanged a silent glance. Hermione sat up straight, clearly eager to prove she was not one of the dunderheads. "Potter!" Snape called suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "The draught of living death, sir," Harry answered evenly, keeping his eyes focused on Snape's rather average chin. Snape raised a scornful eyebrow, then paused. Hermione's hand shot up, but she now watched Harry eagerly from beside him. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezer?" the teacher snapped next. "Inside the stomach of a goat, sir," Harry responded. Snape fixed him once more with his dark, penetrating eyes. "And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same thing, sir," Harry said, keeping his gaze fixed on a spot in front of him, his expression as blank as possible. "Also known as aconite, I believe." There was a brief pause as the two stared at each other, and then Snape whipped his head around. "Well? Why aren't you all copying this down?" he scowled at the rest of the class. "Don't expect house points for this, Mr. Potter, merely for doing your pre-class reading. You will soon find that although you think you know everything, you are merely at the starting line." Harry held his breath until Professor Snape turned away, then silently exhaled. That had gone better than he expected, he mused. He had been polite, answered the questions correctly, and Hermione had managed to avoid being a nuisance. Had he acted like his mother? Had it worked? Snape seemed unimpressed. The students quickly paired up and began mixing their first recipe from the textbook, a simple potion to cure boils. Harry and Ron's cauldron soon developed a promising mixture, despite Ron's occasional quiet outbursts of pre-class reading to distract them. Behind them, Hermione and Neville also did well. Hermione caught Neville's hand just in time to prevent him from dropping the porcupine quills in too early. As Snape wandered past to check on their potions, he quickly moved beyond them with barely a sniff. He stopped next to Malfoy's potion, which looked remarkably similar to the Gryffindor's, and used it to illustrate what a perfect cure for boils should look like. Hermione stiffened, ready to take offense, but a quiet word from Ron surprisingly held her back. "Don't push it," he muttered. "I've heard Snape can be really nasty." Snape must have heard Ron's voice because his eyes flickered toward the small group, but he couldn't identify the speaker. He glowered at the class as a whole and continued with his lesson. The period ended without further incident, and the first years successfully bottled and submitted their very first potion of the school year. As the silent class spilled into the hallway, their voices gradually grew louder. Hermione seemed torn between feeling impressed and feeling indignant. Surprisingly, it was Ron and Neville who helped calm her down. "Cheer up," Ron said as they puffed their way up the stairs. "Snape's always taking points off. Fred and George are notorious for being strict and for favoring the Slytherins," Neville chimed in. "He's really scary when he stares at you," he added nervously. "But that was a well-behaved class. I guess he has to be strict to avoid accidents." Harry felt pleased to see Hermione's help making a difference, with less attention from Snape already showing results. Small changes, indeed. Hermione deflated a little. "I was just upset that he didn't acknowledge our potions," she admitted. "Ours were just as good as Malfoy's, and it wasn't fair," she pouted. Harry glanced her way, teasingly saying, "I thought you didn't want the recognition, just the knowledge and what you can do with it." Hermione blushed. "That's true," she conceded. "It just doesn't seem right for a teacher." Her voice trailed off. Ron and Neville nodded in agreement, but Harry wanted to have the final say. "I guess it takes all sorts," he suggested. "I've heard he's a brilliant potions master. Maybe things will improve as we get older and no longer have to cover the basics." His friends responded cheerfully to the hopeful thought, although Ron and Neville still had their reservations. It seemed Ron was holding on to a grudge from the pre-class reading. Hermione's mood brightened as she realized that high expectations from teachers could accelerate her learning, and she and Harry reassured Neville that they would help him prepare. All four of them agreed they should always come to potions class well prepared. Ron let out a low groan but nodded in agreement with his friends. As the week came to a close, there were no major issues, just a series of small successes. Harry and his friends made sure to complete their homework, while Hermione and Harry tackled their extensive extra reading. It wasn't easy. Harry found his good intentions fading under the daily grind of homework and first-year lessons, and he often caught himself drifting into daydreams with disheartening regularity whenever he cracked open his books. The only thing Harry felt he had going for him at the moment was how short the homework tasks were compared to the requirements for sixth-year students. Whenever his focus began to fade, he would picture the face of a friend who had died, the haunting image of their lifeless bodies lying cold on the ground, and that thought would sharpen his concentration instantly. He resolved to be like Hermione. He was determined to be prepared. Hermione, her nose buried in a thick tome on potions, glanced up at him as she turned a page, prompting Harry to refocus on his studies. After all, he had done this before. How hard could it be to do it all over again, but this time, even better? Chapter 10, Mercies of the Fates. Saturday morning arrived just as expected. Harry found himself enjoying a late breakfast with his three friends, each of whom had different plans for the day. Hermione, not surprisingly, was the first to speak up. "We really need to study in the library," she argued passionately. "It's crucial that we build our foundational knowledge. Everything we learn at Hogwarts, aside from the elective classes, of course, will be based on what we cover in our first and second years. If we don't absorb as much as we can over the next 2 years, our OWLS and NEWTS will be that much harder. I desperately need to understand the context behind the spells we learned this week. The logic of Latin incantations and wand movements eludes me completely. Unbelievably, they don't even seem to be Latin. But they can't be nonsense. I think we should dedicate 6 or 7 hours today to studying. You agree with me, Harry, don't you?" Before Harry could respond, Ron jumped in. "Don't be ridiculous. It's Saturday. You've already made us finish most of our homework, and after a really long week, we need to relax. I wanted to sleep in this morning, but you keep ruining my day." Hermione shot back immediately. "Oh, well, what did you have in mind then?" "Let's just hang out in the common room," Ron suggested brightly. "I managed to persuade Percy to loan us his chess set, and we could play games and stuff all day." Neville, looking a bit worried, chimed in, "I need to write Gran for some more supplies I forgot to ask for. I guess I can do that in the common room or the library. I'll need to stop by the dormitory first, if that's okay." He glanced at Harry. "I'll need my quill, parchment, and ink. Maybe we could also figure out how to get to the school owlery? I can go on my own, of course. I don't mind. I just thought it might be nice if we all went together to learn where it is." Nodding her head thoughtfully, Hermione considered their options. Ron, however, looked less enthused, so Harry decided to share his own idea. "I'm happy to show you where the owlery is, Neville," he began, causing Neville to perk up with interest. "And I definitely want to study some more. I need to look around the library. But what I really want to do is explore the grounds." He leaned back and surveyed his friends. "The grounds?" Hermione wondered. "You know where all the classes are, so now you want to explore outside? We're not allowed to go into the Forbidden Forest, Harry. That's not what you had in mind, is it?" Harry shrugged. "I was thinking more about walking around the lake or finding out who lives in that little hut down the hill. What do you think?" In short order, Harry organized his little group back to the common room long enough for Neville to write his letter. Then, he led them up to the owlery and finally out onto the grounds. Ron's enthusiasm, which had been boosted by the prospect of an adventure, quickly sank as soon as they stepped outside into the light drizzle. But Harry didn't notice. He was already slipping and sliding down the muddy hill toward Hagrid's house with great speed. He knocked eagerly on the door, and Fang began barking raucously from behind it while Harry waited. His friends had just managed to stumble to a halt beside him, catching their breaths, when the door clicked open, revealing Hagrid's great, craggy face. "Down, Fang!" "Who you lot, then?" Hagrid asked. Harry waved cheerfully. "Hi. I'm Harry Potter, and these are my friends." He introduced the still panting Gryffindors beside him. "We're new here, and we wanted to know who lives here, why you live here, and what you do." "How big is your dog?" Neville burst out, then quickly slapped his hands over his mouth as he realized how loud he had been. Meanwhile, Fang's barking and scrabbling showed no signs of stopping since Harry had knocked. "You're little Harry?" Hagrid asked gruffly, glancing down toward Fang. "Well, come on in then. I haven't seen you since you were a wee tot." Hagrid suddenly disappeared from the gap in the door. "Get back, Fang! Down, boy! Come on in, Harry and friends. Don't worry about Fang, he's a real softy once you get to know him. But you'll have to get the door yourself, I reckon." Harry pushed the heavy wooden door open and clambered inside, with his friends trailing behind him, less enthusiastically. Once they were all inside and the door was closed again, Fang settled down slowly to chew on a large bone in front of the fire. Meanwhile, Hagrid set about boiling some tea and serving his infamous rock cakes. Harry politely took one but left it on his plate. His friends weren't so fortunate, as they committed themselves to chewing the dense treats before Harry could subtly warn them away. Finally, Hagrid settled down at the enormous, rough-hewn table. "Harry Potter, you say?" "I'm Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of the keys at Hogwarts. But you can all just call me Hagrid, everyone does. You can think of me as the gamekeeper or groundskeeper around here. I look after the grounds, the creatures, and the forest when it needs it. It's a great job, I tell you. Dumbledore's a fantastic man, and it's a real honor to help him out." "I see," Hermione said politely, subtly dropping her rock cake onto the floor for Fang to chew. "How did you come into this line of work?" Harry smiled. She looked like she wanted to take notes. Ron chimed in with a more personal question every now and then, while Neville seemed to fade out of the conversation entirely to keep an eye on Fang. Harry just sat back and let the conversation unfold. Hagrid answered all their questions with a beaming face, looking positively delighted by their interest. Finally, Harry piped up again. "Sorry, Hagrid, I can't remember if you mentioned it. How do you know me again?" "Great shakes!" Hagrid exclaimed. Hagrid's voice boomed. "I forgot you might not remember. You were just a wee tag when I saw you last, and it was a very sad business, what with your parents and all." Harry noticed Hermione snap her mouth shut. "But I was great friends with your folks. Lily and James Potter were fine people, I tell you. I knew them when they were students, and they were some of the cheekiest lads I've ever seen, too. Some of the finest wizards and witches to graduate from Hogwarts. And you," Hagrid turned to Neville, who was reluctantly pulling his gaze away from Fang. "I heard you're a Longbottom? Not Frank and Alice's lad?" Harry felt a wave of guilt wash over him as Neville's face turned even paler, and he nodded tightly. Hagrid peered into Neville's face before leaning back in his chair with a sigh. The four Gryffindors listened in silence as the massive chair creaked under his weight. In that quiet moment, Fang gnawed noisily on his bone. "Fine folks, Alice and Frank were," Hagrid said sadly. "Never let anyone tell you otherwise. I was great friends with them, too, you see. And they were close to the Potters. Some of the finest people I've ever had the honor of meeting. You look just like your mum," he added, nodding in Neville's direction. Neville sat up a little straighter, eager to hear the stories. As Hagrid's voice rambled on, Harry's eyes wandered and landed on a tea-stained newspaper headline. The crumpled, discolored paper lay next to the kindling box. A rush of adrenaline coursed through him as he suddenly jumped out of his seat to grab it. Gringotts Breaking Latest. Harry's heart almost stopped. The Philosopher's Stone. A chill ran down his spine as he realized that his actions in changing Hagrid's behavior might have allowed Quirrell to successfully steal the stone. The timing, cause and effect. He scanned the article, but there was very little information. The vault that Harry discovered had been emptied earlier that week. It was a relief, but he knew it could have easily gone the other way. "Ah," Hagrid rumbled, catching Harry's eye. "You don't want to worry about that old rag." He snatched the newspaper from Harry's hands and tossed it into the fire. "Old news is old news, there's nothing interesting in there." Harry's friends, who had relaxed while Hagrid shared stories, now looked confused as the gentle giant suddenly jumped to his feet to usher them out of his house. "You're all welcome to come and visit old Hagrid," he said, standing at the door. "But I'm sure you'll have better things to do on a Saturday than read old papers and drink tea. I'll invite you down another day, but for now, I've got to get busy." As Hagrid guided them outside, Harry's mind raced. Had he forgotten or miscalculated anything else? Nothing significant came to mind. This moment of introspection helped Harry avoid another potential conflict, and he made a mental note to remind Neville not to bring his Remembrall to flying class on Wednesday. But his thoughts quickly returned to the shock he had just experienced. He had come back in time to change everything, and he had almost ruined it all in just 8 weeks. But it had been luck, pure luck. Harry wondered how long that good luck would last. He realized he had been taking the first week back too easily, his feet slipping and sliding in the mud. When had Hermione taken his elbow? It seemed she was helping him up the hill, and Harry understood that he would have to step up his game. Less than half an hour later, the three of them found themselves in the library after dropping Ron off in the common room to grab their bags. Neville appeared quite excited to work on his charms, especially after learning that his mother had been particularly gifted at them. Hermione had at least 8 books on theory sprawled open before her. Harry's mind finally came to life as he wandered the shelves of the library. Both Hermione and Ron looked up in surprise when he left their study table. He had never truly explored the library like Hermione did. To him, it had always been just another part of the castle he took for granted. But now, everything felt urgent, and the famous Hogwarts library was his last hope. Where would he find books on occlumency? The Defense Against the Dark Arts section seemed like a good place to start. Now, all he had to do was locate it. Harry vividly remembered his time in the restricted section and the weeks when Hermione practically lived in the legal section while they tried to save Buckbeak from execution. But the rest of the library felt almost overwhelming to him. He had used library books plenty of times before, but he realized, with a twinge of embarrassment, that nearly every book he had read for homework had been chosen for him by Hermione. It was no wonder she often felt the need to organize his study habits and sometimes treated him like a wayward child. He had never actually figured out his own school library. As he casually scanned the titles of a few books displayed face out on a nearby shelf, he noticed there were no labels on the spines. Bestiarium magicum, bulbous, sporophytic, and evergreen plants, and bylaws, policies, and legal acts of education. Harry had no idea what section he was in. He pulled all 3 books off the shelf, noting their varying ages, although 2 were published by the same company. Carefully, he placed them back on the shelves where he found them. He turned slightly to look at Hermione, but she was engrossed in her studies again. Miscellaneous library section, number 1, he mentally noted and moved on, hoping the next shelves would be more straightforward. The longer he wandered, the more intimidating the library became. The ceiling loomed high above the towering bookshelves, each one dwarfing him. Yet despite the vastness, the library felt like it was closing in on Harry. The narrow corridors between the shelves loomed around him, creating a surprisingly tight and foreboding atmosphere. Each towering bookshelf, far too numerous to count, stood at least 12 shelves high, crafted from a deep, dark wood. They gleamed with a beautiful polish, yet the mood was somber and intimidating. As he listened, distant sounds of pages turning and students murmuring reached his ears, but they seemed muffled, as if the voices knew they weren't meant to be heard. With every step he took deeper into the aisles, the chatter faded until it was completely silent. The further he moved from Hermione and Neville, the heavier the silence felt, pressing down on him. Harry began to walk slowly, trying to soften the sound of his own footsteps. The ceiling, illuminated by light filtering in from distant windows, felt far away. He searched for labels on the books, but none were in sight. He could vaguely remember his old primary school library using letters and numbers along with an electronic catalogue to organize its volumes, but nothing like that was present here. The titles on the highest shelf seemed so out of reach that he couldn't even read them. Turning a corner sharply, Harry stumbled into a tall, steep ladder made from the same wood as the shelves. "Ah!" he exclaimed, clutching his shin in frustration as he realized the ladder had wheels, designed for students to push it around to access the high shelves. He gave it a tentative nudge but quickly scrambled to pull it back when the top of the ladder nearly collided with a gas lamp fixed to the end of the bookshelf. 20 frustrating minutes later, Harry returned to Hermione and Neville's table in defeat. He had gotten lost among the shelves for times, during which he discovered one bookshelf that was merely an illusion and had literally walked into what he assumed must be the invisibility section. Harry had finally stumbled upon the defense against the dark arts section. Before that, he had meandered through the charms, arithmancy, potions, and history sections. He even found a handy ladder and climbed all over the defense against the dark arts shelves, but not a single book bore the words occlumency or legilimency in the title. Even a whispered Lucio hadn't summoned any resources his way. On his way back from the defense against the dark arts shelves, he accidentally triggered a trick bookshelf that turned out to be a door. This led him to a hidden, private book nook, currently occupied by two 70-year Slytherins who seemed to be quite engrossed in their activities. He figured he had spoiled the mood by barging in unexpectedly, and he could only imagine them scrambling for their robes as he rushed back to his friends, his face flushed. If he had truly been the 11-year-old he appeared to be, he might have been traumatized. With a sigh, he settled back into his chair. It was only after he struggled to uncork his ink bottle and pick up his quill that Hermione finally looked up. "What's wrong, Harry?" she asked, still half focused on Latin conjugations. "Did you not find what you were looking for?" Harry sighed again. "I'm starting to think it doesn't exist. Nothing on Diagon Alley had anything, they couldn't even try to order one for me. Unless Hogwarts Library isn't as awesome as I'd been told." Hermione's quill drifted gracefully to the table. "Nonsense. Hogwarts Library is one of the greatest in the world. Hogwarts, a history says so 7 times. What are you looking for?" "I'll find it." "Well, I'm not sure of any titles. I just know I want a book on occlumency and legilimency. Preferably with some instructions." Hermione pursed her lips. "I don't know, Harry. I haven't heard of those at all, so they must be some very advanced magics. Are you sure you should be looking into that without supervision?" Harry, needing to. Wait, Harry interrupted before Hermione could suggest talking to McGonagall. He waved her back with his arms. "It's nothing that serious. I just overheard someone mention it and wanted to learn more. All I really know is that some people are naturally better at it than others. It's supposed to be quite different from transfiguration or potions, for instance. I was intrigued when I heard that some wizards can read other people's minds." Hermione blinked at him, surprised. "Really? Mind magic? Like telepathy or clairvoyance? How curious." Neville, who had been standing beside them, chimed in, catching them both off guard. "I'm surprised you know that much, Harry. You said you were raised by muggles, right? But it seems different from what they can imagine. What you just said is pretty much all anyone seems to know. Both are supposed to be very, very rare. I only know because I once overheard Uncle Algy talking about it when he thought I wasn't listening." Hermione's expression turned serious. "Really, Neville? So this magic actually exists? Go on." Neville shrugged. "I don't know anyone who can do it. I guess it would take a lot of discipline, but some people apparently can't learn it no matter how hard they try. Maybe Dumbledore knows if anyone does." Hermione pushed herself up from the table. "You stay here, then, Neville, if you're happy studying. Harry, come with me. This is something I want to know more about." Harry followed her through the library, but soon realized, to his dismay, that even though Hermione was far more familiar with libraries than he was, she still didn't know more about this particular one. She hadn't even discovered the trick bookcase yet. Maybe she needed a couple more months. Eventually, after what felt like hours, even Hermione stopped searching the Defense Against the Dark Arts section and gave up on finding a whole shelf dedicated to mind magic. She suggested they broaden their search criteria, but they still found nothing useful when looking for books on meditation. Or memory either. Hermione huffed, her hair sticking up in all directions, just like it did when she was frazzled. At least let us have a look at the dictionaries. They searched through Modern Vernacular of the British Wizard and Wordsworth's Wordy Words, English edition, but neither contained any useful information. Finally, they struck gold in the Encyclopedia of the Esoteric. 2 entries, although brief, convinced Hermione of the existence of mind magic. Legilimency, the act of magically navigating through another person's mind and correctly interpreting the findings, she read. Anaclumency, the practice of shielding one's mind from legilimency. Closing the book gently and sliding it back into its spot, Hermione turned to Harry and spoke quietly. It sounds very unusual and rare, Harry. I don't think the library keeps books on these topics just anywhere, so they must be in the restricted section. Do you think? Harry started. I don't think you should keep looking for these things, Harry, Hermione interrupted. Books are only placed in the restricted section if they are very dark or dangerous. It's going to be safer for you to forget all about them. Harry scoffed. What, like you're going to let it go? His friend scowled in his direction. Well, it's not like I want to. Magic that lets other people read my mind? That sounds terribly dangerous to me, and I definitely want to know all about it. But if Professor Dumbledore and the Hogwarts staff have put it away, they must have done it for a reason. I'm going to forget all about it. Maybe I'll bring it up with someone when I'm in 7th year, and I might find out more about it then. This seemed quite convenient for Harry, so he let her walk away with the assumption that he would do the same. The only problem was that he had browsed the restricted section himself on more than one occasion, and, as best he could, he had never seen anything that looked like what he was searching for now. But there was one easy way to check. Saturday evening brought with it a few scattered compliments from the Weasley twins for building worthwhile. Harry was reminded of a tightly wound spring. Excuse me, Madam Pince, he began, trying to sound confident. I was wondering if I could ask for your help. She raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. What is it you need, Mr. Potter? I'm looking for some books on mind magic, specifically legilimency and occlumency. I know they're probably in the restricted section, but I really need to learn more about them, Harry explained, feeling the weight of her scrutiny. Madam Pince's expression softened slightly, but only slightly. Those subjects are dangerous, Mr. Potter. Do you understand the risks involved? I do, but I have to know more. It's important, he insisted, his determination shining through. She sighed, considering his request. Very well. I can allow you access to the restricted section, but you must promise to handle the material responsibly. And remember, knowledge is a double-edged sword. Thank you, Madam Pince. I promise I will be careful, Harry replied, relief flooding through him. As he made his way to the restricted section, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that he was stepping into uncharted territory. He could feel Hermione's warning echoing in his mind, but his curiosity pushed him forward. After all, he was determined to uncover the secrets that could help him in ways he had yet to fully comprehend. Harry felt his lips go dry as he forced himself to stand still, resisting the urge to fidget. He met Madam Pince's gaze without blinking, waiting for her to respond. The silence stretched on, and soon he felt his eyes begin to water. He fought the overwhelming urge to say he needed to be anywhere else, but he stayed put, determined to wait for her. Madam Pince regarded him over her spectacles, her expression unreadable as if she were waiting for him to break under pressure. Finally, she spoke, her tone stern. You are looking for a book, she said, a sour look on her face. But you cannot provide me with specific information regarding its title or author. Yes. Harry admitted. He knew that mentioning his interest in occlumency books as a first-year student would likely spark rumors. Even if Madam Pince seemed friendless and intimidating, he wasn't willing to risk attracting unwanted attention, especially with Voldemort on staff. You are a first year, yet you claim that the books in the main collection are insufficient for you, she continued, raising an eyebrow. Well, I suppose you could interpret. Yes, he stammered. I cannot help you. Come again, she replied, turning her attention back to the book in front of her. To Harry's astonishment, she picked up a bottle of glue and a brush, completely ignoring him as she resumed fixing the spine of a leather-bound book. He stood there for a moment, hoping to regain her attention, but she never looked up. Finally, feeling awkward, he shuffled backward and turned to leave. If both Hermione and Madame Pince couldn't help him, there was still one person he could turn to. Other books. Percy said, looking up in surprise from his History of Magic book in the common room. Did the library charm book not help you? Harry scratched the back of his neck. Sorry. Nothing I could use turned up. Percy raised an eyebrow and leaned back with a pompous sigh. Mr. Potter, I don't mean to be rude, but you've only had that book for a week. Is it possible that you might be overconfident in your abilities with those charms? Percy asked. HRM. Harry paused, a bit taken aback. Oh, I think I've got the ones I used down just fine. They worked when I searched for other topics, it's just this one I can't seem to find. I only came across a couple of entries in the dictionary section, but they didn't help me at all. And there was a rather sensationalist biography on you-know-who, but that's obviously not what I'm looking for. Topics? Are you aware that searching for conceptual things like topics is one of the more difficult applications of those spells? Did you try using concrete search terms like titles or keywords first? Harry nodded. Yeah, I tried those too, but I figured they would limit my search criteria. But nothing worked anyway, so I thought I would come to you again. You were so helpful before. Percy, who had initially looked quite indignant, settled back into his chair with an approving nod. At least you knew when to ask for help. I realize that Madame Pince is not the most approachable of staff, but for a promising young man like yourself. I spoke to her, Harry admitted. But she seemed to think I should seek other help first. Percy looked gobsmacked. Madame Pince, but although I am a prefect. Harry nodded earnestly. I knew you had a really good knowledge of the library. I simply haven't had the time to learn all of its secrets yet. Percy quickly levered himself out of his chair. It would be an honor to support the studies of such an ambitious young Gryffindor, he declared magnificently. Allow me to escort you back to the library. Shortly thereafter, Percy and Harry found themselves in the middle of the defense section, both performing all the library charms they knew. Forgive me, Mr. Potter, Percy finally said, turning stiffly. It appears I underestimated you. Your spells work perfectly, and not even I can locate any books on the topic you're searching for here. Harry felt his heart sink lower and lower in his chest. If even the Hogwarts library hadn't been much help, so Harry's next best option was to seek out Snape. But Percy kept talking. Follow me, he instructed. With a spark of hope, Harry sprang into action. He felt a strange tension and nervousness as they walked past a few particularly studious students, who stared at him as they passed. Percy strode confidently through the room, bypassing all the nooks and crannies Harry knew well, and headed straight for a trick bookcase. It swung open to reveal a wooden spiral staircase. When they reached the top, Harry stepped onto a new floor of the library, one he had never even imagined existed. The ceiling soared high above, and the same enormous bookcases lined the walls, but here the sunlight appeared faded and old. There were no sounds of rustling pages or the whispers of quiet students. Harry's footsteps thudded dully against the floor as he stepped off the stairs. Mouth agape and neck craned, he stared in astonishment. In 7 years, he had never even heard a rumor about this room. He took a cautious step forward, moving closer to Percy, and found himself walking slowly and reverently. The room felt like a cathedral, and Harry sensed he needed to treat it as such. Unlike the level below, the books here smelled dusty and unused. The shelves still gleamed, but they were filled with yellowed and ancient volumes. Some appeared to be missing pages or even covers. He could have sworn he spotted a book with a tea stain on its spine. There was a library ladder similar to those downstairs, but this one had 2 broken steps. It barely resembled Madame Pince's library at all. Yet a heavy silence lay over the shelves like years of dust. Something lingered in the air, a weight in the atmosphere that demanded reverence. "Where are we?" Harry wondered aloud, the words slipping out before he could stop them. "The stacks," Percy murmured humbly. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. "The majority of the Hogwarts library collection is stored in this room. The old, the rare, the damaged, the irreplaceable, the unused." He paused, taking in the room with awe, while Harry stood beside him, equally captivated. The Hogwarts collection is one of the most complete in the world, but it's this flaw that truly makes it magnificent. They began to move forward slowly, Harry trailing Percy toward what appeared to be the center of the room. Their wands emitted the same library spells, illuminating the surroundings. "No old books are ever thrown away at Hogwarts," Percy continued. "Instead, they come here, stored with all the knowledge wizardkind has gained over the centuries. You need to be careful in here." Harry's mind raced with images of the monster book of monsters spawning nests of rabid mutant babies until Percy finished his thought. Because many of these books are outdated, incorrect, or hold incomplete information. Madame Pince allows mature and responsible students to browse this section on their own, but only if they respect the books and the space. I'm not sure what she would do if anyone disrespected this place, but I know she would find out. Mr. Potter, you seem like a promising young man, and I appreciate what you're doing for my brother. Just please don't abuse the privilege of being here, it would reflect poorly on me." Harry gulped and nodded, feeling the weight of Percy's words. Eventually, Percy came to a stop in front of a massive bookshelf that appeared to be attached to the wall. It glowed with a soft golden light, but no book stood out to him. Instead, the entire shelf flickered dimly. Harry wasn't sure what to expect when Percy walked up to the shelves and spread his arms as if preparing for push-ups. This was unexpected behavior for him. Harry watched in bewilderment as Percy placed his hands flat on the shelf at chest height and then pushed down. To Harry's astonishment, the series of shelves on the wall began to scroll down like a secret passage revealing itself. The wooden frame at the top of the shelf grew larger in front of Harry's eyes until it split in 2, revealing a new shelf that seemed to grow in above. His mouth dropped open. Had Hermione known that the library bookshelves could do this? Percy scrolled through the shelves, watching as more appeared at the top and disappeared at the bottom. Then he slowed the movement and stepped back, allowing Harry to approach. Eyeing Percy warily, Harry stepped past him and gazed at the shelf he had revealed. A wide smile broke across Harry's face. There it was, right in front of him, a leather-bound book about 3 inches wide across the spine. The gold-embossed title, "Defend Thyself," gleamed on the cover, and Harry picked up the hefty volume with excitement. His fingers trembled as he forgot Percy's presence and flipped through the pages with wonder. A small cloud of dust puffed up when he cracked the spine, indicating it hadn't been opened in a long time. I'll take it," Harry stammered. "Indeed," Percy replied, watching over Harry's academic joy with a benevolent smile. "I can see you're eager to dive in. I'll leave you to your studies in peace." Awkwardly, Percy patted Harry's shoulder once before turning to leave. "You have a good touch with the cataloging charm. You're welcome to visit this floor again, just don't spread the information around. Your presence here does reflect on me, after all. I wish you the best in your endeavors." With Percy's footsteps fading away, Harry buried his nose in the book, grateful to have the space to explore its contents. Why waste time taking it downstairs when he could read it right here? His fingers trembled as they turned the pages. It took Harry a solid hour of reading, ignoring the crick in his neck and the tickle in the back of his nose, before the realization sank in that the book was not going to be helpful. The realization settled in his stomach like one of Hagrid's rock cakes. Filled with despair, he left the room. Chapter 11: Quirrell to the Rescue. If Harry hadn't been weighed down by his ongoing struggle to master occlumency, he might have said that the week began on a positive note. His standard classes went as well as he had hoped. However, 2 things caught his attention. First, Snape seemed to grow surlier each time Harry answered a question correctly. There were more questions than he remembered. Second, Professor Quirrell appeared oddly fascinated by Harry's abilities in class. Having long suspected he wouldn't be able to shield his mind from legitimacy by the start of the year, Harry convinced his friends to take over the back row of desks in defense against the dark arts. He made a conscious effort to avoid drawing attention to himself, hunching over his textbook and rarely looking up or volunteering to answer questions. In hindsight, it was clear that Quirrell was curious about Harry, just as many others were. Unfortunately, Harry's attempts to remain unnoticed were destined to fail. His only defense was to avoid eye contact. To Hermione's utter confusion, Harry's answers were monosyllabic, and he seemed evasive whenever he was called upon. Mr. Potter, the frustrating teacher, finally managed to get Harry's attention. Kindly describe to the class what function the Fumo spell might perform. Harry straightened slightly in his seat and directed his gaze toward Quirrell's left shoulder. Creating smoke would block your enemy's view, sir, he mumbled, ignoring Hermione's low hiss as he continued, feigning disinterest. I guess it might work against the user too. Precisely, the turbaned man stuttered. Take 5 points, Mr. Potter. What a keen insight. Harry ducked his head as if embarrassed and returned his gaze to his notes. And so, Mr. Potter, Quirrell continued, what kind of situation would call for such a spell? Harry shrugged and shifted in his seat. Harry's gaze drifted to his quill, the feathery tip spinning idly between his fingers. If I knew the area well, sir? If I wanted to sneak away? 5 more points, the irritating professor continued. Harry double-checked, relieved that the man wasn't about to target him for a few minutes. He tuned him out, thankful for a brief reprieve from Voldemort's legitimacy. He couldn't help but wonder if the dark spirit ever influenced the stuttering professor's lesson plans. Although Quirrell had a knack for trolls, Harry found it hard to see Voldemort in that context. Something tickled the back of Harry's mind, an old memory trying to surface. He frowned as he struggled to recall the thought. Occlumency was supposed to help with memory recall, he remembered, and he wished he could enjoy that benefit. He stayed focused on the thought, even as Quirrell called for practical spell casting, even when Neville asked him to go first, and Hermione hissed at him to pay attention. It was just as he twitched his wand, accidentally conjuring the first successful smoke spell of the period, that he remembered the dancing trolls outside the room of requirement. The commotion of the students around him and the points being awarded to Gryffindor sent Harry into a bit of a panic. He felt an immediate urge to dash up to the 7th floor, without having his mind read. Class seemed to stretch on indefinitely from that point. Finally, just as the professor wrapped up the lesson and the students began to pack up and leave, Harry was called back. Mr. Potter, Quirrell stammered, his fellow Gryffindors bustling around him in the defense against the dark arts room. You seem to have a good grasp of your spell work. What do you say? Harry replied, flustered. He had been trying to stay unnoticed, but clearly, something had gone wrong. And he had no occlumency to shield him. Harry felt a wave of panic wash over him. He frantically tried to remember everything he had learned about protecting his mind while maintaining a mildly confused expression. Thanks, Professor. I'll keep working hard, he said, hoping to deflect attention. Quirrell gave him a searching look, and Harry quickly focused on the clasp of Quirrell's cloak. It was grey. As the sounds of the classroom changed, Harry realized that everyone else was quickly leaving, except for Parvati Patil, who seemed to be searching for something under her desk, and Ron, Neville, and Hermione, who were hovering by the door, waiting for him. Wait up, guys! Harry called, inching away from the possessed professor. Was that all, sir? Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. I'll run along, Mr. Potter, Quirrell stammered. Harry held back a sigh. Now Voldemort believed he was a very gifted wizard, if a bit shy, which was certainly different from the utterly average impression he had given before. He moved toward his friends, Ron mumbling under his breath as he did so, and joined them with a distracted air. Should he focus more in class? Or less? Would a sudden change in his schoolwork raise suspicion? Hermione congratulated him for catching the teacher's attention, curiously wondering why Harry's successes in class seemed so significant despite his inappropriate attitude. Harry barely registered what he told her as they made their way down the vast stone corridors. One more problem to navigate. One more thing to keep in mind. Later that evening, after dinner, Harry finally found a moment to sneak away from his friends. Pacing along the corridor that led to the tapestry of Barnabas the Balmy, he hoped to avoid drawing any attention on this particular night. Pausing before the tapestry, he furrowed his brow and created a firm image in his mind. He walked back and forth in front of the door to the room, gathering his resolve. With his heart racing, he opened the heavy door and peeked inside. Incredibly, after all his frustration, Harry found himself in a medium-sized room, standing before a stone podium that held one single, small book. His hands trembled with anticipation and hesitation as he reached out to pick it up. The book was aptly titled Magics of the Mind, and to Harry, it gleamed like a treasure. It was possibly the only book ever written on occlumency, leaving him to wonder about its origins, how it had never crossed the paths of Dumbledore or Snape. He stared at the yellowing cover, his excitement barely contained. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the dust that had settled on it, only to quickly understand why it was so unpopular. The book was printed in an old font, and the ink had faded with age, even though the pages were unmarked and intact. Most books, to Harry's knowledge, were printed with everlasting ink, so this one had to be either very old or very cheaply made. The text was small, and even in the clear light of the room, he had to squint to decipher the indistinct words, the musty scent of aged parchment wafting into his nostrils. He waved his hand again to clear the air. The smell of mildew was quite unpleasant. Bringing the book closer to his face, Harry noticed something that would have sent Hermione into a fit of frustration. There was no index, no page numbers, no chapter titles or headings, just a long, dense essay that felt like the ramblings of someone who had overdosed on babbling beverage. He hated it at once. Yet, it promised to address the most urgent need he had. That night, he snuck it back to his dorm, eager to dive into its contents. As he read behind the privacy of his drawn canopy curtains, he quickly discovered the dangers of tampering with the mind. There were many ways to harm himself and others. Successful memory charms, potions, curses, and hexes could lead someone to insanity. And then there were the unsuccessful spells, those could go horribly wrong. Had the potential for even greater disaster. Harry found the section of the book that discussed specifics. It seemed the brain was a flexible instrument. Minor damage could heal over time, though some excitability or eccentricity might linger, perhaps a paranoia about certain sounds or phenomena. Still, a wizard's mind could generally manage those issues on its own. He thought of Luna and her father. Were they gifted or damaged? Major injuries, however, required a healer's touch. Without proper care, a mind could become twisted like a pretzel, never able to straighten out. Whole gaps in knowledge and personality might eventually be overwritten, but rarely recovered. Harry compared what he knew about poor old Bertha Jorkins, who had suffered from a memory charm that Sirius said had altered her personality, before torture shattered her mind and restored the memory, and Gilderoy Lockhart, who had reverted to a state of permanent childhood and, in Harry's opinion, deserved it. He pressed on. After over an hour of squinting at the text and battling a headache, he finally reached the section on occlumency. It involved clearing the mind and creating a perspective on the thoughts a wizard wanted to keep hidden. He blinked in surprise. He had always thought Snape was a terrible teacher, but perhaps it really was that simple. On second thought, Snape was definitely a horrible teacher. Never mind. More accurately, the book continued, it involved disciplining the mind, knowing it inside and out, and manipulating it as both a real and imaginary space. With parchment and ink bottles spread out on his pillows, Harry took careful notes with his color-coded inks. Clear mind. Discipline. Familiarity. Real. Imaginary. He pondered these concepts for a while before a memory surfaced. That clear, clean King's Cross station he had visited when he had nearly died. Hadn't Dumbledore himself said it was both real and imaginary? And hadn't Harry manipulated that for his own purposes? For the first time, Harry began to believe in the possibility of his success. He closed his eyes and Harry tried to envision the inside of his brain. He hadn't been successful that night, but now he had a guide. It was just a matter of incentive, stubbornness, and time. A few days later, the first-year Gryffindors were heading down to the Quidditch pitch for their very first flying lesson. His mind was finally processing events properly, but a low rumble of worry and concern kept Harry's expression twisted into a slight, painful scowl. Hermione was a mess. She had read every book in the school library about flying, but found them lacking in practical applications. In Harry's opinion, Neville seemed even worse. The story escaped his clenched teeth during their walk to the pitch. After a major mishap on his grandmother's grand staircase, one involving a sock, a handrail, a tulip, a broken armoire, and a squashed easel, his family had banned him from most forms of exercise. It explained his slightly chubby frame, Harry thought to himself, but clearly hadn't done the boy any favors in the long run. Ron's unrestrained excitement certainly wasn't helping either. He bounced along next to Harry, babbling happily about the Chudley Cannon's greatest players. Gilbreed McBain has the best broom-handling skills on the whole team, Ron enthused, his eyes sparkling. Although it's true he gave up 12 penalties last season for blurring alone. Just think of the maneuverability and control you need to match, contact, and hold another player's broomstick. I've been working on my grip for months. Do you think they'll let us try any evasive moves during class? What do you reckon they'll do about accidental contact with other broomsticks? Blimey, I wonder if there are enough in the class for a pick-up game. Have you ever played with real bludgers, Harry? In the background, Neville and Hermione made little whimpering noises. Harry wasn't quite sure what he heard, but it was enough to. Ron caught up with Harry and Hermione, his enthusiasm palpable as he fell back to walk between them, reveling in his role as the flying expert. "Oh, don't you worry about flying," he said, grinning. "Just remember to grip with your hands and your knees. If anything comes at you, duck quickly to avoid broken ribs and all that. But also, leaning forward can make you accelerate or descend, sometimes both, depending on how you do it, so be careful not to accidentally dive. I saw Bertram Farger, a Chudley chaser, get forced into an uncontrolled dive a few years back. I've never seen someone bleed so much while unconscious. You'd think that would slow the blood down, right? But they fixed him up in no time, and they say his neck was almost as good as new." He continued, "And keep your center of gravity, that's most of your weight, Neville, directly above the broom at all times. Unless you're steering, of course, then that's not a good idea. Any questions?" Harry winced, and Hermione opened her mouth to say something but quickly closed it again. "You'll be fine," Ron said, ruffling their hair with all the confidence of an 11-year-old expert. "It's a breeze. I bet we can get used to the school brooms really fast. Even Bill says they're pretty old and, what was the word he used? Oh, quirky. We'll totally trounce the Slytherins. Is it true they're taking the class with us, Harry?" Harry replied non-committally. "Well, let's just start slow and work our way up," he added, picking up the pace. Ron kept up a running commentary all the way to the Quidditch pitch. When they arrived, they found themselves facing the Slytherin group he recognized, and the 12 of them stood in awkward silence as the rest of the class trickled in. It was a sunny day, though the wind had a fresh chill to it. Ron maintained his cheerful chatter, his excitement uncontained. Excitement bubbled in the air as Neville stood rigid, trying to bat down his fluttering robes whenever the wind called them. Hermione faced a similar challenge. Her hair was windswept, repeatedly falling into her eyes and mouth. To keep himself occupied, Harry walked along the first row of broomsticks. Every now and then, he would stop, crouch down, and reach out to heft a broomstick in his hands. The wood felt solid, with a good grip and nice balance, neither too light nor too heavy at the front. He placed it gently on his upturned palm, but it promptly tilted to the left and, after a moment, rolled upside down. He set it back down and stood up, moving further down the row to pick up another promising candidate. Just then, Madam Hooch arrived, calling the class to attention. Harry thought he caught her yellow eyes glancing at him in approval before she barked, "Well, what are you all waiting for? Everyone should find themselves a broomstick. Hurry up!" Harry waved his friends over to stand by him. "Here," he said, pulling Neville by the wrist and guiding him to a sturdy-looking broomstick. "This one's solid. It might be slow, but it's steady." He turned to Hermione, catching her by the shoulders and maneuvering her to another broomstick on his left. "This one will suit you. It might drag a little when you tell it what to do, but it won't shake if you get too high, and it flies straight." Ron helped himself to his own choice, and Harry left him to it, opting for a rather beaten-up broom that stood nearby. The bristles on one side were broken or missing, and it would drift if he wasn't careful, but he knew it could be fast if he managed to control it properly. "Stick out your right hand over your broom," Madam Hooch called from the front of the class, "and say, 'Up.'" "UP," the class echoed, and to Harry's delight, his broom leapt straight into his hand. Ron stood proudly just a little way off. A short distance away, Hermione and Neville were having no luck with their broomsticks. Harry leaned toward them and whispered, "Think of them as old dogs that don't really want to leave their bed. But once you catch their attention, they'll perk right up." "Up," Hermione said with a frown, and her broomstick twitched before steadily rising into her palm. Encouraged by her success, Neville gave it another try. On his third attempt, he finally got lucky, and Harry couldn't help but smile at the pride beaming from Neville's face. Madam Hooch quickly walked them through the steps, how to mount, how to hold the handle, and how to kick off. "All right," she commanded. "Kick off from the ground, hard, when I blow the whistle." Suddenly, Harry's heart sank. He turned to see Neville's broomstick rising steadily into the air. It was clear what had gone wrong. While Madam Hooch's instructions could have been clearer, Neville's nerves had made his legs twitchy, resulting in an excessive kick. Harry noticed that Neville's center of gravity was already tilted slightly to the left. He could see the tension in Neville's shoulders. Any second now, the boy would clutch the handle to his chest to regain his balance. In an instant, Harry's instincts kicked in. His arm shot up just as Neville's ankle passed his shoulder. He didn't even bother aiming for the frame. It was higher, smaller, and might have lifted him up as well if luck was against him. Instead, he grabbed the tail bristles with a firm grip. In hindsight, that could only end one way. The broom tilted, its back end caught tight. Neville struggled with the handle, pulling it up as he tried not to slip back. The broom slowed, then began humming with power as his body drew closer to the frame and his grip tightened. Neville wailed in panic as he lost his hold and slid backward off his broom, crumpling inelegantly to the ground. He missed Harry by mere inches thanks to Harry's quick reflexes in jerking back. The broom shot straight up into the air, climbing vertically for about 20 meters before it lost momentum, stalling at its peak. Then, it plummeted down, burying itself in the dirt just inches away from Neville's left hand. "Mr. Longbottom," Madam Hooch snapped as she strode over to the pair. "What were you thinking? A broomstick kickoff like that is best left to experienced riders. That kind of acceleration can be dangerous for amateurs." The Slytherin student snickered. Madam Hooch glared at the class. "I expect you all to take safety seriously in this lesson. 5 points to Gryffindor, Mr. Potter, for your quick thinking. Now, up you get, Mr. Longbottom. What seems to be the problem?" A shaken and pale Neville cradled his wrist against his chest, looking utterly pitiful. Madam Hooch sighed. "And this is why I instructed you to go slowly. It looks like you need a trip to the hospital wing. Do you know where to go?" Neville shook his head. Madam Hooch scanned the rest of the first years, but their unfamiliarity with the castle was painfully obvious. Harry considered stepping forward to help, plans be damned, but he was too slow. "All right then, none of you is to move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. Leave those brooms where they are, or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. Come along, dear." With that, she began leading Neville away. As soon as they were out of earshot, the Slytherin students erupted in laughter. "Did you see his face, the stupid fatso?" Malfoy exclaimed. Only Longbottom could injure himself by falling from 5 feet. Even Harry had to admit it was unlikely. He kept his mouth shut, but the insults kept coming. The Gryffindor student shifted uneasily, remaining silent until Malfoy went too far. "And did you hear that whimper?" "Wah?" Malfoy tossed his head back and flailed his arms dramatically. "Ooh, help. I'm 5 feet off the ground and I'm scared. I'm a big, brave Gryffindor." The Slytherins erupted in giggles. Ron took an angry step forward, but Harry quickly interjected. "Malfoy," he said loudly, drawing everyone's attention. "You don't seem to understand what a Gryffindor is." He frantically searched for the right words, realizing he hadn't prepared for this moment. He had thought his earlier actions would resolve the issue. Courage isn't the absence of fear, it's feeling the fear and doing it anyway. "Oh," Malfoy smirked, "so Gryffindors are scared of a little height." The Slytherins standing with him grinned and whispered among themselves. "That's not quite what I said," Harry replied, running a hand through his hair, leaving it sticking up in all directions as if the hair product he used daily had vanished. Gryffindors don't let a little thing like fear stop them from taking action. Hermione and Ron stepped forward, nodding in agreement. "Well, that's..." Pansy Parkinson chimed in, backing Malfoy. "Everyone knows that Gryffindors have no survival instincts. You'd have to be foolish to run toward danger." A commotion stirred from Harry's side. Violent memories surged to the forefront of his mind. Even Slytherins stand their ground bravely for things that matter to them. Slytherins are brainy, not brawny. "Surely even you know that choosing your battles means you still go into battle," Harry snapped back. Confused murmurs rippled through both sides of the class, and Harry realized he was getting too deep for the first years. "Yeah, well," Parkinson retorted, "your parents chose to go into battle, and look where they ended up." A disapproving growl rose from the Gryffindor students, and even a few Slytherins hissed in warning. Ron bristled beside him as the cheerful breeze continued to snap around them. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the tension thickened. Pansy Parkinson paled, realizing she had crossed a line. "So," Harry began slowly, "you admit that by going into battle, my parents were fighting against people on the opposite side? Who were also going to battle?" He sensed the need to defuse the situation before someone said something he couldn't control. "I guess we're getting a bit too personal now." With a short sigh, he ruffled his hair, attempting to lighten the mood. Around him, Harry could hear murmurs of confusion and rustling from the crowd. "We should make this official then," he declared, stepping forward with confidence. Malfoy flinched in surprise, then straightened up, anger flashing across his face as he tried to mask his moment of weakness. The Slytherins huddled closer together, and Harry wondered if some of his own housemates were reaching for their wands. The onlooking crowd fell silent, their eyes glued to the unfolding scene, while the first years looked utterly bewildered. "Malfoy, I've had the pleasure of your acquaintance before," Harry said, extending his right hand in an inviting gesture. Malfoy stared at him blankly for a moment, and just when it seemed like the Slytherin would reject his offer, Harry leaned toward Ron, speaking quietly yet confidently. "Ron? Do wizards not do this? Have I mortally offended him somehow? Is he not going to introduce me to his friends?" Inside, Harry felt a thrill at the confusion he was sowing among his classmates. As Ron opened his mouth to respond, Malfoy's face flushed a deep pink, and he stepped forward with renewed pride. "A Malfoy always does what's right, Potter. May I have the pleasure of introducing you to Blaise Zabini, Theodore Nott, Pansy Parkinson, Millicent Bulstrode, Daphne Greengrass, Shuffleback, People, Tracy Davis, and Alice Runcorn. People, this is Harry Potter." The Slytherins filed past Harry as they were introduced, and they shook hands, a solemn tableau of 11-year-olds acting with gravity and decorum. "Thanks," Harry said, nodding at Pansy and Malfoy in turn. "Pleasure to meet you all. I'd be happy to talk about this a bit more sometime, perhaps when we know each other a bit better. And maybe you could teach me more about these wizarding greetings and other important things? I know I have a lot to learn." "You've asked the right man," Malfoy replied with a pompous air. "I know everything you need." Both sides of the class separated, confused and uncertain about what they had just witnessed. Harry, standing awkwardly between the two groups, wandered back over to the broomstick he had dropped and busied himself tidying the bristles. No one spoke, they silently watched him fiddle with the tail twigs. Harry felt the back of his neck turn red. Even Ron and Hermione glanced at him and whispered. Perhaps he hadn't been as subtle as he intended. Frustrated, he jerked a stubborn twig. He had never been good at discussing deep topics. It all made sense in his head, but he suspected he had misjudged his audience somehow. They remained in that tense silence until Professor McGonagall appeared in a flap. She clapped her hands twice. "All right, class. I'll be taking over your supervision until Madam Hooch gets back from the hospital wing." Harry swore he heard her mutter, "Don't know what she was thinking, leaving this mix together," but no one else seemed to notice. The lesson continued with some basic drills. Harry hovered reassuringly next to Hermione the whole time. Slowly, he was proud to notice her deft grip on the broom handle relaxed, and she began to unwind. The Slytherins kept giving him strange looks out of the corner of their eyes. It wasn't just Malfoy, it was all of them. Harry couldn't figure out what his mistake had been, but their gazes made him feel twitchy. Finally, Professor McGonagall gave them 10 minutes to fly freely. Harry had planned to zoom around the class like a maniac to catch her attention. After all, being on the team was one of his first true points of pride. However, once he was airborne, he found it easy to get swept up in the exhilaration of being back on his broomstick. Before he knew it, he was swooping and diving with delight. Perhaps he wouldn't have attracted so much attention if he hadn't made such a spectacle in front of the Slytherins, but the whole class seemed to hold back and watch him. He and Ron chased each other around Hermione, who scolded them until she got dizzy. Up, down, around, and tag, run away. For a moment, Harry brushed aside his goals and embraced the freedom of flying. The wind rushed through his hair, Ron was laughing, and so was he. The sun was shining, it was a beautiful day. The Seeker business would happen when it happened. He dashed away from Ron with a laugh, circling higher and higher, always staying just out of Ron's impatient reach. Then he heard a little whimper. "Harry?" Hermione gasped. "Harry?" She was struggling to stay steady on her broomstick while watching the two of them circle above her. Trying to descend, her seat had slipped, and she was sinking too fast. In an instant, Harry checked his broom and dove toward her, his hand instinctively grabbing her broom handle and guiding her safely down to the ground. Hermione gasped in relief as he took control of her broom, clenching one hand tightly onto his shoulder. Harry figured he'd have a bruise there by tomorrow. Ron hovered worriedly beside them, and all three of them were entirely focused on getting Hermione safely to the ground. So, Harry was genuinely surprised when, in the next moment, Professor McGonagall appeared over them, her conversation with Madam Hooch forgotten, and a strange light in her gaze as she measured him. "Mr. Potter, 5 points to Gryffindor for your quick reactions. Now, follow me, if you would." Harry jogged after Professor McGonagall, leaving behind a curious group of first years. He wasn't surprised when she led him directly to the fifth-year charms class. Later that evening at dinner, Neville admired Harry's achievement, Ron felt a pang of jealousy, and Hermione voiced her concerns about how it might affect his studies when he announced he had just become the youngest Seeker at Hogwarts in a century. A few days later, his new broom arrived at the breakfast table. It seemed Malfoy was temporarily content to observe Harry from a distance. After a few days of irritation from the itch between his shoulder blades, Harry accepted the situation. Aside from a handful of unexpected events and some settling in issues, his return to Hogwarts was mostly incident-free, and soon the days settled into a familiar routine. However, as the weeks passed and he faced the same lessons again, Harry began to notice something troubling. He was bored. He had immersed himself in his studies, diligently writing essays and completing homework, driven by a thirst for knowledge for his own sake. His understanding of charms, transfiguration, and defense had grown, and he had inadvertently deepened his grasp of magical theory. Motivated by Quirrell's watchful presence, Harry even threw himself into a clumancy training with enthusiasm, but he found that everything beyond the most basic skills continued to elude him. Despite concentrating intensely to clear his mind, the looming deadlines and an ever-growing to-do list obstructed his progress. Beyond a certain point, it became increasingly difficult for him to advance in practical skills. His schoolwork started to distract him from what was truly important, and the quality of his homework essays fluctuated as his personal philosophies evolved. Harry found himself caught in a whirlwind of thoughts each day. Should he focus on mastering all the first-year magic before moving on? Or was it better to assume he understood it well enough and invest his time elsewhere? He spent less time studying and more time staring blankly into space. Frustration bubbled within him. Boredom gnawed at his insides. He longed to go outside, to move, to engage in something physically exhausting. What's wrong? Hermione whispered one day as the three of them sat in the library. Ron's with Dean and Seamus, if it's him you're worried about, she added. Nah, Harry replied softly. I knew that. Hermione leaned in closer, her brow furrowing. Are you stuck on something? Do you want me to take a look? Nah, he repeated, a bit more firmly. I think I understand what it means. She returned to her work, but after a few minutes of silence, she glanced up again when she noticed his quill hadn't moved. Are you tired? Harry shook his head. What's the problem? He held her gaze for a moment before she straightened and set down her quill. All right, Harry. This isn't like you. What's going on? Next to her, Neville looked up, joining Hermione in watching Harry with curiosity. He sighed. It seemed he had a choice, either lie or be unkind. He didn't want to do either. His conversations with his friends had shifted dramatically, oscillating between casual camaraderie and careful manipulation as he tried to rebuild their relationships. After all, he was no longer just 11. He trailed off, frustration building. Do you ever wonder what the point of it all is? Neville exchanged a glance with Hermione, who tilted her head thoughtfully. I think you mean something less obvious than what I'm thinking, she suggested. There are plenty of reasons for homework and for practicing magic, as you probably know. She wasn't wrong. It's more like... He struggled to find the words. What's the point of learning the differences between Pasiphae and Pasiphae and their orbits around Jupiter? When? Am I ever going to use this stuff? Harry exclaimed, frustration bubbling over. I get wand work, charms, transfigurations, spells, and enchantments. I understand why I might need to start up a stove or burn off a devil's mare. But why do they make us draw star charts and sky maps? Or write essays in potions instead of practicing? Or make pineapples dance? Where's the use in that? Well, Hermione began, a hint of worry in her voice as she addressed his outburst, there are lots of skills we might learn now that could depend on what we learn in the future. For instance, I heard an older student say that Professor Flitwick teaches us to make tap dancing fruit because it helps us develop a delicate touch with the wand that is necessary for OWL spells. Something about learning different spell rhythms, I think. Eh? Harry said, his interest piqued. Spells have rhythms? I never knew about that. He paused for a moment, then waved a hand dismissively. Sorry. Never mind. You were saying? Hermione continued, and there are dangers in potions that we need to be aware of, when to use them, when not to use them, and how they might interact. Is that what you mean? Harry shook his head. I know all that. But no one is going to use all of this stuff. Why can't I just focus on the bits that I'll actually need and leave out the rest? The thought had been nagging at him. Why study astronomy when Voldemort probably knew every curse uttered in England? Why potions, when Gringotts would defend the Lestrange vault with the thief's downfall, which could remove all illusion charms and concealment? So you know what you want to do with your life then, Harry? Neville's quiet voice brought him back to the present. Well, broadly, Harry replied with a shrug. He wanted to kill Horcruxes, destroy Voldemort, and most likely become an Auror, if he survived. A brief moment of silence fell over them. Pasiphae is a goddess of sex and herbology, Neville suddenly said, startling Harry. When Pasiphae is aligned with Orthosea during the season, that's the best time to harvest Mucunapurian seeds, which are used in various fertility potions. They're also sometimes included in rituals held during the new moon. Who? Harry replied, looking confused, while Hermione stared at Neville in surprise. When Pasiphae aligns with Metis instead, that's the time to perform a blessing ritual on certain types of tree groves, especially if you want them to grow sturdy trunks and branches instead of just foliage. So, Harry clarified, these little details that seem unimportant actually change people's actions. I guess so, Neville mumbled, rubbing his neck under their scrutiny. You'd probably have to be a professional to really follow through with them, like growing potion ingredients or something. Hermione interrupted, how in the world did you know that, Neville? I've read tons about Jupiter's moons and even delved into the mythology behind them, but none of the books mention that. He ducked his head. I've looked into herbology a bit. I'm allowed to mess around in the greenhouse at home. Gran says I can't break too much there. Wow, Hermione said. I hope your Gran appreciates you. She glanced at Neville, who was sitting in silence, then turned back to Harry. So, does that help you out any? I guess so, he admitted with a hint of regret. I'll pay more attention to the practical applications of our homework from now on. See if I can relate it to my own life. Hermione nodded in satisfaction and returned to her work. Harry reflected on their conversation. Perhaps racing ahead for obscure knowledge wasn't his only option. Digging deeper into his homework might reveal practical applications that could help him. Defense was undoubtedly useful, but maybe he could discover additional ways to fight back against Voldemort elsewhere. Feeling a bit more reassured, he decided that focusing on the basics wouldn't be a waste after all. Harry felt a shift in his perspective. The frustration he had felt about the pace of his schoolwork faded away, allowing him to focus once more on his first-year studies. If you want, Hermione said before they all got too engrossed in their work again, I can recommend a couple of books to you. I've found this wonderful charms book called Scholastic Success that might help you navigate the library better. Harry recognized the title. Awesome. I'll look into that. Thanks, Hermione. With a small smile on her face, she returned to her studies. As time passed, Harry began to notice something changing in how his friends viewed him. Sure, Ron loved to joke around with him in their dorm and the common room. Hermione took great satisfaction in studying alongside him. Together, the three of them worked to help Neville with his classes, steadily building up his confidence. But it was clear they didn't see Harry merely as a friend and equal. Hermione admired Harry's depth of knowledge, often turning to him for suggestions when her research hit a dead end. Ron, despite his jealousy over Harry's fame and Quidditch skills, defended Harry's unique situation to their sometimes envious dorm mates, highlighting how generous and hard-working he was. And Neville seemed to be gradually shaping his personality after Harry's, reflecting a genuine admiration. Even Draco Malfoy, who often skulked around, seemed to weigh Harry's offhand comments with newfound consideration. The blonde frequently hovered near Harry, alternating between taunts and unsolicited advice, before retreating to analyze Harry's reactions. Fortunately for Harry's peace of mind, Professor Snape continued to treat him as he always had. Harry made sure to avoid Snape's gaze, kept his hair slicked back, completed his pre-class readings and then some, and recalled the man's past grievances, maintaining his composure. As a result, his classwork was satisfactory, and he seemed to positively influence the Gryffindors. Strangely, even the notorious Slytherin-Gryffindor rivalry felt somewhat diminished. During class, Harry's calming influence on the Gryffindors seemed to diminish the usual vitriol. Surprisingly, Snape appeared to appreciate none of it. He sneered and snarled at Harry with all the disgust and bitterness he could muster. To Harry's bemusement, it felt as though Snape had skipped right past mere hatred, diving straight into a deep-seated loathing. Snape had stopped calling on Harry in class, clearly upset that Harry always had the right answers. Instead, he took great pleasure in punishing Harry for things he couldn't control, breathing too loudly, being slow to ignite his cauldron flame, and taking up too much space with his elbows. The first time Harry lost points for messing up his slug slices, he felt a gentle shock of nostalgia. It was a familiar sensation, and since he was so unaccustomed to being back in a first-year class, the blatant bullying slid off him like water off a duck's back. From that point on, he made sure his ingredients were perfectly prepared, completely unaware of how infuriated it made the vindictive potions master. Overall, Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall were thrilled. Harry seemed to fit into Hogwarts like a hand in a glove. The occasional headache served as a reminder that he had Quirrell right where he wanted him. As the first term flew by with ease, Harry relaxed into the familiar routine, confident that he had accomplished what he needed for now. Chapter 12: Dreams of Hope and Despair. Next came the waiting game. Having just returned from the front lines of war, Harry had meticulously managed every aspect of his life to reach this moment at Hogwarts. Now that the emergency planning had succeeded and studying was underway, if not particularly thrilling, Harry felt his mind begin to settle. The buried issues started to resurface. One night, he awoke screaming, his throat throbbing and his mind racing from a nightmare. His roommates, jolted from their innocent slumber, were startled by his panicked cries. Ron shook him awake, eyes wide with concern, while Neville dashed off to find a prefect, leaving Harry gasping and sweating in fear. As Harry blinked the sleep from his eyes, he glanced around the room, taking in the worried faces of his friends beside his bed in the open canopy. 3 pale faces stared back at him in concern, and the only sound was Harry's rasping breaths. After a moment of silent exchange, Harry noticed Ron's intense gaze directed at his hand, and the room fell into an even deeper silence as they all realized he had drawn his wand on Ron when he was shaken awake. Embarrassment washed over Harry, and he quickly tucked his wand away. Mate," Ron managed to say, relief flooding his voice as the wand finally moved away from the space between his eyes. The silence was soon interrupted by the sound of footsteps, as Neville led a concerned prefect into the room. "Mr. Potter," the older boy said, surveying the scene. "What's going on here?" The prefect's practical demeanor and Harry's sudden awkwardness eased the tension, and everyone present took a collective breath. "Really sorry, guys," Harry mumbled. "I didn't mean to wake you. It was just a nightmare." Despite a few probing questions from the 7th-year prefect, Harry remained tight-lipped about the details. After a hushed conversation between Neville and the older boy, the prefect came to his own conclusion, clucking his tongue in understanding. With a final warning to speak to Madame Pomfrey in the morning, Ron left to return to bed. As Harry quietly observed his roommates, he noticed a shared understanding spread among them one by one. They were assuming he had dreamt of his parents' death and were respecting his privacy in the only way they knew how. Harry mumbled another apology and watched them all settle back into bed. He felt he had no choice but to let them cling to their misconception. The truth was, rather than reliving the tragic loss of his parents, Harry had been haunted by more recent memories from his time as a 17-year-old. He had been grappling with Voldemort in the castle. In the dream, the Dark Wizard was inside the school, personally torturing and killing his closest friends, while Harry could only stand by helplessly, waiting for his turn. He lay quietly in bed, listening as Ron, followed by the others, began to breathe deeply and settle into the rhythms of sleep. It was only after the room fell into a calm slumber that Harry finally relaxed his muscles. With an undignified scramble, he made his way to the nearest bathroom, where he promptly emptied his stomach. After a final dry heave, he wiped the bitter bile from his lips, cast a quick cleaning spell, rinsed his mouth, and trembling, returned to bed. His mind was racing, grappling with the complexities of his unforeseen issue. For years, Harry had been stressed, worried, fearful, and anxious. Yet, for the first time that he could remember, he had felt safe and at peace, dare he say it, in control. Now, it seemed his mind had decided to bring forth all his horrible memories, hoping to finally lay them to rest. Perhaps using those memories as motivation to study wasn't the best idea after all? Suddenly, it struck him, he was suffering from post-traumatic stress. The 17-year-old Hermione would have been thrilled that Harry's mind felt safe enough to start processing the awful things he had experienced, but Harry himself was far from impressed. Harry had been doing his best to fit in and savor the calm before the storm. Now, however, his own mind was keeping him on edge. He cast a wordless silencing charm but lay awake for a while before finally drifting back to sleep. The next morning, it was clear that rumors had begun to circulate, evident from the glances he received over breakfast, though no one approached him. He was somewhat surprised that Hermione, in particular, remained silent. He noticed that Neville stayed close to her all day, seemingly asking for homework help whenever she tried to engage with Harry. Harry realized he should have expected Neville's thoughtfulness and appreciated his effort. After breakfast, Harry made sure to visit the school nurse right away. He reluctantly accepted her insistence that he take a calming potion while she watched over him. Night terrors? Madame Pomfrey mused after he approached her. Is this the first time you've had them? Harry paused, trying to find the right words. Ah, he finally said, it's not the first time, but it doesn't happen often. Madame Pomfrey replied, clearly intrigued, but Harry did his best to deflect her questions, unwilling to reveal the truth about his situation. Are you homesick, perhaps? There's no shame in it, we always get a few first years around this time of year. Harry couldn't help but snort in amusement. Goodness, no. The matron raised an eyebrow skeptically. Then how do you feel? Harry complained of a slight headache and a sore throat. Madame Pomfrey nodded knowingly. That's only to be expected. Take this potion for your throat and try to have an early night. She handed him a draught he recognized as a minor healing potion and watched carefully as he drank it obediently. Come back to me if you have any further problems, she added sternly. Harry nodded in response. Harry silently promised himself the exact opposite of what he felt. He would have to order his own private collection of potions. Finally, Madame Pomfrey allowed him to lead the infirmary. He appreciated her good intentions, even if he didn't quite see the practical application of them. As he made his way to his classes, it quickly became clear that either last night's prefect or Madame Pomfrey had shared what they had found. Along with his fellow students, Harry found himself the focus of many of his teachers' attention. Professors Flitwick and McGonagall offered concerned glances and awarded him unnecessary points for Gryffindor. Only Snape seemed to take pleasure in his usual acerbic taunts, and oddly, Harry found that a relief. Hunching his shoulders protectively, he did his best to keep a low profile. Suddenly, he jerked upright in a panic. His heart raced in his chest, his right hand felt stiff and sore from tension, and his throat burned as if he had scratched it with his fingernails. But there was no movement around him. After a quick glance, Harry realized he had screamed himself awake from yet another nightmare. With an awkward twitch, he dropped his wand arm back to his side and lay down again. It had been over 2 weeks since his first bad dream, and he had initially hoped it would be a one-time occurrence. But disappointment had set in as the night terrors returned repeatedly, often more than once a night. It had now been 10 days since Harry had managed a full night's sleep. His stomach twisted with anxiety. He had started eating smaller meals before bed to avoid throwing up his dinner. Thankfully, it had been a week since he had had any nighttime vomiting, but the hunger pangs made it hard to rest easy. He thought longingly of Madame Pomfrey's dreamless sleep potions, but he knew they were highly addictive, and dangerous things could happen if the dose wasn't calculated just right. Harry knew the potions contained the same base as the draught of living death, a fact he had discovered through his recent systematic studies. With the streak of bad luck he had been experiencing, he didn't want to risk being trapped in a nightmare, unable to wake. He had no desire to find out if his true age might alter the effects of a mind-altering potion, but there was no one he could turn to for answers. Gradually, his harsh panting eased. He propped himself up to peek out from behind his bed hangings and into the dormitory. After a long look, he let the curtain drop. His silencing charms were working remarkably well, even better than they had before. All the constant practice, and maintaining the charm while he slept, was actually improving his spell work. None of the other Gryffindor boys had heard a thing. With his left hand, Harry clumsily twisted open another mild pain potion for his throat. He was running low and would need to reorder soon, but for now, he was managing the pain, tiredness, and fear. Curling up on his side, he pressed his right fist, still clutching his wand, tightly under his chin. He burrowed under the heavy covers and stubbornly closed his eyes. If the nightmares insisted on returning, he was determined to get as much sleep as possible. It took several long minutes for his panting to transform into the slow, deep breaths of a sleeping child. Harry had been keeping a close watch on his roommate since his first nightmare. He noticed that while they had treated him with extra care for a few days, they had since relaxed after more than a week of no disturbances. Yet, he found their attitudes intriguing. They seemed more respectful than he had expected, even though he now slept every night under a canopy permanently charmed to silence. His screams clearly went unnoticed. They didn't even see the sleek grey owl that arrived from Street Mungo's, delivering a confidential supply of pain potions. Harry took the potions that healed his sore throat every morning, but he found himself wondering if his spell work was less stable than he had believed. However, observing his roommate's reactions, he concluded that his continuing nightmares didn't seem to disturb them at all. In fact, they had been respectful from the very first day of school. It was then that Harry realized something significant. By returning to his past, albeit changed, he had brought back more than just memories from his first year. Despite having recently compared himself unfavorably to a first-year Hermione, he recognized that he had faced deadly dangers that none of his friends had ever encountered. He had fought his way through situations that should have claimed his life, surviving through sheer determination and a bit of luck. Each challenge he overcame had bolstered his confidence. He had stared death in the face and made the hardest choices, not for himself, but for others. Despite his age, Harry understood now that he was no longer a child. He finally grasped how his classmates began to see him. Without realizing it, the Gryffindor first years looked to him as a leader and an example. Even if it was based on their impressions of his confusing words during flying class and his apparent indifference to Snape's harsh teaching methods, they thought he was mature. Though they didn't fully understand him, they sensed that he possessed knowledge they lacked. Students from other houses respected him as well, recognizing qualities admired in their own houses: loyalty, intelligence, and ambition. The teachers trusted him not only to excel in his studies but also to look out for his classmates with a protective eye. Even Malfoy's constant, frustrated attention was leading to a grudging respect for Harry. It was all quite disconcerting. For Harry, it felt almost like a relief to spend time with people he hadn't been close to in his previous life. Harry found an unexpected source of comfort in Percy Weasley. The studious redhead seemed largely indifferent to Harry's reputation, focusing instead on his own academic pursuits. Despite this, they often engaged in fascinating discussions about advanced schoolwork. Percy was always willing to share his insights on how different subjects interrelated. Then there was Cedric Diggory. Harry admired Cedric's reputation for being patient and kind to his younger classmates. He longed to learn more about Cedric as a person, hoping to override the haunting memories of his lifeless body. And what about Oliver Wood? Harry realized there had to be more to Oliver than just Quidditch. It was a bit embarrassing to think he had known Oliver for 7 years and was only just coming to this realization. Intrigued by the possibilities, he decided to seek out these classmates and spend time with them whenever he could. As he avoided sleep and the rumors swirling around him, Harry threw himself recklessly into his studies. The one person who noticed his increasing hours in the library was Hermione, who believed it was a healthy pursuit. However, his nightmares persisted. Almost every night, he would wake up in a panic, tormented by feelings of inadequacy in the face of Voldemort's evil. He relived Cedric's death over and over in the graveyard, saw Ginny lying pale and lifeless in the Chamber of Secrets, and watched as Sirius, Lupin, Dumbledore, and countless others were killed right before his eyes. The bitter taste of the potion he took to soothe his throat became all too familiar. Harry appeared increasingly grey and drawn. His weight, which had never been substantial, began to dwindle. Dark circles formed under his eyes, and he had to use charms to hide them from view. Neville, Hermione, and Ron approached him a few times, expressing their concerns with a hint of hesitation. Harry did his best to respond with gratitude and patience, appreciating their friendship as they gathered around him. Harry found himself feeling protected as he walked the halls with Percy, Cedric, and Oliver between classes and meals. He noticed that Hermione and Ron were fighting less frequently. This thought worried him slightly. He wondered if it was somehow because of him, but then he reassured himself that they were simply getting used to each other. In class, Snape seemed to take particular pleasure in targeting him with sharper remarks. "Mr. Potter," Snape sneered, "is it within your admittedly meager capabilities to refrain from drawing attention to yourself with that inelegant snorting? A little decorum would assist you." 5 points from Gryffindor. "Mr. Potter," he continued, "would you be so kind as to share with the class the reasons behind your ungainly flailing of your hands? Precisely how did you come to grind the asphodel root into medium fine powder, and not, as instructed, a medium dry pulp?" 10 points. "Mr. Potter," Snape said with an icy tone, "explain to me specifically why you have allowed Mr. Longbottom to add the chicken livers at this stage in your potion. And why was it still on the heat? Report to Mr. Filch after dinner." Hermione was furious, but Harry had grown accustomed to worse. Those old, familiar taunts were strangely comforting in a place filled with constant worry about the future. Now that he thought about it, Snape did seem to be more cutting and vicious than before. But how could Harry's growing skill in potions provoke Snape's bitterness even further? Even Ron was spending more time with Harry in the library, and the three friends had established some sort of arrangement where at least one of them was with him at all times. Their concern felt a bit claustrophobic, but it was also touching. Thank goodness for Quidditch. Harry found joy in the hours of practice that Oliver would insist that the team undertake. The very act of flying felt so far removed from everything else he needed to achieve. It was purely a hobby, devoid of vital outcomes or strict timelines. The Gryffindor team recognized his skill and, seeing their potential rise, practiced with a fervor he could hardly remember. Morning practices were no burden for Harry. Even though he had to drag himself out of bed, exhausted, it was a relief not to face more nightmares by sleeping in. As the chasers and beaters swarmed below him, Harry soared over the pitch, pushing his body to its limits and setting his problems aside. The chilly mornings, the open sky, and the early sun peeking through the clouds felt like a world away from the screams of the night. While his studies kept his mind occupied during the day, Harry quickly discovered that flying allowed him to clear his thoughts. He learned to focus solely on finding the snitch, and after a good flight, he found that his body slept better at night. His palms grew calloused, his muscles became sinewy, and his eyes sparkled with intensity. It wasn't easy, but it was just another punishing year in a long line of challenges. Harry learned to cope. The year passed slowly as he delicately balanced his time. He filled his days with frenetic studying and demanding Quidditch training while also nurturing his friendships. The relationships he was developing with Ron, Hermione, and Neville were a comforting refuge, but when the constraints on his actions became overwhelming, Harry would throw himself into his studies with reckless abandon. Unlike Hermione, who researched in logical cycles that built her foundational knowledge, Harry pursued his interests with wild enthusiasm, diving deep into one esoteric subject after another. Each day left him with a few more spells at his disposal. He quickly transformed into a student who was not just diligent, but almost obsessive about discovering new information. If his friends from the past could see him now, they would have worried about his single-minded focus. Fortunately for him, everyone who knew him well only had this new Harry to compare him to. His studies seemed completely normal to his new friends. Only Ron occasionally mumbled complaints, but that was no reflection on Harry. As Harry's school year progressed, there was a bit of a stir during Halloween when a troll wandered into the castle dungeons. Fortunately, the students were quickly evacuated to their common rooms, and Harry made sure to keep a close watch on his friends. They all stayed safe. Gryffindor dominated the Quidditch match against Slytherin. The night before, Harry had spent hours contemplating ways to protect himself from Quirrell. He hesitated for a moment, teetering on the edge of a rather drastic decision, but ultimately decided against slipping an anonymous note under Professor Snape's door. Too many things could go wrong with that plan. Instead, he pulled Neville aside early the next morning, before breakfast. Their quiet conversation went unnoticed as they made their way to the dining hall. Being two of the earliest risers in Gryffindor, they enjoyed total privacy as they walked together. Harry drew Neville closer and spoke in a hushed tone. "I think something is going to go wrong in the match today," he confided. Neville quickly tried to reassure him. "Oh, Harry, I'm sure you'll be great," he encouraged. You're the youngest seeker in a century, you know. Anyone who has seen you on a broom knows you're the best seeker Gryffindor has had for years. And you've been sleeping well again, haven't you? Harry smiled. It felt good to have friends. But that wasn't quite where he wanted to steer the conversation. Thanks, Nev. I've been fine. But that's not exactly what I meant. Can I ask you a favor? Neville looked at Harry, searching his eyes. Me? Not Ron or Hermione. You're the only one I'm going to tell, Harry confirmed. You can ask them for help later on if you need it, but I need you to keep something a secret until you can help me out. Neville nodded solemnly. The thought of Harry asking for help cheating in the game never even crossed his mind. I think someone who hates me is going to try and jinx me today, Harry continued. Harry gaped in surprise. No, seriously, he assured Neville. I heard a rumor that I won't repeat, and I want you to keep an eye on the crowd for me while I play. Neville nodded quickly. Harry continued, if anything strange happens to me, I'm trusting you to jump in and stop it. Neville's eyes widened. Well, sure, Harry, he babbled. But I don't know what you think I can do. Harry quickly reassured him. If it's a hex, he explained, then the easiest thing to do is make them break eye contact. A bump or a shove or something would work fine. But what if it isn't? Neville wondered. Then maybe you can get Hermione to try and figure out what it might be, Harry offered. And just as a hint, he added, lowering his voice, I'd like you to pay special attention to Professor Quirrell. Neville returned to gaping like a fish. Quirrell? But he's more nervous than I am. Harry snorted in agreement but nodded. True, but it might be a disguise. I'm sure he's hiding something, and I know he hates me. Will you do it? Neville slowly agreed, not entirely convinced, but willing to give it a try. The two boys dropped the conversation as they approached the breakfast table and moved on to other topics. Harry felt heartened by the support of his housemates and finally left the table to focus on the match. As he looked back, he was touched to see Neville, carefully chewing on his unfinished breakfast, his gaze fixed on the empty air in front of him, clearly concentrating hard on Harry's unusual request. By 11 o'clock, the Quidditch stands were completely filled. His Gryffindor classmates had crafted and enchanted a banner to encourage him, and Harry flashed them a grateful wave. Sooner than he anticipated, the teams were out on the pitch and in the air. Lee Jordan's voice filled the stadium, booming with excitement. The cheers of the audience echoed from the stands, and Harry felt a surge of delight when he spotted Neville, Hermione, and Ron standing directly behind Professor Quirrell. As he circled the Quidditch pitch, he stayed clear of the chasers and beaters, who swarmed below him, weaving and swooping through their intricate plays. Then, Harry caught sight of the gleaming gold of the snitch near one end of the pitch. He shouted with excitement and raced toward it on his broom. Just then, a bludger hurtled his way, but Harry dodged it skillfully. Keeping an eye out for other obstacles, he noticed Marcus Flint moving to block his path. With a swift maneuver, Harry zipped around the larger boy's broom. The stands erupted with loud boos from both Gryffindors and Slytherins, some for Flint's dangerous blocking and others for Harry's impressive dodge. Lee Jordan's voice boomed from the announcer's booth, filled with scathing commentary. The Slytherin seeker was closing in on Harry as they both sped toward the shimmering snitch. Harry lowered his body on his Nimbus 2000, pushing it faster and faster as he approached the snitch, which hovered tantalizingly close to the ground. It seemed to realize it had been spotted and darted to one side, away from the two seekers. In that moment, Harry instinctively calculated when to make his move, shifting his grip to one hand on the broom. He leaned forward in anticipation, just inches away from the prize. His world narrowed down to him, his broom, and the golden blur. Suddenly, his broom twitched violently, jolting him. The Slytherin seeker, tailing him closely, had to jerk away to avoid the unexpected bucking of Harry's broomstick. Normally, Harry might have cursed or groaned at such a disruption, but in that mental blank space he inhabited, he was focused solely on the snitch. His eyes remained locked on that speck of gold, determined not to let it slip away. Harry wrestled the broom a few key meters forward as it bucked beneath him. The wild movements intensified, but he barely registered them. Without any conscious planning, Harry fixed his gaze on the hovering snitch, which suddenly darted below him. He stopped blinking, and a huge gasp rippled through the crowd as he seemed to topple to the left and slip down. In a bold move, he jumped off his broom, swinging away from the misbehaving stick, and fell freely toward the snitch directly below him. The Slytherin seeker pulled up his broom with a muffled curse, and the crowd in the stands gasped as Harry plummeted. Yet, Harry paid no mind to the danger. As he descended, he frantically rotated his body so his hands would be the first to reach the ground. With a desperate twist, he snagged the snitch from the air just as he fell past it. He almost closed his eyes, it was such a close call. He had succeeded in his gamble by catching the delicate wings with just his fingertips. He didn't have time to reach for his wand before hitting the ground, having chosen not to carry it for fear of breaking it. Harry landed with a muffled thump and a low groan. For a horrified moment, the entire stadium fell silent. Then, the noise erupted. Lee Jordan's frantic voice rang out, loudly proclaiming Gryffindor's triumph as Harry slowly rolled over on the ground. The world came back into focus as he heard the sounds of bodies rushing toward him. A number of students in the stands cheered, but many more remained silent, their faces marked with worry as Madame Hooch and the Gryffindor team raced to his side. Harry's eyes scanned the stands, landing on a frantic Neville, who was peering through a gap in the crowd. He sent up a half-hearted wave before lying back on the dirt. Meanwhile, his friend stole only a glance at the teacher lying face-first in the seats before scurrying down to the pitch. A confused Snape glanced from the players to Harry, uncertainty etched on his face. Harry glanced at the departing Gryffindors, then at the young teacher in the turban who had landed face-first beside him. He quickly pushed the thought aside as they hurried away. On the pitch, Harry felt a sharp pain in both of his shins. Weakly brushing off his teammates' enthusiasm, he informed Madame Hooch about his injuries. With a huff, she blew the final whistle and promptly lifted Harry to take him to the infirmary. The excited Gryffindor players cheered him on as he was carried away. Once upstairs in the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey scolded Harry angrily while he lay in bed, his fractures healing quickly. He lay on his back, struggling to hide his grin as she lectured him. "It could have killed you, Mr. Potter," she exclaimed. "If you hadn't come out of that spin, if you'd landed on your head, or your neck, or your ribs." Harry listened cheerfully. "Hold on to your broomstick next time," she implored, but he couldn't help smiling at her passionate words. Eventually, she fixed him with a serious look. "This madness is only to be expected of a Quidditch player," she admitted. "But I hope not to see this kind of behavior again." Harry nodded in pleased contentment. At last, she sighed and shooed him away. "Then off you go, Mr. Potter. Your teammates will be waiting for you, so hurry along." Feeling as good as new, Harry made his way through the Gryffindor portrait and into the welcoming arms of his housemates. His teammates congratulated him heartily, and the first-year boys slapped him on the back. Hermione looked on with concern, but Harry made sure to ruffle Neville's hair as he walked past. "That was a great job, mate," he whispered, meeting Neville's eyes. "We'll talk later." For now, Neville had to be content with that. When the party finally wound down, Harry found Neville alone in a quiet corner. In a quiet corner, Neville looked utterly miserable. He felt he had failed at the task Harry had entrusted to him. Harry quickly came to his friend's side. "It was brilliant, Nev," he reassured him. "Quirrell won't dare try that again in another match after you made him faceplant so spectacularly. And I wasn't thrown off, I promise. I just had to move quickly to beat Higgs to the snitch." Neville still seemed unconvinced. "But I didn't do it in time, Harry. You fell off your broom." "Not exactly," Harry grinned. "I would have waited for you, but I thought Higgs might get there first. But you got Quirrell anyway. Even if we hadn't won the game, I would have been safe." Neville shook his head. "I know what you said about Quirrell, but I still don't think it was him, Harry. We were really close to the teachers, and both he and Professor Snape were mumbling. Quirrell might have been trying to save you." "HRM," Harry pondered. He didn't want to stir up unnecessary tension between the Gryffindors and Snape. "I suppose it's possible." Was Quirrell still stuttering, then? Neville paused for a moment. No. He was talking just fine. "Well then," Harry said, managing a thoughtful nod, "I guess he's not all he pretends to be." With that happy thought, he guided Neville back toward the group. An hour or so later, Harry was still riding high on the thrill of the day as he made his way to bed. He lay there, reliving the moment, until he finally focused his mind, cleared it of distractions, and rolled over to sleep. It had been nearly a perfect day. Chapter 13: The Most Precious Gift. The days marched on, and Christmas was rapidly approaching. Still struggling with his night terrors, Harry spent hours pushing himself and his broomstick to their limits. He immersed himself in the game, using the snitch as his sole focus, which served as his best defense against the nagging worries. He didn't realize that his mind was settling into a curious meditative trance, the same one he relied on to spot the snitch each time he flew. His body began to adapt to the punishing regimen, and his muscles developed a wiry strength beyond anything he had experienced before. The first snow fell, melted away, then returned, finally settling on the grounds for good. Morning Quidditch practice became bitter and challenging as the winds grew colder. Students started coming down with winter colds, and chapped hands and cracked lips made everyone's tempers a little more frayed. Occasional outbursts of emotion broke the otherwise cloistered atmosphere of the Gryffindor common room. Harry noticed that some of the first years were feeling homesick. Seamus and Dean got into a fight that ended with a torn football poster, prompting a prefect to step in and break it up. Lavender Brown had her own spat with a roommate, Faye Dunbar, someone Harry hadn't really known before. The girls' dormitory seemed to split metaphorically down the middle, with Hermione maintaining a position of exasperated neutrality. The tension lingered for 3 days, disrupting several classes, until one morning Harry woke up, came down the stairs, and discovered that everything was as cheerful and friendly as it had ever been. To Harry's frustration, Hermione never explained what had happened, simply telling him and Ron, who was equally curious, that it had been a girl thing and was none of their business. Speaking of which, Ron and Hermione ended up in another shouting match in the common room in front of everyone. Harry and Neville had to step in, physically steering them away from each other so they could cool off. Down in private, Peeves was truly a menace. He had made several first-year Hufflepuffs cry, but that was nothing compared to the rumors that spread a week later about a fifth-year Ravenclaw in hysterics. Even the teachers seemed stricter and grumpier than usual. In Potions class, Professor Snape deducted points from Gryffindor for the silliest reasons. Hermione's face turned a bloodless white with repressed frustration when Snape took 5 points off for her hair having too much attitude. Neville lost points for almost sniffing over a potion. Ron was penalized for breathing too loudly, and Harry's feverish eyes were deemed unmanaged and should be better disciplined. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall returned the points during Transfiguration. Harry found himself studying grimly, the homework and self-assigned tasks lacking any spark. Yet every night, he still saw his friends dying, which underscored the importance of his learning. One morning, he got a good laugh when he spotted the Weasley twins bewitching snowballs to bombard the back of Quirrell's turban. "Neville, come quickly!" Harry called out. Neville stumbled to his feet from the couch and rushed to Harry's window. "Sweet Merlin, McGonagall will kill them," he whispered, watching the raucous twins pester the suspicious teacher. Harry couldn't hold back his laughter. He broke into a chuckle and then a full-blown belly laugh at the sight. Somewhere under that turban, Voldemort's face must have been looking murderous and stoic, and there was nothing he could do. Neville looked confused, not having Harry's insider knowledge. Harry's hysterical laughter attracted the rest of the common room to the windows, where it was met with cheerful catcalls and applause. It seemed like the entire Gryffindor house leaned out the windows in appreciation of the twins. When they heard the noise, the twins spun around, waved up at the windows, and escalated their antics. Professor Quirrell turned furiously, his scowl deepening as he opened his mouth to take points. But before he could say a word, a snowball hit him right in the mouth, forcing him to pause and clear his face. Meanwhile, enchanted snowballs continued to bombard the back of his head. George and Fred took a theatrical bow toward the Gryffindor Tower before dashing away from the irate professor. Harry laughed until tears streamed down his face. That afternoon marked a turning point for the house. The tension lifted, and students began to feel happier again. The common room buzzed with activity, crowded and noisy as everyone chose to escape the icy hallways for the warmth of the roaring fires inside the tower. Harry taught his friends a handy warming charm to fend off the chill. With the common room now so lively, he and Hermione frequently used the charm, even as they braved the cooler temperatures of the library to study. The worst of it was in Professor Snape's dungeon, where their frosty breath rose in streams of white smoke, no matter the time of day. They were strictly forbidden from using wands in his class, so Harry learned to cast the charm on himself before entering. His friends tried to copy him, but their successes varied widely. It wasn't unusual for Ron to start class with a flushed face and a shiny forehead, only to end it shivering. Harry refused to cast the charm for them. It took a while for Ron and Neville to get the hang of it, but gradually their charms lasted longer and became more stable. As the weather grew colder, potion classes became more focused and trouble-free. Hermione and Neville were horrified when they learned that Ron and Harry intended to stay at Hogwarts over the holidays. Neville even offered to invite them both to his house. Harry considered the offer but ultimately decided, with some reluctance, that he wanted some privacy during the break. Ron, despite the tempting invitation, chose to stay behind as well. However, a series of pointed comments from Malfoy raised the tension once again. As Ron reacted poorly to their banter, Harry's quiet intervention helped calm him down. Over the months, Harry had developed an unofficial understanding with Malfoy, who continued to observe Harry's behavior closely. Harry treated Malfoy with courtesy and patience, prompting the blonde boy to take a step back and watch from a distance, only occasionally approaching to gauge Harry's thoughts. For Harry, this was relatively easy. After all, he was 7 years older than his rival and had just witnessed Malfoy revert to his childhood self. In fact, Harry was somewhat shocked to realize that some of the advice Malfoy casually shared about wizarding culture was genuinely useful. Perhaps there were depths to Malfoy that he had never noticed before. Still, Harry was more interested in how their tentative truce might impact their futures. He wondered where Malfoy's observations would lead him and how that would affect Harry. As the school year began to wind down, only the senior exam students, a few determined Ravenclaws, and Harry and Hermione remained committed to their studies. One final day was filled with last-minute homework assignments, frantic activity, and bustling crowds. Then, finally, the school fell quiet. Harry and Ron wandered the hallways, relishing the sudden silence of the castle. Breakfast was served later than usual, and Ron enjoyed the extra sleep and lazy days. Meanwhile, Harry continued to wake early and immerse himself in his books. The approach of Christmas Day made him realize how much time had passed, and he couldn't help but feel a bit teased by a puzzled Ron. "Blimey, mate! What's driving you? You're acting so worried you're worse than Hermione." Harry offered a distracted grin but noticed that Ron began to wish he had accepted Neville's invitation after all. From that point on, Harry made it a point to spend several hours each night with Ron, playing wizarding chess and chatting in front of the fire. The large common room fireplace. It was a rare moment of peace. Christmas Day had arrived, and Harry was jolted awake by Ron's joyful shout, signaling the start of the chaotic gift-opening frenzy. He pulled himself up and wrapped himself snugly in his bedsheets, trying to stay warm and cozy as he surveyed the pile of presents at the foot of his bed. The first package he opened was a modest envelope from his distant aunt and uncle. Inside, he found a brief note scrawled on the back of a cheap Christmas card, along with a sellotaped £5 note. He was taken aback by their unexpected generosity, definitely an improvement over the single coin they had given him last year. Perhaps his tentative truce with Petunia had made a difference. Or maybe Vernon had simply forgotten about him, and Petunia was the one who had sent the gift this time. He couldn't help but wonder how they had managed to get it to him, considering neither of them owned an owl. Given the shifts in the timeline, it was likely that the ever-optimistic Dumbledore remained blissfully unaware of his family situation. A used stamp adorned the corner of the envelope. Maybe it was the wizard's famous mail forwarding system at work. He handed the paper money to Ron, who was eager to send it to his father for further study. Next, he unwrapped a homely wooden flute from Hagrid, which he promptly tucked into the moleskin pouch he always carried under his uniform. Turning to the other gifts, Ron noticed what Harry had picked up and turned a shade of pink. "Ah," Ron began, "I know where that one comes from. That's from my mum, I think." Harry shook the promising parcel and quickly tore open the wrapping. Ron groaned. "Oh, I was afraid of that." "She's given you a Weasley jumper," he admitted sheepishly. "Sorry, Harry. I told her you weren't close with your family, and she got all funny about it." Harry pulled the emerald green jumper over his head, a grin spreading across his face. It was a small, beloved comfort in his otherwise dangerous and challenging world. He glanced over at Ron, who was watching him with a mix of amusement and embarrassment. Harry glanced at Ron's pile of presents and grinned. "Is that one for you then? Go on, put it on. We should be matching for an occasion like this." Ron frowned as he unwrapped the maroon wool sweater but eventually allowed himself to be persuaded into wearing it. To lighten the mood, Harry opened a box of homemade fudge and shared it with Ron. In his completely unbiased opinion, it was the best fudge he had ever tasted. Hermione had bought Harry a book, much to his amusement. It was Quidditch Through the Ages, which he opened immediately, even though he had technically read it before. He noted that it was more expensive than the chocolates she had given him in their first year, and he wondered if that meant something. Of course, he had given her a book too, so it all balanced out. They continued to unwrap their presents, enjoying each other's company, until Harry finally opened his mysterious gift from Dumbledore. The silver shine of his father's invisibility cloak spilled over his hands, and Ron stared at it in awe. "I've heard of those," Ron said in a near whisper. "If that's what I think it is, they're really rare and really valuable." Harry ran his fingers over the fabric, the smooth, satiny sheen flowing like water. Not a single thread snagged against his fingertips. "What is it?" he mumbled, glancing at Ron, who looked utterly amazed. "It's an invisibility cloak," Ron replied, wonder lighting up his face. "I'm sure it is. Try it on." Harry shivered as he climbed out of his warm bed, wrapping the familiar cloak around his shoulders. He stood and watched as the fabric cascaded down his body, shimmering gently into invisibility. He lovingly stroked the fabric. "There's a note," Ron exclaimed suddenly. A note fell out of it. Harry paused, captivated by the unsigned message, taking a moment to appreciate the preciousness of this gift. Harry found himself reflecting on his current situation. His father's sacrifice, his friend's loyalty, and Dumbledore's regard made him feel fortunate. Lucky, even. As he watched Ron open his present, Harry couldn't help but smile. Ron had gifted him a Muggle book titled Classic Chess Problems and a second-hand copy of the rather oddly named Fine Classics of Fairy Chess. Ron turned the books over in his hands and asked, "So, Muggles know about fairies then?" No," Harry replied, chuckling. "It's actually a variant of chess that makes the game more complex. I'm not sure if you'll like it, but I found it on sale at a bookshop and thought you might want to give it a try." "Wicked," Ron said, flipping through the pages. "When did you get the chance to go to a bookshop, Harry?" "Oh, about that." Harry started, but he was cut off. MMPH. "Oh wow, hey, this fudge is incredible. Thank your mum for me, won't you?" "Wow, did you want some?" "Nah," Ron shook his head, his nose deep in the book. "I got my own. Hey Harry, check this out. If you take your knight Merlin, that would mean, but then I could." Harry left into his chess strategies, amused by Ron's enthusiasm. To his surprise, he noticed an extra present sitting at the bottom of his bed that he had overlooked. It was a small, humbly wrapped package from Neville. Eagerly, Harry tore it open, curious about what his timid friend had chosen for him. They had never been close enough to exchange gifts before. He was amazed to find a collection of 8 wizarding photographs he had never seen before, featuring his parents and their friends. Although he had seen many photos in the album Hagrid had given him, and he was desperately hoping to receive it again, he had never realized that Neville would have his own collection of his parents' photographs at home. Harry flipped through them with keen interest. Here was his father, alongside another Hogwarts student, clearly Frank Longbottom, drinking together in Hogsmeade while wearing their uniforms. The Gryffindor Quidditch team soared above them. On the Quidditch pitch, the chasers were in tight formation. Nearby, Alice and Lily were giggling together in the stands, their school scarves wrapped snugly around them. Down by the lake, a group of friends laughed together under the summer sun. Next, there was a moment frozen in time, an astonished Lily in a swishy blue dress, catching a bridal bouquet at a wedding. Then came dapper Frank, teasing a blushing Lily in her wedding dress, while Alice laughed beside him, her wedding ring sparkling on her left hand. Finally, the happy parents proudly displayed two tiny babies, bundled up tight and squirming in their arms. Harry gaped silently as he scanned through the images. Ron noticed his intense focus and crawled over to take a look. "Blimey, Harry! Are these your folks?" Ron asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Harry tapped his finger next to his mother's beaming face. "She's really pretty, mate," Ron offered. "Yeah," Harry murmured. The only photos he had ever seen, mostly gifts from Hagrid, had been formal or group shots. They were lovely, happy, beautiful. But nothing compared to these close, personal, vibrant moments. He realized that when Hagrid sent off owls to his parents' surviving old school friends, they weren't the close friends, but rather yearmates and teammates. "And this is your dad?" Ron asked, still peering over Harry's shoulder. "Look at that. You look just like him." "Well, except for the hair." "Actually," Harry corrected, "I've got his exact hair. You remember that day on the train?" "Oh, true," Ron exclaimed. "He looks more playful than you." Harry chuckled, a bit watery, and then felt a blush creep up his cheeks as he realized how he sounded. "You are," Ron mumbled, glancing sideways. "You don't have photos of them?" "Nothing," Harry murmured back, his eyes still poring over the pictures. In a rare and surprising display of maturity, Ron shifted the conversation. "I hope you got something awesome for Neville, Harry," he said, concern evident in his voice. "That's just a wow, you know." "I know," Harry nodded. "I know he'll like it. But still, I should send him a thank you note or something. Do you have a minute?" Harry paused to read Neville's note. "Dear Harry, Happy Christmas. I figured you didn't have anything from your parents, so Gran let me have some of these. I couldn't give you many, sorry, since Gran says duplicates won't last. But I hope you like them. Did you know that my dad was a Gryffindor prefect 3 years ahead of your mum?" Harry glanced back at the photos now in Ron's hands. They weren't just copies, they were the real originals. Knowing what he did about Neville's parents, he understood how precious they were to him. He began to write a reply. "Hi Neville. Thanks for the note, and especially for the photos. I don't have much time, we're going down for breakfast shortly, but I wanted to say thanks straight away. And please thank your Gran for me too." He paused, feeling a wave of embarrassment as he struggled to express what those photos meant to him. He scratched out the last word and continued. "I don't quite know what to say. I'll definitely always look after them. Have a great Christmas, and I hope you like your present too, although it's not quite in the same league. Your friend, Harry." Turning around, he called for Hedwig. Ron looked up, curiosity in his eyes. "Who's that?" Harry felt a sudden jolt of panic. "Ah," he said, realizing he would need to run to the owlery before breakfast. "Do you mind if I?" "Yeah, all right," Ron replied. "I'll chase down my brothers and meet you there." Harry quickly put on some warmer clothes, then gently took the photos from Ron's hands. He carefully folded them into the front cover of his new Quidditch Through the Ages and tucked the whole thing into his ever-present moleskin pouch. Slipping on his shoes, he headed toward the stairs, the sounds of the Weasley twins echoing behind him as he stepped out, thoughts swirling with family, food, and warmth. The strong pang of loneliness and regret echoed in Harry's mind as he lay in bed that night, lost in thought about the memories of this very evening. After a while, he made a decision. Quietly scrambling out of bed, he slipped on the invisibility cloak and crept out of Gryffindor Tower, making his way to the classroom where he knew a certain mirror would be hidden. Entering the room cautiously, he scanned the corners for Dumbledore, who might be lurking with disillusionment charms or other enchantments. Finding no one, Harry approached the mirror with trepidation. He was reluctant to look into it but reasoned that he should maintain the guise of an inquisitive 11-year-old. His eyes traced the frame, tall, golden, exquisite, just as he remembered. The inscription read, Eris stra eru ori tube kafru oiton wosi, in elegant script. It was all the same. With a pale face, an audible gulp, and a rising sense of anticipation, he stepped in front of the glass. To his surprise, the image that materialized before him was not the collection of Potter family members he had expected. His smiling mother and father, along with their relatives, those familiar faces he had longed to see, were not waving back at him from the reflection. With wide eyes, Harry absorbed the scene before him. Then, with a silent sigh, he closed his eyes again. The anticipation in his heart shifted to fear and longing. It seemed that the wishes dearest to his heart had altered this timeline. Gathering his courage, Harry opened his eyes once more and gazed into the mirror. There, in all their youth and exuberance, were the beloved forms of every member of Dumbledore's army. As he looked closer, he noticed even more familiar faces. A teenage Ginny waved at him, holding tightly to his arm in the reflection. Ron and Hermione stood beside them, confident and self-assured, with Neville and Luna joining them. Hermione's arms were bare, her smile radiant. Harry stood before the mirror, mesmerized by the clear, scar-free faces reflected back at him. The Weasley twins, little Colin Creevey, and other members of Dumbledore's army surrounded him, exuding ease and confidence. Both twins were unmistakably themselves, their ears prominent in the image. Bill Weasley appeared without his scars, while Fleur smiled up at her husband and then beamed at Harry. Percy stood with his arms thrown around his brothers, laughter lighting up his face. They all looked older than they were in the present, and Harry felt a rush of certainty wash over him. He was seeing them alive and safe in the aftermath of Voldemort's defeat. His only family, Sirius, lingered near the back, beside Lupin and other members of the Order of the Phoenix. They looked healthy and carefree. Pink-haired Tonks cradled a baby with striking blue hair and a toothless grin. Harry clenched his fists tightly as the mirror revealed exactly what he stood to lose if he failed in his self-appointed mission. To his surprise, Malfoy stood there with his parents, not part of the joyful group, yet not in conflict with them either. Harry did a double take. Dobby waved at him from the front of the gathering, along with a grinning creature, still proudly wearing Regulus' locket around his neck. Their happiness was magnetic, drawing Harry in, and he instinctively reached out a hand to touch the mirror's surface. But with a jolt, he caught himself and turned away. It was so beautiful it hurt. He stood there, staring blankly at the open door for a moment, battling to banish the image from his mind. The feeling he had anticipated, a mix of joy and terrible sadness, sank into his chest like a delicious, yet deadly poison. He grasped at his heart, his fingernails raking against his skin as he squeezed too tightly, gasping for breath. His greatest wish, Harry thought, with a fleeting sense of distraction, also revealed his greatest fear. The boggart lesson with Lupin, if it unfolded the same way it had in third year, would be gruesome. Harry thought, with a mix of desperate joy, that his loved ones could live. But then fear overwhelmed him. They had to live. They had to. Hands shaking, he stepped swiftly into the hallway, making his way back to his bed. The next morning, Harry slept in late and decided not to tell Ron about what he had seen. Now that he understood what the mirror could show his friend, and how dangerous it was, he couldn't risk taking Ron along on that journey. Instead, he took a day off from studying, much to Ron's delight, and spent the entire day playing a monster chess tournament with him. After graciously accepting defeat at the end of the afternoon, losing 21 games to 0, Ron was understanding when Harry asked for an early night. Later that night, after Ron had fallen asleep, Harry returned to the classroom alone. With slow but urgent steps, he entered the room, feeling his chest tighten with fear and anticipation. This was his future. It could be his future, at least, if he did everything right, if everything went according to plan. He wiped his sweaty palms down the sides of his robe and licked his lips nervously. Would they still be there waiting for him in the mirror? His eyes blinked rapidly, the rustle of his own skin sounding loud in the oppressive silence of the room. All he could hear was the sound of his blinking and the rapid gasps of his breath. And there it was, the mirror. Just as he remembered it, tall, impressive, magnificent. Then he saw them. The beautiful picture within drew him closer to the mirror than he had expected. A pang of realization struck him. Perhaps it had been his innocence that had spared him from the worst of its compelling charm in another timeline. He remembered feeling intrigued, but the hold the mirror had over his heart now was far stronger and more piercing than he recalled. Longing and loneliness washed over him as he gazed at the sight for what felt like a long moment, maybe just one breath or two, he couldn't tell. Ginny's smile was so free and easy, and Hermione laughed without a care. Worry hung in the air, a stark contrast to Sirius, who stood relaxed and unthreatened. He had never been tortured, scarred, or forced into battle. He was accustomed to the constant threat of losing his freedom and life. Harry's heart ached at the sight. Even though a single glance into the mirror could cause him to lose track of time, he was willing to risk just one look for Dumbledore's sake. With a heavy heart, he eventually tore himself away and returned to bed. On the third night, Harry arrived eagerly in the classroom, torn between hoping for more time with the mirror and wishing that Dumbledore would put an end to his visits. Despite his best efforts to scan the room, he was startled when the headmaster's voice emerged from a corner he was sure had been empty. "So, back again, Harry?" Dumbledore asked, his tone familiar and warm. Harry jumped slightly but quickly composed himself. I didn't see you, sir." "Strange how short-sighted being invisible can make you," Dumbledore replied with a smile. Harry, having been particularly careful to look for him, remained unconvinced by Dumbledore's words but chose to stay silent. The headmaster continued, "So, like hundreds before you, you have discovered the delights of the Mirror of Erist." "Yes, sir," Harry admitted, his gaze drifting towards the mirror that stood in magnificent isolation. "It's beautiful." "Oh, but very cruel." Dumbledore's eye sharpened at his comment, though a twinkle returned, brighter than before. "Indeed it is, dear boy," he agreed, beaming. "It is wise of you to notice. That is the mirror's delight and its power. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they see. Unable to bear the loss of their dreams, some have been driven mad and even died." They shared a moment of silence, observing each other. Harry licked his lips, gathering his thoughts. "So a person will always see their heart's desire, sir?" he asked cautiously. "Every time I look in the mirror, I will see the same. Is it true? The enchantment can never be broken?" Harry asked, his curiosity piqued. Dumbledore gazed thoughtfully at him for a moment. "Almost," he agreed. "Whatever it is that you long for most strongly in that moment will be offered to you." The old man studied Harry a moment longer. "But never let yourself believe that means you can control it, Harry. A wise man might look upon the mirror, realize its false promise, and never return. A foolish man might return to the mirror many times, yet never see the same thing twice. No amount of magic or force can command the mirror to act as one might wish." Harry hid a sigh of relief, feeling his body relax. Dumbledore watched him closely before bringing his hands together in a single clap. "The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow, Harry. I must ask you not to go looking for it again." Harry smiled, a complicated expression flitting across his young face. "I have learned what I needed to about the mirror, sir. I do not wish to be tormented by it further." He wished his professor good night and swiftly headed toward his room. Dumbledore stared thoughtfully after him. Chapter 14, Best Laid Plans. The rest of the holidays passed peacefully. Harry had once again won a set of wizard chess pieces during the Christmas feast, and he and Ron played at least one game against each other every day. This time, Harry decided not to take any advice from Percy, and he felt like he was doing slightly better as a result. He must have been doing something right, because late on New Year's Eve, he actually won his first game against Ron. He also found time to play with Percy a bit. Percy lacked Ron's chess genius, which made for a much more satisfying competition. They each won games with a fair and even kind of regularity. After each game, Percy thanked him with a certain look in his eye. "Thank you for the game, Mr. Potter. It was a close competition." "Sure," said Harry. "Anytime." He waited for Percy to say more. There was something he wasn't quite expressing. But nothing happened, except that a day passed, and Percy challenged him to another game. "Sure," said Harry the next night, and again the day after. "You know you can call me Harry, right?" "Harry, then," Percy nodded, trying to sound official. Harry thought he could see Percy making an effort. "I wanted to thank you for what you've done for my younger brother. He's changed since he met you, and on behalf of his family, I want you to know we appreciate it." Harry realized that Ron was growing up quickly. "You mean that in a good way, right? He's a good friend. It's nothing he wouldn't do for me. I've been reporting to my mother how his work ethic has improved beyond recognition," said Percy, then added unexpectedly, "and he's happier now." "Well," said Harry, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the attention, "anything I've done is because your family has been so kind to me already. You guys helped me through the platform barrier, and Fred and George helped me on the train. Your mother even made me clothes and fudge, and Ron's a good mate. And you've given me advice on school and study yourself, Percy. You saved. That library thing you did for me was very thoughtful," Harry said, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the emotional direction of the conversation. However, he felt it was important to express his gratitude. After all, if Percy didn't feel ostracized from his family. "Look," Harry continued, "thanks for mentioning it. Is it okay if I ask you for advice when I need it? You know, about studies and stuff." Percy flashed him a lopsided grin. "That would be acceptable." With that, they parted ways for the night. Harry wasn't sure how everything would unfold given all the changes he was making, but he believed he was on the right path. The rest of the holidays flew by, and soon the castle was alive with energy once again. Harry and Hermione were delighted to reunite, eagerly discussing the books they had read and the subjects they had studied over the break. Neville listened intently to Ron's stories about chess games and snowball fights, wishing he had stayed at the castle himself. He quickly reassured Harry about his Christmas present, having carefully carried the prickly Mimbulus Mimbletonia all the way from home to the Gryffindor dormitory. "It's brilliant, Harry," he exclaimed. "I've wanted one since I was 8 when I first heard about Assyrian plants. Did you know that stink sap can be used as a healing salve for animals? It's also an emergency first aid resource for injuries in the wild. My gran was really impressed that I know so much about it. It's a great present, Harry." He added quietly, "I'm glad you liked yours, too." Classes started up immediately, and Harry found his time once again consumed by studies, friends, and Quidditch practice. Oliver would return from the break feeling stressed, and his mood seemed to seep into the team as practices increased in frequency. For his part, Harry didn't mind at all. He was right on top of his schoolwork, effectively continuing his private studies, and he found that the physical demands of playing Seeker kept him energized. Harry finally found some much-needed headspace. It was during this time that he made his first conscious step forward in his challenging occlumency training. Despite his frustrations with the subject, he had continued to reread the mysterious occlumency book he discovered in the Room of Requirement. To his surprise, he realized that the mental clearing required for the skill had occurred while he focused on Quidditch training. The trance he had learned to enter while searching for the snitch, where his mind was free of distractions, was exactly the mental state needed to begin taking control of his mind through occlumency. He still brought out the practice snitch to help him achieve that strange, mirror-like calm. Once he reached the necessary mental state, Harry found that he barely noticed what he was doing while on his broom. Carefully at first, and then with increasing enthusiasm, he began to empty his mind of thoughts. He discovered that when the forefront of his mind was clear of present concerns, he could drift a little deeper into his memories and examine his thoughts about the past. Tentatively, he began to draw one troubling memory at a time to the front of his mind, working through them. As he relived each memory, experiencing it in all its color, emotion, and intensity, he returned it to the depths of his mind, now a little neater, more compact, and better understood. He realized that as he processed more of his memories, his mind would become more organized. His recall would improve, and his emotions would become more distinct from the events he had experienced. Harry initially wondered if he should start with happier memories, but it was the nightmares that troubled him most. The horror of those memories had truly existed only in his past. As he mastered the technique to manage his memories and settled more of his nightmares in his mind, he began to feel a sense of control he had long sought. Harry realized that his mind was becoming more ordered, more peaceful, and more structured. To his surprise, he discovered that his study notes, color-coordinated, chronological, and everything, had been helping him all along. If anyone had told him that the secret to occlumency lay in introspection and good revision habits, he would have laughed in their face. At first, confronting each bad memory and nightmare was a struggle, but over the weeks, he tackled the bigger ones before moving on to less troublesome memories. He felt as if there was more space in his mind. Some memories seemed to shrink on their own. Harry reasoned that it was the logic of mental association. For instance, when he tidied up his memory of Voldemort's rebirth in the Little Hangleton Cemetery, the associated guilt regarding Cedric became a bit less vivid, a bit less painful. It wasn't just about concentration, it was the removal of emotion while viewing those memories that he found challenging. He had to relive these traumatic events repeatedly, feeling their horror, before he could recall the details without the emotional weight. Once he was able to do that, he pushed those memories back into his mind, all neatly folded and tidied away. Perspective, that was the key word. As his memories gradually shed their emotional baggage, Harry found himself managing his own emotions better during the day. When the emotionally charged memories of his confrontations with Malfoy eased, it became much easier to respond to him maturely in real life as well. It all depended on that curious trance, or, in Snape's words, the clearing of the mind. Achieving that state was difficult when he worried about it, but with good intuition and a bit of luck, he continued to release the snitch over the Quidditch pitch, organizing his memories while he searched. Ron was frustrated that Harry spent so much time alone on the pitch. He pleaded and whined, suggesting that perhaps Harry could play with him too. However, Harry had his priorities and focused on his own practice. He felt pleased when Harry watched as Ron successfully lifted Neville, Dean, and Seamus into the air alongside him. Meanwhile, Harry could often be found on the Quidditch pitch after classes and throughout the weekend. His closest friends occasionally came to watch him fly, while the Gryffindor Quidditch team looked on in horror at the example he was setting. Oliver Wood had found a new favorite player. Even the Slytherins, who had muttered about first-year students, teacher favoritism, and Harry's lack of skill, fell silent as he logged hour after hour of practice. As Harry dedicated himself to his training, the frequency of his nightmares began to diminish. Although they didn't disappear entirely, he managed to force the worst of his memories into submission. With his sleep improving and his health on the rise, Harry felt compelled to continue developing the work he had started. His friends and Quidditch teammates breathed a collective sigh of relief the day he first learned to access a meditative trance without his broomstick. From that point on, his excessive flying hours decreased, and Wood could no longer use him as the standard for how hard the Gryffindor team should practice. Eventually, Harry reached a point where he had roughly catalogued all of his key memories. His enthusiasm for the skill had returned, and he eagerly returned to the beginning to refine and improve his mental discipline. By the time his nightmares had become rare and unusual, Harry found himself grateful for the way things had unfolded. The first stage of occlumency wasn't complete, it would remain an ongoing process as he continued to accumulate more memories, but he understood it, and he was ready to move on to the next stage, managing memories when he sensed an intrusion in his mind. Once again, Harry wasn't entirely sure where to start, but he felt he could now recognize when his consciousness was being invaded. Perhaps if he worried about Dumbledore or anyone else, he could shift his thoughts to homework instead. Harry pondered the Dursleys and how he could tuck away certain memories if he needed to keep secrets hidden. He started exploring the discipline required for this task just in time. If Dumbledore, Snape, or Quirrell had peered into his mind at just the right moment, they could have seen everything laid bare before them. As the school year approached its end, Harry realized he could encounter any of them at any moment. Whenever a particularly bad dream or troubling memory jolted him awake at night, he found comfort in donning his invisibility cloak and sneaking into the kitchen for a midnight snack. The house elves were always thrilled to see him, and their excitement only fueled his mental resilience. With each visit, he felt his good humor return. As the Gryffindor vs. Hufflepuff game drew near, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him when rumors started circulating about Snape officiating the match. His teammates were puzzled by his upbeat demeanor, but Harry simply smiled and said, "Don't you think we play better than Snape can handicap us?" He grinned at his fellow players. "We've been practicing like crazy, and we have a fantastic team. I honestly believe we have the skills to win, regardless of Snape." They looked at him, a mix of encouragement and skepticism in their eyes. Harry's grin turned mischievous. "Just think of it this way, playing in front of Snape will be excellent practice in case we ever have to play in front of Dementors. If we can handle this game, we can handle anything." Laughter and good cheer filled the air as the gathering broke up. The game started shortly after, and remembering his unexpected success from his last timeline, Harry kept a sharp lookout. 5 minutes passed without any sign of the snitch, and he thought that perhaps expecting a repeat performance was asking too much. The time ripples must be altering the future, he mused absently, as the snitch seemed determined to avoid the spot where he focused his gaze. It was almost an hour later when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glint of gold, and the crowd gasped in appreciation as the Gryffindor Seeker launched himself into a dramatic dive. While some fans screamed in excitement, the more reserved members of the Quidditch audience watched with tense expressions, worried as he narrowly missed the ground by mere inches. With a swoop, Harry pulled out of his dive, one hand raised in triumph above his head. Gryffindor triumphed over Hufflepuff, 280 points to 70. Dumbledore observed intently from the stands, while Snape's face tightened with dissatisfaction. But Gryffindors were already flooding the pitch, slapping each other on the back, hugging, and congratulating Harry as they swarmed around him. He managed to escape the crowd just long enough to follow after Professors Snape and Quirrell, eager to ensure that everything was unfolding as he had anticipated. Quickly rejoining his friends, Harry found himself swept up in the celebration that lasted well into the early hours of the next morning in the Gryffindor common room. As the weeks passed, the usual rhythm of life in the castle intensified, with Hermione and the teachers frequently reminding everyone about the impending exams. Under Hermione's strict supervision, Harry, Neville, and even Ron buckled down to revise their notes. Feeling the pressure of the now stressful library, Harry sought refuge at Hagrid's hut. When he surprised his friends with the news that their half-giant friend had managed to acquire an illegal dragon egg, they were amused to see Hermione nearly thrown off her game. In contrast to Hermione's frantic protests, Harry remained calm and composed. He firmly sat Hagrid down and, with great patience and care, organized for Hagrid to seek Dumbledore's permission to raise the young creature on school grounds. With legal consent and the careful oversight of Professor Kettleburn, the young dragon was integrated into the Advanced Care of Magical Creatures course until it grew large enough to travel to Romania. No fuss, no illegal escapades, and no rule-breaking on their part. Anyway, there were no midnight detentions or fights with Slytherins at all. Harry felt quite proud of how neatly he managed to resolve that little issue. His own studies continued to progress well, with his private interests developing rapidly now that he could store and retrieve memories more effectively. It seemed he could remember things better now that he had an organized mind. The thought hadn't even occurred to him until recently, but he took full advantage of it. His studies felt more interesting now that he was excelling, and he found himself understanding Hermione a little bit better. He was slightly astonished to discover that Neville and Ron had started studying together. His two friends were working closely, compensating for each other's weaknesses in an effort to replicate Harry and Hermione's progress. Somewhat bemused, Harry decided to follow their example and redouble his own efforts. Whenever his interest waned, he thought of Cedric and kept going anyway. Neville and Ron had been inspired by Harry's work ethic throughout the year, especially considering how focused he had been despite his exhaustion. They were unaware of what had changed in him, but it was clear that Harry was feeling better, so his two dorm mates relaxed their worried vigilance and turned their focus to their own exams. Meanwhile, Harry continued to raise the stakes. One Saturday afternoon, he overheard Neville and Ron bringing up the topic with Hermione. "How's your studying going, Hermione?" Neville asked, glancing at Ron. "HRM?" Hermione looked up from her book in the common room. "All right, I think," she admitted. "I'm a little concerned about the transfiguration theory regarding metals. I believe there's some relation to the periodic table, but the logic is escaping me for now. Some transformations seem to require more energy than others, but I can't seem to integrate that with the wand movements. Yet they tend to react a bit less predictably than the others, and I'm not sure why," Hermione said. Ron and Neville exchanged wide-eyed glances. Ron looked blank, while Neville tried to muster an impressed and thoughtful expression. "What's that?" Ron began, then interrupted himself. "Actually, never mind." An awkward silence hung in the air as Hermione met their eyes before shifting the topic. "But you probably weren't asking about that. Are you guys okay? Did you want me to make changes to your study schedule?" Ron was quicker to respond than Neville, but both boys shook their heads. "Not quite," Neville said. "We were just wondering how much studying you do after we say goodnight each evening." Hermione tilted her head. "At night? I usually read a chapter or two of a textbook before I sleep." "Is that what you mean?" Ron frowned. "It's just that we're a little worried about Harry again." "Oh," Hermione pursed her lips. "Is he looking tired again? I thought he had been better lately." "That's just the thing," Neville explained eagerly. "We think he's trying to make up for lost time." "He's been acting obsessed, Hermione." She gazed at them in confusion. "You mean he's sleeping too much? Taking naps? Carrying a pillow around? He's not trying to charm his dark circles away again, is he? As if we didn't notice last time." The boys shook their heads. "Not quite. We don't really know what's going on. But sometimes, when we're all getting ready for bed, Harry just drops out of the conversation. Because he's reading, Hermione. Before bed. It's practically an illness now. Surely even you can see that." Neville continued Ron's explanation. "We were wondering if you think that's normal, reading whole books before bed." Hermione opened her mouth to respond, then paused and closed it again. "Whole books, you say? Are we talking Hogwarts, a history thickness, or Quidditch through the ages width?" Ron and Neville stared at her in disbelief. "It's normal." "Hermione, that's horrible." An awkward pause followed as they all absorbed the implications of her words. The three friends exchanged blank looks. Finally, Hermione spoke up reassuringly. "I think as long as he doesn't start looking sick again, keeps his grades up, and still spends time with us, we should let him enjoy his hobbies without judging him." She nodded absently to herself as she continued, "Maybe he could even recommend some further reading for us, to give us some background information." She quickly began jotting down a short list on a nearby piece of parchment, leaving only Neville to observe as Ron stepped back, looking pale. A silence fell over them as each of them retreated into their own thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, Harry sat on a nearby couch, amused by the conclusions his friends had drawn about his hobbies, but the moment passed without a word. As time went on, the teachers seemed to amplify the growing panic in the school, assigning more and more homework. While Harry remained largely unaffected by the pressure, Hermione grew increasingly anxious as the days went by. He made a point of spending time in the library, often casting a notice-me-not charm on himself while studying. He was pleased to overhear Professor Quirrell being pressured once again into agreeing to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Exams began, and Harry sailed through them with ease. His wand-based subjects felt simple, and his written work had improved significantly, thanks to his newfound interest in understanding the fundamentals and background of the class material. He felt confident about his performance in the history of magic exam, having studied the textbook diligently and taking advantage of his self-writing quill. When he wasn't revising, Harry found himself lingering in the corridor on the third floor, just out of sight of the locked door, hidden beneath his invisibility cloak. Long hours would pass each day as he stood there, while his friends were elsewhere, at dinner, in the common room, or perhaps in bed, likely assuming that Harry had turned in early. During this time, he practiced his occlumency control, determined to remain unnoticed. As Quirrell slipped into the room, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He hoped all his preparations this year had been enough for this moment. Far too soon, Harry spotted the nervous defense professor creeping down the hallway, his wand held out in front of him. Harry snapped to attention but didn't dare move a muscle, knowing that even the slightest rustle of fabric could alert his enemies to his presence. He cleared his mind, trying to reach a state of blank emptiness, relying on his basic understanding of mind magic to get him through. With bated breath, he watched as the turbaned professor glanced nervously along the hallway. Quirrell muttered a charm into the lock, and the door slipped open. Harry remained silent, his keen ears catching a low, rumbling growl from behind the door. Almost immediately, a gentle harp melody floated out, soothing the growl until it finally ceased. Moments later, a heavy tap echoed as the trapdoor fell open. Harry was surprised to find his breath coming in short, gasping pants. His adrenaline was already surging. He took a moment to calm himself, but when he heard proof that the professor had overcome the first hurdle, he turned and dashed away from the room, around the corner, and toward the stairs. Seizing the opportunity of being alone, he quickly slipped out of his invisibility cloak, rolled it up tightly, and called for a house elf. "House elf," he tried, sounding firm. Nothing happened. "Pookie, I need you." In a flash, a small house elf dressed in a slightly rumpled pillowcase popped into view next to Harry. "Mr. Harry Potter, sir, is needing Pookie?" it asked with a lopsided bow. The young house elf, while professional, was still new enough to the job to be excited about small tasks. "What does Pookie need to do for young Mr. Harry?" Harry smiled at the creature. They had grown close during his late-night kitchen visits for snacks. Of a night, Harry whispered, "I need you to deliver an important message to Dumbledore, Pookie." He looked down at the house elf, his voice steady. "Send it through his phoenix, Fawkes." "Can you do that?" Pookie squeaked in surprise, her eyes widening. "Mr. Harry Potter is wanting to disturb the great Professor Dumbledore, sir." "Yes, Pookie," Harry replied. "It's crucial that Professor Dumbledore receives a warning from Fawkes in 10 minutes. I trust you to handle this." The little elf trembled in silence, her expression reflecting her anxiety. After a moment, she nodded vigorously. 10 minutes is a warning from the Phoenix. "Yes, Pookie can do that." Harry nodded back, feeling a surge of confidence, and reached out to pat her on the head. He quickly pulled his hand away, worried he might have offended her. But from the way Pookie lifted her chin and sparkled with excitement, he guessed she was thrilled by the task and the encouragement. With a final reminder to her, Harry turned and made his way back to the corridor. He carefully tucked his cloak into the moleskin pouch that hung securely around his neck. It was a snug fit, but he managed to stuff the fabric inside without much hassle. Feeling a wave of nerves wash over him, Harry crept back into the third-floor corridor and slipped through the door. Chapter 15, One Step Forward, Two Back. Harry was leaving things to fate, just a little, by attempting this without his friends. With his previous experience and extensive research, he felt confident that none of the challenges ahead should be too difficult for him alone. He was determined to keep Ron, Hermione, and Neville safe from harm. He padded quietly through the small room, where Fluffy was still snoozing to the sound of the melodic harp. The great beast slept deeply, his heavy breaths echoing through the room. Occasionally, the silence was punctuated by a loud, snuffling snore. After being startled by an unusually loud growly snort for the third time, Harry urged himself to move quickly. With a single, great heave, he opened the trapdoor and swung himself over the edge, hanging in darkness for just a moment. Suspended in the black, he closed his eyes and let go of the stone, falling rapidly into the depths below. Expecting the drop, Harry landed softly on a massive devil's snare and deftly retrieved his wand from the moleskin pouch. Without giving the plant a chance to tighten its grip, he conjured a small bluebell flame. Cradling the flame gently in his left hand, he carefully navigated off the plant and made it safely to the floor. He paused for a moment to catch his breath. The fall had been longer than he remembered. Above him, the still-open trapdoor glowed faintly in the distance. Perhaps, Harry mused absently, he had fallen 2 stories. The room he found himself in was dark and damp. Maybe even 4? The cold air hinted that he was already deep underground. Leaving the long drop behind him, Harry turned around and began his journey down a dark and gloomy corridor. The air was cool and strangely dank against his face. He kept the small flame burning in his hand as he slowly made his way down the corridor. His footsteps fell flat and shallow against the stone, and he felt both unnerved and reassured by the soft sound of dripping water echoing in the silence. The water felt eerie as it moved around him in a bubble of light, making him feel as if he were the only living thing in the world. Yet, there was a sense of familiarity in it. He was relieved that his friends were safely in bed, unaware of the challenges he faced. Though having their company would have been comforting, Harry feared that this timeline held even greater trials ahead. At least they were safe. As he walked, he stared into the darkness. After several minutes of moving at a slow, steady pace, he reached a well-lit chamber at the end of the descending passageway and slipped inside with a sigh. The bright, steady light was almost blinding after the gloom of the corridor. He extinguished the flame in his hand and, after a cautious glance around the room, approached the heavy wooden door. Harry examined the lock closely. It was bronze, not quite as he remembered, heavy-looking and Gothic in style. He committed the design to memory and jogged over to a pile of old brooms leaning against the wall. Taking to the air, he slipped into the calm, blank stillness of his Quidditch trance. His thoughts slowed, distancing themselves until he was left with a small puddle of focus. He hovered in the air, unmoving, for an indeterminate amount of time. Then, as if his body acted before his mind caught up, Harry's arm shot out, and his broomstick dove steeply. Success! He allowed himself a quiet chuckle as he easily caught the key. It was a heavy bronze piece with pale cream wings. He wrapped his hand around the shaft and inserted it into the lock. It popped open with a loud click, and he let the frazzled key fly free to rejoin its companions. With careful hands, he quietly cracked the door open just an inch and peered into the next room. The chamber beyond was completely dark, and Harry couldn't see into the room ahead. He listened intently for any movement, the sound of the keys fluttering behind him heightening his anxiety. Somewhere nearby, water dripped, probably running down damp walls. Despite the unsettling atmosphere, he felt a sense of relief as he realized he couldn't hear Professor Quirrell or his undead master manipulating the chessboard. He paused, pondering his next move. Ron wasn't with him, and he wondered if he could take the risk. He had studied winning strategies, but what if the chessboard behaved unpredictably? If it came to that, he would have to rely on his own skills to navigate through. The enchantments cast within the room were a mystery to him. The few diagnostic spells he knew were basic charms, insufficient for dealing with transfigured, animated figures in such a magically enhanced space, especially one hidden deep within Britain's most magical castle. Still behind the door, he grasped the invisibility cloak and wrestled it from the moleskin pouch. Mounting his broom, he draped the cloak over himself, ensuring he was hidden from view. Satisfied, Harry gently eased himself through the door, gliding silently through the air without a single foot touching the floor. The heavy magic around him seemed to hold its breath for a moment. With his wand at the ready, Harry plunged into the moment, just as the light blazed on, revealing the chess pieces with their blank eyes fixed on him. Confundo! He whispered fiercely, unleashing wave after wave of his magical energy through his wand. He aimed it at the floor, pushing until his hand began to cramp, but the room remained dark and still. Suddenly, he heard the door behind him click shut, and the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Slowly at first, then gaining momentum, Harry flew over the chessboard towards the distant door. The only light guiding him was a faint glow from beneath the door he had just passed through. Despite the darkness, he managed to locate the other door without much trouble. Hovering in front of it, he listened carefully for any signs of noise. Hearing nothing, Harry carefully pushed the heavy door open and glided into the room. He landed silently on the stone floor, leaning his broomstick against the wall. Quickly, he removed his invisibility cloak and stuffed it into his pouch. Now free, he pulled the corner of his robe up over his nose. His muscles were tense and sore, and he realized he had started panting heavily again. As soon as he noticed, he moderated his breathing, taking shallow breaths through the cloth of his robe. The foul smell of the stunned troll assaulted his senses, bringing tears to his eyes. He scuttled over the troll's prone body and stepped through the empty archway without a backward glance. Just as he crossed the threshold, familiar flames erupted at both entrances. Purple flames shot up behind him, while black flames flickered ahead. Harry quickly unrolled the parchment, thinking fondly of Hermione, hopefully asleep in her bed. He would have to manage without her this time. After scanning the puzzle, he raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. Aside from a few simple rhymes, the problem seemed much like the one Hermione had solved in his previous timeline. He picked up the smallest bottle, turning it over in his hands. Not the wine, not the potion to return, and most importantly, not poison. His choice was made. Turning, he placed a single wooden bowl on the floor in a corner and filled it with a strange substance from a jar in his pouch before returning the jar to its place. Finally, he uncorked the crystal potion bottle and poured its contents down his throat. With determination, he stepped through the flames. He arrived quietly in the final room, noting without surprise that Quirrell had apparently beaten him there, but hadn't yet grown frustrated with the mirror before him. The man was prowling around in front of the mirror as Harry entered, peering closely at its surface. Harry watched as Quirrell stared intently at the ornate frame of the mirror, his eyes darting back to the glass, captivated by the scene it presented. Suddenly, Quirrell spun around, a snarl twisting his features as Harry emerged from the flames. "Harry Potter, I should have known," he spat. "Constantly causing me trouble, ignoring me in class. I've seen you silently judging me. I've longed for an opportunity to eliminate you for good." Choosing to remain silent and not escalate the tension, Harry was surprised to feel his racing heart and quick breaths begin to settle. It seemed the anticipation had been the source of his panic. Now that he stood here, facing Voldemort and his minion, he slipped back into that quiet space in his mind, where emotions and distractions faded away. Quirrell, looking somewhat taken aback, exclaimed, "What? No surprise? No horror? No shock that it was me all along, instead of one of those sniveling incompetents who call themselves teachers? Snape, perhaps? The students loathe him, I know, and believe him to be evil incarnate. Or Hagrid? That bumbling fool surely must have let slip what secret lies in these chambers. Did you ever consider his half-blood agenda?" A small bubble of anger began to rise in Harry's mind, but he pushed it back into the depths of his focused consciousness. Quirrell's expression cleared as he continued, "Clearly you were in shock. Horrified beyond belief, stunned silly by what you've discovered. Pathetic." With a snap of his fingers, Quirrell conjured ropes that bound Harry in place, then turned back to the mirror, his frustration growing. I see it, but where is the key?" he muttered to himself. "I'm so close, but where is it hiding?" Harry tried to remain unnoticed, but fate had other plans. A disturbingly familiar whisper echoed through the air, and Quirrell spun around. "Potter," he snapped, clicking his fingers again. "Come here and show me what you see." Harry hesitated for a moment, letting the conjured ropes fall away from his body before slowly approaching the mirror. He kept his eyes fixed firmly on the ground, positioning himself in the center of the floor. Then, he raised his gaze to the glass. "What is it you see?" Quirrell demanded. "Speak, boy." Harry stared into the depths of the mirror, anxiety creeping in. He feared the mirror might try to return the stone to him, and he held Dumbledore's words from Christmas close to his heart. "Whatever I long for most strongly in the moment will be shown to me." He adjusted his mental mantra. "I wish for the stone to remain in the mirror. I wish for the stone to remain in the mirror." His eyes widened as he saw his own reflection standing alone in the depths of the glass. His heart thumped once, loudly, almost disturbing the calm in his mind, but his ecclumency quickly reasserted itself. He watched as his reflection grinned at him and reached into its pocket. Drawing out a glowing red stone, it held it up for Harry to see. "I wish for the stone to remain in the mirror. I wish for the stone to remain in the mirror," he thought carefully. The reflection winked at him and then, with the stone in hand, carefully reached down and pushed it into the floor. The philosopher's stone vanished through the surface like a rock being forced into lava, disappearing from sight. His reflection pulled its hand back through the molten floor and stood upright, hands now empty, smiling. "I see Gryffindor winning the House Cup," Harry said with a sigh. "We've won the Quidditch Cup and come first in points." Quirrell scowled and pushed Harry away from the mirror, muttering something uncomplimentary under his breath. Harry stood there, unwavering. Harry watched calmly as his defense against the dark arts teacher struggled to retrieve the stone. After a few moments, a voice emerged from beneath Quirrell's turban. "Beware the boy," it hissed in a low tone. "There is something strange about him. He is not afraid." Quirrell jerked his head around in shock. "Not afraid," he echoed, incredulous. "You stand here, Potter, in the presence of myself and my master, two of the most cunning enemies you could hope to find, and you are not afraid? Are you demented?" The two wizards exchanged a long glance. One remained calm and collected, while the other was indignant. Slowly, Quirrell straightened up and raised his arms to his turban. "If I am not enough to alarm you, then allow me to present my master, the greatest wizard of all time." He began to unravel the fabric of his turban, and as the last piece fell away, Quirrell turned his back to Harry. A wave of tension rippled through Harry's calm facade. He hadn't completely lost control, but he felt threatened and close to his breaking point. Reliving this moment was more disturbing and terrifying than he had anticipated. He stared at the deformed face for a moment, barely clinging to his composure. If he lost control of his mind now, his plans would be ruined. This was the worst possible time to have his mind legitimized. The weight of his past successes steadied him, and he slowly regained his equilibrium. The only sign of his struggle was the horrified expression on his face as he stared at the red eyes glowing with demonic fury against the pale skin. "Voldemort," he hissed, his voice filled with hatred and loathing. "You'd be better off dead." Quirrell began to turn around, but the face on the back of his head beat into it. "But I survived," the Dark Lord spat. "Not dead, but not yet living. I have been cursed to this loathsome half-life for 10 long years because of you." He continued. "Mere shadow and vapor, formless and cursed, but I have returned, child, building my power through loyal followers and the dark arts. In a way you, in your innocence and purity," he spat the word, "know nothing of." And yet, the voice continued, mesmerizing. "Here we are. I see you are brave. I always value bravery. Join me now, boy, or die a painful death." Harry felt the words drop into the silence of his mind like droplets falling into a still pool. The surface rippled, but his calm returned, deeper and purer than anything else on this night. He leaned forward slightly. "No." Quirrell spun around furiously, raising his wand arm. In a flash, Harry lunged forward, crashing into the parasitic wraith before him. Quirrell's arm jerked and spasmed as Harry's hands reached for his head. With blind desperation, he thrust his arms forward, aiming for Quirrell's face, head, or neck. His hands met bare flesh. He must have succeeded, and the expected burning pain blossomed beneath his skin. He had anticipated it, he had felt it before. But it was as bad as the Cruciatus. Suddenly, a needle-sharp agony exploded beneath Harry's scar. The pain approached like a distant roar, growing closer and closer until it overwhelmed his hard-won calm. Harry screamed as the pain lashed through the depths of his mind. His tranquil pool of calm was gone, yet he clung fiercely to his consciousness. His mind was open to attack now, but he still felt safe as he grasped Quirrell's skin with desperate strength. His thoughts were consumed by pain, but dimly, he heard an answering scream from within his enemy. The agony was horrific, worse than he remembered, but Harry's mind was stronger now. He pushed, grasped, and held on with every ounce of his strength. "Master, I cannot, it burns." Quirrell choked out, the skin on his chin. The heat blistered and peeled at Harry's neck and one ear. Quirrell swung his arms toward him, but Harry pushed back with all his might, refusing to be shoved away. Quirrell was forced against the wall, one arm pinned down, flailing helplessly. Despite the agony coursing through him, Harry pressed harder against his enemy, battling the encroaching darkness. "Stay conscious. Press on." He might have wondered where Dumbledore was, perhaps even thought he was taking too long, but the pain consumed his thoughts. He could have questioned why Quirrell's screams had ceased, his voice choked off, yet he couldn't think beyond the torment in his hands and head. He clung to his consciousness as he heard the roar of the black flames reignite, as footsteps crossed the threshold. Finally, he staggered back as the blue and gold of Dumbledore's robes came into view. With a hoarse cry, Harry pushed away from Quirrell and collapsed to the ground. "Accio stinksap," he murmured before losing consciousness. His awareness flickered in and out, and it felt like only a moment before he was gently lifted, with minimal jostling, and examined in the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey clucked and scolded as she waved her wand over him, forcing bitter-tasting potions down his throat. She gasped as she inspected his hands, carefully cleansing them of the rough sap he had used for makeshift first aid. Then she applied her own foul-smelling ointment and wrapped his blistered hands in gauze. Finally, she slipped a piece of chocolate between his lips and left it to melt on his tongue. Harry lay there on the infirmary bed, drifting in and out of sleep. Time passed, and the initial flurry of activity gave way to the stillness of the night. He blinked awake when he sensed the headmaster's presence in a chair beside him. "Sir," Harry stuttered, jerking upright. Dumbledore waited patiently as Harry fumbled for his glasses. When Harry finally knocked his hand and winced in pain, Dumbledore leaned forward to help him adjust the frames. After a moment, Harry's eyes focused, and he saw Dumbledore's serene smile. "Good morning, Harry," Dumbledore said. "It's around 6 o'clock, and you've had a good night's sleep. But let's keep our voices down, or Madame Pomfrey might throw me out." Feeling a bit unsteady and overwhelmed, Harry quickly gathered his mental defenses and settled into the calm, undisturbed place in his mind. He pushed aside a nagging thought he couldn't quite grasp and turned his attention back to Dumbledore. As he processed what the headmaster had just said, a small grin formed on his face. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled in response. "Are you well enough for some questions?" Dumbledore asked. "I've tried to piece together the events of last night, but as always, the complete truth eludes me." Harry sank deeper into the pillows, organizing his thoughts. He wasn't surprised to learn that Dumbledore had already spoken to his dorm mates and friends, as well as to Pookie, but he sensed that Dumbledore's inquiries had ended there. Taking a moment, Harry finally spoke. "So? I hope you didn't frighten Pookie too much. She was very nervous about disturbing you, but she was doing her best to help." Dumbledore quickly reassured him. "Indeed, my boy. I told her she was very helpful. Her insights were most illuminating. Now, back to your story." Harry began to recount the events of his night. As he spoke, the room brightened with the rising sun. Eventually, Madame Pomfrey returned with more potions. Harry paused his narrative to drink the bitter brews, and then he answered Dumbledore's questions about how he knew to follow Quirrell. Yet, an uncomfortable feeling nagged at him, something that felt just out of reach, but Harry shook it off and continued. Harry, his occlumency defenses firmly in place, picked up his narrative, bending the truth as he went along. "I heard Snape and Quirrell arguing a bit and realized that Quirrell wanted the stone. When I figured out that Snape couldn't always watch him, I decided to keep guard over the door in the third corridor. So, when I saw him go in, sir, I called Pookie and tried to stop him." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. "Why did you ask Pookie for that 10-minute wait?" Harry, who had completely forgotten that crucial detail, paused for a moment. With his mind calm, his panicked twitch came across as a thoughtful hesitation, or so he hoped. He searched for a response. "I was hopeful that I had gotten it wrong," he finally suggested. I thought maybe he was just increasing the defenses or something. If I caught up with him and it was just a mistake, I could call Pookie back. But then I found him by the mirror, and he threatened me, explained things, and took off his turban, so I fought him as best I could. Dumbledore nodded gravely. Indeed you did, dear boy. Professor Quirrell, as you may have guessed, was beyond catatonic by the time I arrived to help you, he admitted. He had failed in his task, his master was foiled and furious, and he was abandoned by the Wraith when I arrived to thwart his plan. Quirrell died, I'm afraid. Dumbledore added quickly, although it was not your fault, my boy. You did everything you could, and you performed a great service to the world last night. Voldemort has escaped for now, but he is lost and weakened. You have bought us more time. And the stink sap, he continued. A most ingenious idea, Harry, though I have no idea how you knew you might need it. Harry smiled slightly and revealed, mostly the truth. Neville told me that. It was a last-minute decision, Harry explained. I knew there must be protections. And indeed there were, Dumbledore replied with a nod. Indeed there were. Harry twisted the corner of his mouth into something that barely resembled a smile. Dumbledore continued, it sounds like young Mr. Longbottom provided you with quite the support, my boy. A fuzzy, uncertain feeling that something was slightly off snapped into focus. Harry felt a low rumble of building rage settle in his gut. No, he protested. I mean, yes. He's been great this year, but he didn't know what I was doing. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Dumbledore make a calming gesture. I understand, dear boy, Dumbledore said soothingly. He's just a child, Harry insisted, desperately trying to suppress the fury rising inside him. Now, Dumbledore replied with a disappointed sigh, his gaze toward Harry becoming more stern. He is certainly more sheltered than some, Harry. But never let yourself think that means he has nothing to offer. Harry felt a rhythmic thunder in his ears and fought to regain the calm he had previously found so helpful. He's a student. 11 years old. Suddenly aware of the stinging pain in his hands, Harry realized his fists were clenched tightly. He forced his fingers to open one by one. This is his school. He should be kept safe here. Oh. My apologies, my dear boy. Professor Dumbledore's stern expression softened into an apologetic smile. I quite misunderstood. An old man's folly, I'm afraid. It is commendable of you to worry for your friends. It was fortunate indeed that I arrived back in time to keep your classmates safe. You will always be safe at Hogwarts, Harry. Just a child, Harry scowled stubbornly, allowing himself to drift into silence. His mind lingered on Dumbledore's words. Fortunate. He bit back the thoughts swirling inside him and focused on what was ahead. Harry took a deep breath, calming himself and slowing the rapid beat of his pulse. He was safe at Hogwarts. Detached, he watched as his bandaged fingers worked busily to smooth the wrinkles in his blankets. As he observed their movements, he struggled to push aside the haunting memories of Death Eaters, dark arts, and the torture his friends had endured alongside him for so many years. He had always taken for granted that everything was under Dumbledore's control. But now, after years of schooling, his own death in the forest, and a year spent in secret hiding, planning, and growing stronger, a troubling thought surfaced. Dumbledore should have done more to keep his friends safe. However, as Dumbledore regarded him curiously from his chair just a couple of feet away, Harry recognized that now wasn't the time to delve into that thought. Focusing, he felt the burn of his anger slowly simmer down to a small, smoldering heat, no longer as fierce as before. This heat would linger. With effort, Harry regained his calm and glanced at the man beside him. The headmaster looked back with warm concern and mild worry. Sorry, sir, Harry managed to say. I don't want them to go through what I did last night. Quite understandable, Dumbledore chuckled, to Harry's blank disbelief. No child should have to face what you did in the dungeons last night. Feeling his emotion surge at the comment, Harry wisely kept his mouth shut. They sat in silence for a moment, each lost in their own complicated thoughts. Harry's mind raced. How had he never realized that Hogwarts was dangerous, after everything he had been through? Wasn't it Dumbledore's responsibility to protect the school, not to hide treasures from France or employ Death Eaters and frauds? The fury began to build inside him again, and he quickly redirected his thoughts. Finally, Harry pulled himself from his reflections. "And the stone, sir?" "Ah," Dumbledore sighed. "Still safe, I am pleased to say." The protections on the mirror were quite successful," Dumbledore said, a hint of pride in his voice. "A truly ingenious idea, if I may say so myself. For now, it will stay within the mirror, perhaps in a different location. So, we've both done well." He smiled at Harry. Harry, pushing his concerns aside for the moment, nodded carefully. They shifted their conversation to lighter topics as the room grew warm and the castle began to come alive with activity. However, Harry's thoughts soon turned inward, focusing on his body and, more specifically, his injuries. His memories might still be a bit hazy, but he distinctly remembered that the last time this had happened, he had been unconscious long enough to miss the Quidditch match. His magic had grown much stronger since then, advancing as fast as he could push it. His mind felt stronger too. 7 additional years of life experience had made him harder to shock. Perhaps that was why his recovery had been so rapid? Or maybe the stink sap had worked. "Oh, Professor," Harry said, glancing up as an urgent thought struck him. "You mentioned I had a night's sleep. So, it's tomorrow?" "Yes, Harry. It is indeed tomorrow. More specifically, Friday morning." "Was there something?" Dumbledore began. "If I'm well enough to go to class today, sir, do you think I might be fit for Quidditch on Saturday?" Harry's excitement was palpable. He might be older and wiser, but with Voldemort dealt with for the year, his priority was the Quidditch Cup. He looked at Dumbledore with hope. "Well, Harry," Dumbledore said, pursing his lips, "I realize I have a somewhat exaggerated reputation, but just between you and me, I must confess I have never managed to outsmart Madame Pomfrey." "Well," Harry replied, "I guess I'd better get moving then." He convinced both Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey that he felt well enough to head down to the hall for breakfast. The matron grumbled, but given that he was awake and lucid, she finally released him with strict conditions to return to the infirmary for regular checkups. Harry felt a twinge of pain but reminded himself of the promise of an early night. Once out of sight of the infirmary, he quickly checked himself over. After the adrenaline-fueled adventure from the night before, he was surprised to find his body in relatively good shape. There was a bit of muscle stiffness in his arms and shoulders, and a lingering headache throbbed at the back of his eyes, but he was almost back to normal. It was nothing compared to what he had endured in his 5th year, or even what he might have faced in his 7th. The only concern he had were the burns on his hands from where he had inadvertently set Quirrell on fire. That was a bit troubling in relation to Quidditch, but since Madame Pomfrey could regrow bones overnight, a little skin seemed quite manageable. All he needed to do was make it through the day. He would have to hold off on addressing his newfound anger until the evening. After patting himself down and finding everything in order, Harry dashed back to Gryffindor Tower to change before breakfast. He found Neville and Hermione at their usual spot at the table and joined them, despite their curious glances. "You're later than normal," Hermione observed, while Neville nodded in agreement. "Sorry," Harry replied cheerfully. "I had a bit of an accident and needed to get my hands bandaged." He waved his wrapped hands in front of them, then frowned when they struggled to pick up the bacon. "Who?" "Hang on a second." He set aside their worries until he had served their breakfast satisfactorily, ultimately going for porridge since the bacon just wouldn't cooperate. He faced their questions with calmness. "Sorry, Hermione. It was nothing urgent, or I promise I would have told you." "Yes, Neville, they hurt a bit and are quite irritating to use right now." He waved his porridge spoon to illustrate, "but it's not a serious problem. I fell down some stairs and skinned my palms on the stone. I'm hoping to get the bandages off tonight." The lie slipped easily from his lips. Harry went over the story again when Ron arrived, and then again when Oliver Wood and the twins came over to check on their pet Seeker. "I'll be fine," Harry assured them all. I'll be as good as new by this evening at the latest, and it won't be a problem for the game. Would I do that to you? He pushed aside the nagging voice in his head that reminded him, yes, he had done just that to them in the previous timeline. At that moment, Dumbledore stood up at the front of the room and addressed the school. It is my sad duty to inform you, Dumbledore began in a somber tone, that due to a series of unfortunate occurrences and some terrible luck, Professor Quirrell passed away during the night. We will miss his contributions to the school and send our best wishes to the parents he leaves behind. All defense against the dark arts classes will be cancelled for the rest of the year. Please speak to your head of house if you need counseling or support. What do you think actually happened? Ron asked curiously as soon as Dumbledore sat down. Do you reckon a vampire got him after all? As murmurs and whispers spread around the room, Harry realized that all the students were busy creating their own interpretations of the events. He was witnessing the infamous Hogwarts rumor mill in action. Nonsense, Hermione said. Professor Dumbledore said it was a series of unfortunate events. Perhaps he was on duty at night, and Peeves surprised him, so he tripped over Mrs. Norris when he backed up and fell down some stairs. Harry looked at her in surprise. She flushed and continued, or something like that, anyway. I'm sure the explanation is, although tragic, something mundane and commonplace that could happen to anyone. Poor Professor Quirrell. He always tried his best to teach, despite his nerves. Harry remained quiet, listening to the gossip around him. Astonishingly, rumors of Professor Quirrell's mysterious death spread so quickly that Harry could see them sprouting up in the Great Hall. Before his eyes, there was no indication connecting Harry to the events of that night. Not even anxious Neville or attentive Hermione brought up the fact that he had coincidentally injured his hands during the same evening. Only Neville mentioned the earlier events of the year as he leaned over his toast amidst the murmurs in the Great Hall. He muttered to Harry, I guess this means you're safe from him now, then. Harry choked on his pumpkin juice and had to cough it down before responding. I guess. He cleared his throat and added cheerfully, it couldn't have happened to a better wizard, at any rate. Hermione overheard him. Harry Potter. You should know better than to speak ill of the dead like that. I know you think he had something against you, and something strange was certainly going on with your broomstick during that match. But after thinking it over in the past few months, I've realized it's quite possible that the charms were suffering from some kind of intermittent malfunction. That's far more likely than poor Professor Quirrell hating a first-year student so much that he attempted murder. I'm sure the professor never did anything to earn your suspicions, and now he's dead. You'll never get the chance to correct your misunderstandings. She probably continued, but Harry tuned her scolding out in favor of good food, mental health, and quick healing. The last of the week's classes came and went, and with a bit of luck, an embarrassing amount of pleading, and a promise to keep the game short, Madame Pomfrey finally agreed to let Harry go out for the final Quidditch game of the year. He was determined to win the Quidditch Cup for Gryffindor. Professor Snape was in a particularly foul mood for the next few days. However, after a couple of good nights of sleep and a widely enjoyable feast, Harry celebrated the Gryffindor House Cup win with his friends back in the common room. He was bounced around near the center of the festivities for many minutes, as the Quidditch Cup points had significantly contributed to their final score. Harry watched his friends celebrate joyfully as the evening wore on, but he quietly slipped out of the common room and made his way to bed. He wasn't in the mood for festivities. The emotions he had recently grappled with regarding Dumbledore had resisted his attempts at occlumency over the past few days. Instead of fading away, they had become more intense and burdensome, dampening his desire to join in the celebration. He knew he would have to confront those feelings later. Before drifting off to sleep, he took some time to sort through his memories, organizing and protecting them from any intrusions. Finally, he surrendered to sleep. The rest of the year flew by. Thanks to Madame Pomfrey's care, Harry's hands healed quickly, leaving no scars, stiffness, or pain. His friends, ever attentive, failed to notice the deeper struggles he faced, attributing his lingering fatigue to the end-of-year exhaustion that everyone felt. When the exam results arrived sooner than Harry anticipated, he found himself sitting on the common room couch, Hermione's eyes sparkling at him through her small, awkward smile. He held his results tightly in his hands, a sense of anticipation bubbling within him. How much had he progressed this year? He glanced at his marks, and for a moment, it felt as if his entire journey back in time had been one long dream. Hermione had once again claimed the top spot, her score surpassing his by a significant margin. He blinked and looked again at their marked exam scripts. She had excelled in all the practicals, her percentages written in green ink. 92% in charms, 96% in transfiguration, but it was her theoretical scores that truly amazed him. 112%, 108%, 114%, even 102% in defense against the dark arts. Quickly, he checked his own marks. He had achieved 100% in nearly all the practical exams, but his theory scores were only between 80 and 90%. Except for Dada, of course, where his script boasted an impressive 134%. Harry glanced at the top of his manuscript, wondering if Dumbledore had graded the exam. Hermione noticed him peeking her way and tried to hide her smile. "Well done, Harry. You've got some really good grades there," she said, managing to sound genuinely pleased rather than smug. "Thanks," Harry replied dryly. "They're nothing compared to yours." "Well," she said, brushing off the compliment. "You worked really hard, and we could see how much effort you put in. I think these are wonderful marks for you. Are you or not happy with them?" "You knew this would happen," Harry accused her, only half joking. Hermione blinked. "I don't know what you look for in those books you read, but I've seen you do your homework all year. You just don't focus on class theory, Harry. I've never seen anyone pick up spells like you, but you don't break down and understand the history, the logic, the theory behind it. You go off on these wildly exciting tangents all the time. But this is a really good effort despite that. You've probably beaten half of Ravenclaw like this. And I know you got the top score in defense. That's really incredible. Half of Ravenclaw." Harry felt his face flush. He had been so sure all year that he had the advantages: age, experience, practice. But now it seemed he was likely only sitting in or around the top 20% of first-year students. The thought of being beaten by a 12-year-old in subjects he had taken twice felt impossible. Hermione must have read his expression because her tone softened, and she hurried to encourage him. "I'm sure with a bit of practice you can catch up next year," she offered. "I can help you with the second-year homework. And I'll make you a study schedule. We can work towards the exams together. Would that be nice?" Harry thanked her politely, but inside, he felt resigned. All the theory of next year would be based on the theory he struggled to grasp now. If he didn't revise over the holidays, he knew he'd be even further behind when school started. It wasn't just about pride, though he grudgingly admitted that played a part. It was more about the fact that if first years could surpass him, Voldemort would be a sure thing. He resigned himself to a long, hard summer of work. Before he knew it, they were standing on the platform at King's Cross Station. Classmates with heavy trunks and excited families were slowly filtering through the barrier into the Muggle world. Harry waited in line with his friends. "You must come and stay these holidays," Ron said. "All of you, I suppose?" He nodded awkwardly toward Hermione. "I'll send you all an owl." "That would be great," Harry replied, relaxing into the familiar rhythm of conversation with his friends. "Maybe a few days at the end of summer." Neville and Hermione both agreed, and as they chatted, people jostled them while the crowd moved slowly forward. A number of classmates and housemates called their goodbyes from ahead, and Harry responded with enthusiasm. Finally, they made it through the barrier, where Ron's mother and sister were waiting for them. After a few quick greetings, Neville and his grandmother disappeared, and Hermione said her goodbyes to her parents. Harry backed away from the bustling Weasley clan and headed toward the nearby taxi stands. He glanced back with a small smile for his friends and a special smile for little Ginny before striding off calmly. There was only a short time left before he would be back at the Dursleys, and surprisingly, Harry found himself looking forward to the summer. He had a whole year's worth of plans to put into action.